Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Hearthstone. What is that? Not only Fred and George, but also Hermione next to him was also curious. Since she came to Hogwarts, she has known more or less about it. But she had never heard of Luen talking about Hearthstone. Looking at the 3 pairs of puzzled eyes, Luen gently leaned against a stone and began to explain to the 3 of them. The rules of Hearthstone are simple. At least none of the 3 people present was a fool. After the rules were finished, Fred said excitedly, "If we really make these cards, I bet it will be famous in the wizarding world." Even George nodded in agreement. Hermione's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect Luen to be so good at this aspect of the game. Maybe this game can be like Quidditch. Luen smiled slightly. Hold a contest. The clever Miss Granger guessed it instantly. Yes, there will be a bonus at the end of the competition. Looking at Hermione, who just got it right, Luen nodded in satisfaction. Talking to smart people is not tiring. Fred and George both looked excited after listening to it, and could not wait to make a set immediately. Those wizards will absolutely love it. But we still have to figure out a way to design those cards. George said something, half of Fred's enthusiasm. Yes, it took them half a school year just to design those cards. If Mrs. Weasley knew about this, they would have been killed. Why don't you ask me? Luen is most interested in making money. Card. When my frog cub traveled, I brought back all kinds of cards. Gwent, Hearthstone. I happen to have a set in my hand, but it's in my home now. I'll get it after Christmas is over. The words fell, the twins looked at each other, and Fred immediately took Luen's hand. You are the biggest boss of our prank shop. There is nothing wrong with what he said. After all, Luen is currently the one who pays the most money, and he came up with such a great idea. Luen is simply unreasonable not to be the boss. Boss? Luen was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. Forget it, I'm only interested in receiving money, you should be the boss. This. Fred and George didn't expect Luen to say that. Okay, if you have time to talk about this, you two might as well study it carefully, how to materialize the characters of the card. They have all come to the magical world, and the cards are still ordinary paintings, which is simply too mediocre. Since it is to be done, it is to be the most luxurious. This technology is handed over to the 2 of us. Hearing the need for technical support, the twins immediately volunteered. In this area of technology, no one is better than the 2 of them. After explaining the store and the specific gameplay in the back, Luen was going to practice the flying spell with Hermione for a while. Don't worry, we'll handle everything. Fred made sure of the ticket. You're a genius, Luen. George also said sincerely. Thanks for the compliment. Luen shrugged. He was just standing on the memory of his previous life. George, let's go to the library to find the spell book in this area. Fred couldn't hold his temper, and directly greeted George to the library. Christmas is less than a week away, and the 2 of them are trying to figure it out during this time. The talents of these 2 people are not comparable to ordinary people. Looking at the distant figure, Luen couldn't help thinking. Okay, let's continue practicing. Turning his head, Luen said to Hermione, who was staring at him. What's the matter, is there something dirty on my face? Seeing Hermione's gaze, he touched his face suspiciously. No. Hermione's mouth twitched slightly, and a sweet voice sounded, I just think you know a lot. Either way. Hermione's brown curls swayed in the breeze. Those eyes are still so bright. Okay, let's start training. Luen laughed. The 2 practiced until dinner time. When Luen and the 2 came to Gryffindor's table, Harry was still the same and didn't change back. Because the time has not yet reached 12 hours. Good evening, Harry. Luan offered to say hello. Good evening. Harry smiled reluctantly. Ronald sat aside, his eyes looking at Harry from time to time, as if he was looking at something. What's wrong with you? Luan saw that there was something wrong with Harry's state and asked curiously. Hermione, who was sitting on the side, rested her chin in one hand and yawned in boredom. She had already thought about what was going on. Who told you to go back to the dormitory to sleep after eating? Harry was stopped when she went back to the dormitory today. Seeing that Harry didn't speak, Ronald answered for her. Question mark. Looking at Harry's melancholy look, Luan understood. And she was sent a love letter by our roommate Dean, but Harry didn't take it. Ronald whispered, and glanced at Harry. Seeing that the other party didn't act aggressively, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's really a sad thing. Looking at Harry who didn't want to talk, Luan shook his head and ordered a glass of honey milk. Sad things go well with desserts. Hermione half squinted, clearly seeing the corners of Luan's mouth that kept rising. Gloat. Hermione shook her head. But this thing is really funny. No one knows what Dean will look like when he finds out that the object of his confession is his roommate. Thinking of this, Hermione also ordered a glass of honey milk. Use the action of drinking to cover up the corners of his mouth that are gradually turning up. Malfoy and Dean today don't know how many shadows they will bring to Harley. But looking at Harry's current appearance, at least it's not a small blow. Why should I drink the potion? Noticing Ronald's veiled gaze, Harry collapsed on the table as if he had no strength. Even Ronald is. Change it back now. Harry thought feebly. Asterisk. Winters in England are not that cold. But in Hogwarts, there are already many little wizards wearing warm scarves. After a night of time, Harry finally changed back. As for how he got back to the dormitory last night, it is unknown. Inside the Slytherin's lounge. Luan also wore the striped scarf that Hermione gave him at the beginning of school today, which was thick enough to shield him from the cold wind. After getting dressed up in front of the mirror, he set off to the restaurant to prepare breakfast. It may be due to the fact that winter is about to enter, the restaurant with a large number of people has been reduced by at least half this morning. After arriving at Slytherin's table, he hadn't waited for Luan to walk beside Hermione. Suddenly blocked by the Weasley twins who appeared out of nowhere. Fred handed a piece of paper to him. This is the research result of the two of us in one night. A childish-looking broom was sketched with a quill pen on this piece of paper, and Luan hadn't even asked. The screen is presented. The spell was chanted as George tapped the paper lightly with a wand. Soon, the painting broom flew away from the paper as if it came alive, and appeared right above the paper. And it vibrates every now and then. How is it? Not bad. Fred said proudly. No one is more expert in this invention than the two of them. And Luan's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Isn't this equivalent to a virtual projection? Thinking so, he curiously reached out and touched the broom. But what he didn't expect was that his hand actually directly touched the entity of the broom. And the broom was still struggling in his hands, as if it were an object with its own consciousness. How did you two do it? Luan asked curiously. It was the first time he had seen this kind of magic. Even Ronald, Harry and Hermione were attracted. Hermione looked at the broom that was struggling in Luan's hand, and it was incredible in her eyes. Apparently, the knowledgeable Miss Hermione had never seen such interesting magic. You know those talking portraits in the headmaster's room? George didn't say it directly, but asked back with a smile. A portrait of the principal's office? Although Luan has never seen it, he also knows that the portraits of the principals of the past generations exist. So he nodded. The two of us went to Headmaster Dumbledore last night, and he gave us some advice. Fred said it directly. The two of them were the executors of the spell, and Dumbledore was only making insignificant comments in it. The two brothers explained it like this, and it doesn't matter if they believe it or not. And, Headmaster Dumbledore is also very interested in the Hearthstone we make. Speaking of this, Fred couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Headmaster Dumbledore also said he'd buy our first set if it was done. The words of Fred and George instantly ignited the emotions of several people around. Even Luan was a little surprised. Dumbledore likes this stuff. Maybe it can be used as a propaganda, knowing that the name of Headmaster Dumbledore is very famous in the wizarding world all over the world. You two are making some mischief again. When Ronald heard that Dumbledore was interested, he immediately asked with wide eyes. Even Harry was attracted. It's just that the dark circles at the corners of his eyes make him look tired. Business secrets, outsiders can't tell. Fred gave Ronald a sidelong glance and refused mercilessly. Outsider. I'm your brother, you call me an outsider. This sentence made Ronald flush with anger, and pointed at the Fred brothers and threatened, you two, I'm going to tell Mom. Damn it, George muttered. Every time this happened, Ronald threatened them. Usually, they compromise. But this time is different. The three of us, oh, and Miss Hermione. Fred pointed to Luan, and after a while, he brought his little girlfriend with him. The four of us formed a team. If you want to know what are you making. First hand in 10 gold galleons. 10. Why don't you go grab it? Ronald Airway. Luan gave out 100 gold galleons. George said. The words fell, and Harry and Ronald immediately looked at Luan. I did pay. Luan nodded. It's just 100 gold galleons. After the operation later, Jean Gelom wants to have it. What's more, there are many interesting games recorded in his mind. Werewolf Kill, Run Group, Dungeons and Dragons. If these are combined with magic, there will definitely be an uproar. Thinking about it, Luan was looking forward to the future progress. Isn't this more fun than a game console? Well, can I join in? Harry, who was a little tired at this time, asked in a low voice. It must be a good thing to get Headmaster Dumbledore's affirmation. But it is 10 gold galleons, and his parents have left him a lot of inheritance. This. The twins hesitated and looked at Luan. After all, Luan, which appears the most at present, naturally has the right to speak. Don't look at me, you two are bosses. Luan didn't want to worry about this kind of thing, so he quickly shied away. How tiring to be a boss, having to manage all kinds of things every day. Why do you want to be a boss when you can lie down at home and collect money? You are welcome to join, Harry. Fred and George shook hands with Harry kindly. And Harry handed the twins 20 gold galleons. Fred and George both scratched their heads in confusion, not understanding what this was for. And Ronald's, I also paid for him. Harry said quickly. As a good friend, he couldn't bear to see Ronald isolated. Harry. Ronald looked at his good brother moved. When I get rich in the future, I will definitely give it back to you. He swore. The Gemini who took the money, although they didn't want Ronald to get involved, they took the money. You are welcome too, Ronald. The two greeted each other casually. Now tell us, what the hell are you doing? In the business group, Ronald also has the confidence to speak. Fred also kept his word and told Harry and Ronald what was going to be made. The eyes of the two became brighter. It's a game of genius. Ronald exclaimed. Shoo, keep your voice down. Fred gave Ronald a deterrent look and told him to shut up. I always feel like it was a mistake to let this kid in, asterisk. Okay little wizards, cast the floating spell. The short half-blood elf Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the little wizards who were all holding their wands at the feathers. Slytherin's position, Luan held his wand and yawned a little bored. He had already learned these practical little magic spells in the library. And the little wizards around are eager to try. Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy, who was beside him, waved his wand, but the feather on the table moved only a little. "It's hard," Malfoy said. "Is it hard?" Luan glanced at the pure white feather lying on the table, and tapped his wand in his hand. Not even the mantra was uttered. The feathers began to twist, and soon they flew higher and higher. It slowly floated down until it reached the ceiling. "Wow, wonderful use of spells." Professor Flitwick sighed, his bright eyes full of surprises. The application of the silent spell works well with the floating spell. 10 points for Slytherin. Unsurprisingly, Luan's class was given 10 points by Professor Flitwick every day. Because as long as it is Flitwick's spell class, Luan is always the first to cast it, and it is used very well. After so many classes, none of the little wizards in Ravenclaw did not know Luan Gerald, who has always been in the limelight. As long as they are in class with Slytherin, most of the points will not be added to their group of eagles. You should probably come to Ravenclaw. For the first time in years, Professor Flitwick questioned the Sorting Hat's choice. Why would such a wise little wizard be assigned to Slytherin? Flitwick can't see the ambition and obsession with power of the little snakes in Luan. What a shame to go to Slytherin. Luan didn't know what Professor Flitwick was thinking. After getting the grades for this class, he was ready to practice his other spells. After Charms Get Out of Class ended, Luan walked out of the classroom wrapped in a scarf. At this time, there was still light snow floating in the sky, and the water of the Black Lake had been frozen in a thick layer. When he came to the edge of the Black Lake, the Weasley brothers were waiting for him early. The two brothers were skating on the lake at this time, and there were many wizards around. It could be seen that many people liked it when it was snowing. "Good noon, Luan." Fred and the two slid all the way to Luan, smiling. "Good afternoon, you two." Luan responded politely. "Hey, didn't your little girlfriend come with you?" George looked left and right, and found that he didn't see the inseparable figure, and asked in surprise. The two were not together. This is an uncommon thing. Not a little girlfriend. Luan retorted, and then said, "She has classes all day today, and I only have classes in the morning." "That's a shame," Fred quipped. Luan nodded in agreement. "By the way, what's the matter with you two calling me over today?" While eating at Gryffindor's table this morning, he saw the letter the twins had left him. Let him come to Black Lake when there is no class in the afternoon, there are important things to discuss. These two guys actually figured out his timetable. However, he was also very curious about the major events of these two people. After all, these two people had a lot of crazy ideas. "Wait a minute," George brings the paper. Fred touched his pocket, but he didn't feel it, and turned to George. "How did you put this in my clothes?" George took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said to Fred with some doubts. "You got the wrong clothes when you went out." Fred was a little helpless. Most of their clothes are exactly the same, so they get confused when they go out. "Come on, look at this piece of paper." With that said, Fred handed the paper to Luan. It wasn't yesterday. After waiting for the result paper, Luan discovered that the original broom had become a lady with a wand. Gorgeous costumes and a broad mage's pointed hat, it can be seen that the person who painted this picture must be very careful. "You two drew it?" Luan glanced at the two of them. "Of course, no, we asked Ravenclaw's little wizard to draw it," Brother George said. "The two of them don't have this kind of painting skills. Yesterday's vivid broom still took 7 or 8 pictures to draw a satisfactory one. Simply ask someone to do the painting. After all, they have a lot of startup capital now. And it just so happens that Ravenclaw has a little witch from a painting family." Okay, don't care who drew it." Fred took out his wand and pointed at the piece of paper. "What you want to see is what this piece of paper looks like after casting the spell. The screen is presented with the incantation blurted out. Soon, the gorgeous witch in the picture opened her eyes in midair. "I will assist you to victory." Luan was stunned. The witch in front of him actually spoke. And it was a very cold voice. Is this a voice system made directly? He turned his head to look at the smiling twins, not knowing what to say for a while. "You two are really talents." He didn't say the setting that each card has its own voice. In other words, these two people figured it out by themselves. Just spent the night adding some recording spells. Fred smiled and shrugged. This thing is not difficult for the two of them at all. Now everything is ready, even the dubbing actors and the two of them have been found in advance. Everything is ready, just need Luan's card set. Luan looked at the noble witch who had been staring at him. This gorgeous and beautiful witch even tilted her head to look at him, as if asking why the battle had not started. Have all the standby actions been made? Miss Witch, attack. George gave orders to the witch on paper. The noble witch immediately picked up her wand and aimed it at the air in front of her, and a beam of light shot out from the wand. Hey, we should give our prank shop a name. At this moment, Fred suddenly remembered something. As the three major investors of the prank shop, it was just enough to negotiate. Store name. As a store that is going to grow, a memorable name is absolutely necessary. At first the twins wanted to be named after Weasley, but considering Luan and Harry, they decided to come up with one together. How about a fairy tale? At this time, Luan's eyes suddenly lit up. It just so happened that he also knew the badge of that guild. It is better to copy the guild from another world directly. And the meaning of the name is also very interesting. Fairy tale. Fred and George were a little confused. Do fairies have tails or not? In fact, no one can be sure whether fairies exist or not. That's why this is forever unknown. With the help of his impression, Luan roughly said the meaning of the name. No, goblins don't have tails, and Professor Flitwick is a goblin. Fred thought of Professor Flitwick, the goblin half-blood. That's right. George nodded. The fairies I'm talking about are not that kind of fairies. Luan forgot that fairies exist in this world. But he still managed to explain it. Have you two seen Thestrals? As a creature representing death, all wizards who grew up in the magic world have heard of it. No, the two of us haven't died once. Fred and George both shook their heads. Do you think the Thestrals exist? Luan asked. Of course, the school's carriage is pulled by Thestrals. But you haven't seen them, how do you know they exist? Luan half squinted. That's common sense, my good friend. Fred responded. Then have you seen it? No. That's okay, since I haven't seen it, it means unknown, so I choose fairy tale. Looking at the two dumb people, Luan smiled. Why isn't it called Thestral's Tale? George and Fred were speechless. Have you ever seen a pure-blood goblin? Luan asked back. Finally the name was finalized. Fairy tale is officially established. Asterisk. Finally, under the proposal of Luan, the three people officially founded Fairy Tale on the edge of the Black Lake. No one knows how much this store will make waves in the wizarding world in the future. Even the three of them didn't think that far. I still think Yestral's Tale sounds nice. George muttered. By the way, I draw the badge and treat it as a trademark. Luan completely filtered out George's nonsense, laughing and using his wand to draw a leprechaun logo on a clean patch of snow. Fred and George's eyes lit up when they saw the exquisite logo. This beautiful badge alone convinced the two of them. Fantastic, we were going to use the big dung egg as a trademark at the beginning. George said happily. This logo looks much better than Big Dung. Luan was obviously stunned when he heard George's words. It's too brave to use a big dung egg as a trademark. The matter of the trademark is left to the two of you. Finish drawing the badge, Luan said. Okay, don't worry. The twins agreed with confidence. Then the three chatted about the general development of the store next to the Black Lake. Everything in Luan's mind needs to be coordinated with magic, so the Gemini decided to go to the library in the afternoon and stay in the evening. The grades of the two were not bad, but their minds were not focused on learning. After researching the product, the twins were instantly energized. Watching the two figures leave in high spirits, Luan nodded in satisfaction. The two of them worked hard, and he was only responsible for some ideas. In contrast, Luan is much more relaxed. After returning to Slytherin's lounge, Luan patted her snow-covered blonde hair before blow-drying it with a wand. There are quite a few little wizards who have caught a cold in the school recently, and there are a lot of people seeing a doctor at the school doctor every day. Although he didn't think his physique would catch a cold, it was better to be careful. After drying his hair, Luan suddenly froze. It seems that I haven't seen a frog cub for many days. Since the last time the frog cub brought back to Mangekyō, he subconsciously forgot to go to the den to see the frog cub. After he returned to his dormitory, he came to his bedside position. In the soft nest, there are no frog cubs, and there are only a few photos that appear at an unknown time. The content of the photo is a short-haired little girl in a sweater, and a young man with a big nose in a blue shirt. Another photo shows a huge turtle with a hexagonal stone carved into the center of the turtle's shell. There are also patterns of this animal on the stone. A little familiar? Luan muttered to himself. But this trip, he knew it was the world he had seen in his previous life. It's just that the vague memory gave him a general impression, but it wasn't very impressive. In the lower left corner of the photo, as always, the time to return is written. This time I came back late, probably after the Christmas break. Store the photo in the alien space, and Luan turned on the bedside lamp to write a note for the spell class. When the frog cubs come back, they will know what to bring. Guessing or not is completely irrelevant now. The little wizards also have homework every day, but usually Luan and Hermione finish their work in the library ahead of time. And today Hermione is still in class, so he can only write it himself. The homework assigned by Professor Flitwick is very simple for him. It is to record the concept and application experience of the floating spell. At noon, even if the sun is shining outside, the underwater dormitory of Slytherin is still green. Fortunately, he prepared the lights. Night. Gryffindor's table. Luan, a Slytherin, is surrounded by twins, Harry, Ronald, and Hermione. If you don't know, you might think that a group of little lions are bullying a little snake. Christmas will be in a few days, do you have gifts ready? Fred and George both smiled and looked at Luan as they talked. Don't worry, there are both of you. Luan said helplessly. It's time for a Quidditch match after Halloween. And Christmas comes right after a Quidditch match. Although Luan said yes, but he hadn't thought about what to give. He has a lot of strange things, just take out one or two. I'm all ready for you. Ronald, who was holding Scabbers, also said. You send some useless things every year. The two brothers who knew Ronald said helplessly. Every Christmas, Ronald always brings back what they have left. There is no novelty or value. Several people were sitting around, and Fred had told everyone the name of the store and what was going to be done. Hermione was interested in the magic of the twins, while Ronald and Harry just thought the cards were interesting. Irregular. It hurts. Harry folded his fingers and stared dully at the angry witch waving his wand. Just now, he touched the witch in mid-air with his fingers out of curiosity, only to be pricked by a wand. Miss Witch has her own consciousness. Fred explained with a smile. Luan looked at Miss Witch, who folded her hands in anger, and had a bold idea in her heart. Forget it, it's not a punishment. With the end of night, bright stars appeared in the sky. In the school medical room, Quirrell, who had almost recovered, held his head in fear. Definitely, must find Peter Pettigrew. Now you quickly find the magic stone for me. The awakened Voldemort shouted unwillingly. Yes, Lord, Master, I have already found out about the Philosopher's Stone. I'll figure it out by Halloween. Quirrell, who was hunched over on the bed, replied in a panic. Action as soon as possible. After Voldemort said something weakly, he fell into a deep sleep again. The last time he wrapped the turban with magic, he had used up the magic power of recovery. He had been hibernating on the back of Professor Quirrell's head for the last few days, recovering cautiously. Under the moonlight, Quirrell undid the bandage on his arm, looked at the almost recovered arm, and shook it gently. The pain made him frown, and Quirrell looked up at the forbidden forest in the distance. I have an idea in my mind. Now it's time for Halloween. Asterisk. After Lewin finished dinner, he returned to Slytherin's lounge. In the lounge, groups of very tightly wrapped little wizards were chatting. As Quidditch captain, Flint doesn't have much prejudice, as Lewin is their best Quidditch player so far. Not even senior wizards can beat it. A good candidate to be the next Quidditch Slytherin captain. Flint beckoned to Lewin and motioned for him to come over and chat. Lewin, however, shook his head and declined the invitation. He knew that with his current strength growth, sooner or later he would not be able to ride a broom. According to the current thinking, after participating in this Quidditch match, he retired on the spot. At the end of November, the weather is getting colder. What was originally a tiny snowflake has long since turned into a goose feather snow. By the time Lewin got up, it was completely covered in snow. Even the lake above the Slytherin lounge was blocked, making it impossible to separate day and night. Lewin yawned and turned on the bedside lamp. The white light was very dazzling in the dim dormitory. After he glanced at his watch, he realized that it was already around 9 in the morning. Thankfully he didn't have class today, otherwise he would be late. Turning to look at the other two people in the dormitory, Malfoy and Crabbe were still sound asleep. When he came to Slytherin's lounge, Lewin found that quite a few snakes had already woken up. Put on the scarf, and add a layer of not too thick sweater to the wide wizard robe. 1 hot chocolate milk, 1 bread, thank you. When I came to the table, there weren't too many wizards around, and Lewin asked for some casually. Today is Halloween, the snakes have a herbal class in the afternoon, and the lions have classes all day. Thinking of this, Lewin suddenly felt that there were indeed many lessons for the little lion. After a simple breakfast, Lewin went to the library with the book. There are many people in the library today, and most of them are rushing to do their homework. Because there will be a vacation soon, and no one likes to do homework during the vacation. Immersed in learning, time always flies. After taking Professor Sprout's herbal medicine class, Lewin, unsurprisingly, got another 10. Inside the restaurant at Hogwarts. When he pushed the door and entered, Lewin's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared with noon, the restaurant at this time has become a different look. High-hanging jack-o'-lanterns, rich delicacies, and every little wizard's face is full of smiles. And Dumbledore and others were already sitting in the front row. Happy Halloween! At this time, after the twins saw Lewin, they immediately pulled him to Gryffindor's restaurant. And the corner of Professor McGonagall's mouth, who noticed this scene, showed a smile. Happy Halloween! After Lewin came to Gryffindor's restaurant, he looked around and asked with some doubts. Where did Hermione go? Do not know. Harry shook his head, saying he didn't know either. After hearing Lewin's question, Ronald's body froze. Although the movement was small, Lewin still noticed. Are you looking for Hermione? Said the little girl in Gryffindor, who was sitting next to her. I just saw her go to the bathroom and she seems to be crying. Didn't expect this to happen. Lewin frowned and glanced at Ronald, who lowered his head and said nothing, and probably guessed what happened. But fortunately, Quirrell was rushed into the school doctor's room by him ahead of time, and he is still lying on the bed now. The monsters shouldn't even appear. Thinking of this, Lewin turned his head and said to several people. I'll go find Hermione, you eat first. Do you want to help? We can go together. As soon as George finished speaking, he was slapped by Fred. What are you doing, causing trouble? No need, I'll go by myself. After speaking, Luen walked towards the door. However, just as he was about to open the door was pushed open from the outside. No, no, no. Seeing the person pushing the door open, Luen's eyes widened for a while. Quirrell is here. Doesn't that mean? Miscalculated. Luen kicked Quirrell aside, who was in the way, and hurried to the bathroom. Hey, that kid. Quirrell, who was kicked, couldn't care about who kicked him, and he shouted anxiously to the doubtful Dumbledore and others. Trolls, there are trolls in the stairs of Hogwarts, I think you should know. As soon as the voice fell, the originally lively restaurant became a mess in an instant. Luen he just ran out. Harry worried. The bathroom on the second floor. Hermione was rubbing her red eyes as she came out. Because of his excellent performance in the spell class today, Ronald's daily yin and yang weirdness caused him to directly say that no one wants to be friends with her except Luen. The clever Miss Hermione was still a child after all, so she was very aggrieved to hear this. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise outside, as if something had fallen. Hermione was taken aback by the sound, but she didn't have time to react. A thick stick emerged from the corner of the corridor. What is that? Roar! Before Miss Hermione could see clearly, a growl was heard. This is the voice of the troll. The girl immediately opened her brown eyes, her face full of disbelief. Why are trolls in this Hogwarts? But Hermione didn't have the habit of waiting to die, and she hurried back to the bathroom. In the stairs outside, a rough-skinned giant about 12 inches tall was walking down the corridor with a wooden stick in his hand. The huge soles of the feet hit the ground, making a loud noise with every step. This is the troll that Quirrell brought from the Forbidden Forest. Asterisk. When Luen ran to the corridor on the second floor, an unpleasant smell came. It made him pinch his nose. It smells so bad, it's like a big dung egg. Luen squinted his eyes and ran quickly towards the bathroom. According to the strong smell in the air, his enhanced sense of smell can easily determine the direction of the troll. That direction is where the girl's bathroom is located. Don't make an accident. Luen thought anxiously in his heart. The location of the bathroom is not too far, plus running with all your strength. Soon he reached the door of the bathroom. Catch up. Luen was slightly relieved to see the ugly troll with a giant wooden stick turning around at the door of the bathroom. As long as Hermione is not in danger of 063. Just as the troll entered the bathroom, a familiar scream sounded. It was from Hermione. Luen quickly followed and ran in. The wand in his hand was also held in his hand at the moment. After he also entered the girl's bathroom, he saw the scared girl standing in front of the troll. Pass out. Luen chanted the spell and aimed his wand at the back of the troll's head. According to the book, the troll's only weakness is in the back of the head. But at this moment, the troll was attracted by Luen's voice, and as he turned around, the magic spell that was supposed to hit the back of the head hit the troll's eyes. Roar. 39. The pain-eating troll let out a painful roar, and the huge wooden stick in his hand began to wave frantically. The decks and pools of the compartment simply couldn't stand such a powerful force, and shattered one after another. Luen. At this time, Hermione, who was hiding in the corner, saw Luen's figure and shouted worriedly. However, it was this sound that directly attracted the attention of the troll, and its thick wooden stick was raised high. And the direction of the hit is exactly the corner where Hermione is. Be careful. Luen looked at the troll who turned his head to attack Hermione, and quickly ran over. Hang the golden hook upside down. A spell successfully set the stick in the air. At this time, Luen also came to Hermione's side, grabbed her little hand, and ran out with her. After the troll found that his weapon was hanging high in the air and couldn't handle it, he gave up directly, and smashed his raised hands directly at the two hating wizards. Trolls have small brains, which means they're not too smart. However, their strength is very large, and it is not a problem to beat a wizard to death with one punch. Looking at the punch that came down with the sound of the wind, Lewin turned to pick up Hermione and threw him to the side. Boom! A big pit was knocked out directly from the stone floor, showing the strength of the giant monster. Dizzy! Lewin waved his wand, this time directly hitting the troll's body, but it didn't cause any impact. The troll's skin is resistant to magic, you can only attack. Attack on the back of its head. Before Hermione finished reminding, Lewin said it first. I know, don't worry. Lewin comforted. This magical creature is not worth his power and dragon slayer magic. After observing the terrain, Lewin had an idea in his mind. Transfiguration spell. Lewin turned a rubble under the troll's feet into a large wooden stake, and then aimed his wand at the spouting water hose behind him. Wand waving. The water pipe became a sharp blade. The trolls now have the stick in their hands, and they don't have fully developed brains so they can't think. The huge body charged straight towards Lewin, but the huge soles of his feet tripped over the stake. Walk! Lewin looked at the huge figure upside down, and hurriedly hugged Hermione to the side. The moment the troll's head touched the sharp blade, Lewin quickly covered the girl's eyes. Puff! Bright red blood spurted out, and the small head had been cut in half by a sharp blade. The stench is also instantly permeated, never mind. Lewin's voice rang in Miss Hermione's ear. When she opened her eyes again, what she saw was Lewin's handsome face. Asterisk. Tears welled up in her eyes. What's wrong? Lewin looked at her with pale blue eyes, somewhat incomprehensible. I was really scared just now. 33. Hermione whispered. The feeling of powerlessness to face a troll alone is truly frightening. Then the only light to bring this fear is Lewin, who came to save her. Okay, isn't it all right? Looking at Hermione with red eyes, Lewin comforted. For that troll, he had 7 or 8 ways to kill it. Unforgivable curse, dragon slayer magic, divine power. But considering that Dumbledore and a group of professors would be coming, he dropped those ideas. He didn't want to expose himself too soon. However, at this moment, Hermione's hands around Lewin's neck tightened slightly. Lewin glanced down at her. There were 2 blushing spots on the white cheeks, and there were still unwiped tears at the corners of the eyes. You close your eyes. The girl said so. Looking at the pair of brown eyes with 3.6 eyes, Lewin didn't wait for Lewin to react to the meaning of this sentence. Miss Hermione had raised her head. The soft touch is fleeting. Lewin touched his lips with his free hand, where something touched it just now. When he was bowing his head, he found that Hermione had buried his head in his arms, afraid to look at Lewin's expression. You don't hate me, do you? Soon, a muffled voice came from Lewin's arms, it's okay. Lewin hugged Miss Granger in a princess hug and replied softly. So, can you come here? Cannot. Looking at Hermione with her head buried in her arms, Lewin hugged her and slowly leaned against the wall. That sentence just now may have exhausted all Hermione's courage, and she hasn't said a word until now. Lewin opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a while. The two were silent in the bathroom. Have you thought of a Christmas present for me? Hermione looked up and asked. Lewin could clearly see the other party's red ears. To be honest, I haven't made up my mind yet. Lewin told the truth. He had thought about it a few days ago, but in that instant, he had not thought about it. Do you want to know about my present? 39. Hermione said softly. Your present. Lewin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Of course I want to know. 39. Then close your eyes. 35. Hermione's brown eyes were half squinted at Luen's face. Row. Luen obediently closed his eyes. He wondered what Hermione could give him. However, the familiar touch came in again, and Luen's body froze. A brace? This time he didn't let Hermione run away deftly. 2 minutes was enough to make Miss Hermione glared at Luen. Don't you want to do it again? This is the gift I gave you. After speaking, Hermione stood up from Luen's arms, turning her head sideways and not daring to look at him. Actually, I've also thought about what I'm going to give you. Luen said softly. But Hermione, who had already guessed what he was thinking, hurriedly shook her head. You are not allowed to give me the same gift. She won't be fooled. That's a pity. Luen shrugged helplessly. While the two were chatting, Dumbledore rushed over with the professors. Oh my God, are you two doing this? Professor McGonagall looked at the pierced troll head and covered his mouth. I remember I said that wizards are not allowed to go out, didn't you two follow the prefect back to the lounge? The older Professor McGonagall asked angrily. No professor, it's, Hermione tried to explain for Luen, but the boy beside her stopped her. Professor, it's my fault, I shouldn't have dragged Hermione here on a date. Luen lowered his head appropriately, trying to make him look as if he had made a mistake. A date, a date. This is a woman. Professor McGonagall froze, but was interrupted before he could finish. Oh my God, great shape-shifting spell, let me see, an attacking spell. Little Professor Flitwick stared at the battleground. Especially the sharp blade that was still glowing with cold light, and the blind eye of the giant monster. If you're coming to Ravenclaw, you're going to be a master duel, Mr. Geralt. Hearing this, Snape, who had been standing behind Dumbledore, frowned. Don't bother you, I will train him. My Merlin. Professor Quirrell, who was late, also came to the scene, but when he saw the troll whose head was cut in half, he was dizzy to the ground. Quirrell. Luen frowned and looked at the figure lying on the ground, and resisted giving him Avada on the spot. Okay, be quiet. The most authoritative headmaster Dumbledore spoke. His kind eyes, full of wisdom, seemed to see through Luen. I know you're lying because I kicked Quirrell when I saw you running out. Seeing that Luen tried to rebut, but Dumbledore told everything he had seen. Needless to say, he did kick Quirrell as he left. Luen chose silence. And at the dinner, Miss Granger wasn't at the table? 55. Dumbledore looked kindly at the girl who bowed her head to admit her mistake. Mr. Geralt, your bravery is admirable. Dumbledore gave his assessment. Do I wonder if the Sorting Hat made a mistake and put you in Slytherin? 35. Dumbledore's words caught Snape's gaze directly. Even you want to dig my corner? Headmaster, I think Geralt is a perfect fit for Slytherin. Snape said sullenly. One or two, all with bad intentions. Luen touched his nose involuntarily as he looked at several professors who were fighting for robbing him. At this time, Miss Granger, who lowered her head, also leaned into his ear. I feel like you're a good fit for Gryffindor. I didn't expect that, even you want to dig me? Luen glanced at Hermione with wide eyes. Severus, you know I'm just joking. Dumbledore looked at Snape, who didn't look very well, and explained softly. No way, in the few days he observed Luen, it really didn't look like a Slytherin style. Went to Gryffindor's restaurant every day for dinner and was very friendly. These qualities are uncommon in Slytherins. Okay, let's talk about the punishment tonight. Dumbledore's words made Hermione look up. It's over, today it's her turn to be deducted. Luen doesn't matter, anyway, he made about 100% for Slytherin, what's the point of deduction? He didn't believe that the group of little snakes dared to have the slightest dissatisfaction with him. 20 points from Slytherin and Gryffindor for the two of you going out on your own. Dumbledore said the result. Hermione's body was shaky, she couldn't hear it. But for your bravery in defeating the trolls, the 2 academies will each receive 50 points. Happy ending, Dumbledore smiled slightly. You have to remember my gift. His voice was in Luen's ear, but Dumbledore didn't open his mouth to speak. Luen smiled and nodded. He will not forget the wool socks representing the family's sheep. Are you okay? You too, I hope what happened today doesn't happen again. Before leaving, Professor McGonagall gave a stern warning. Although these 2 smart, studious and gifted wizards are what she admires. But appreciation does not mean indulgence. Don't worry, there won't be another professor. Luen responded. You two are all right. At this moment, Fred and George ran towards this side with Harry Ronald. Done. Hermione looked at the uniformed little lion and thought desperately. Luen was holding back the smile on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, when Professor McGonagall saw the 4 figures, he was stunned for a moment. The 4 of you, each of you deduct 3 points. 35. After thinking about it too much, Professor McGonagall changed his words to a 3-pointer with some distress. This year's Academy Cup, Gryffindor is at the bottom again. After the thrilling scene happened last night. The relationship between Luen and Hermione is simply not hidden. When did the 2 of them get along so well? Fred looked at Luen and Hermione walking ahead holding hands and couldn't help asking his brother. How could I know? George rolled his eyes. Was it really okay to ask him such a question? But I know that if I were a girl blocked by trolls and a handsome wizard like Luen came forward when I was in danger, I would like him too. George shrugged and made an empathy. Although the hero saves the beauty is very old-fashioned, it is the most practical one. Nobody dislikes it. You're a pervert. 35. Fred took a few steps away from George. Every day is a Quidditch match. Today they came to the lawn by the Black Lake to practice their flying skills. As the backbone of the Gryffindor team, George and Fred will naturally meet on the field. However, this is not taboo for several people's daily practice. Nice weather today. Luen looked at the blue sky and said happily. Hermione glanced at the sky subconsciously and nodded in agreement. It was obviously still snow-covered yesterday, but today it has become sunny 570. A Quidditch match, are you sure you can win it? Feeling the warmth of her palm, Hermione asked softly, blushing slightly. Although Slytherin is going to fight Gryffindor this time, she should support Gryffindor. But not sure, after all, the seeker this time is Malfoy. 35. Luen explained to Hermione indifferently. It's not that he has a problem with Malfoy's ability, it's mainly that Harry's strength is not weak. It is absolutely impossible to just rely on him to score goals by himself. After all, a golden snitch can end the battle in an instant, and the rules are not reasonable. The golden snitch is so unreasonable, said Miss Hermione, who knew Quidditch well. As long as the seeker gets it, it directly negates the efforts of others. It would be better for everyone to grab the golden snitch. Our main purpose today is to help you learn to ride a broom. 35. Luen clasped Hermione's fingers with a backhand and said with a smile. It doesn't matter if he wins or not because he really doesn't care if he wins or loses. Don't you have to laugh when you play games? Rather than his training, it is better to help Miss Hermione learn the flying spell. The twins were training on the other side of the lawn, with Luen and Hermione across from them. Come on, continue today. After speaking, Luen handed the broom to Hermione. Hermione put the broom on the ground, and hesitantly chanted the spell, stand up. Soon the broom flew 90 degrees and landed in her little hands. Compared with the previous few times, this time has made great progress. However, in the eyes of the smart Hermione, this level is not the effect she wants. Don't worry, leave it to me. Seeming to see what Hermione was thinking, Luen nodded at her. Take off. After getting Luen's affirmation, Hermione no longer hesitated, and directly chanted the flying spell. Soon, the broom slowly flew off the ground with Hermione. It flew in one lap without incident. For example, the broom got out of control a few times before, and it didn't reappear. After a short flight, Hermione successfully landed in front of Luan. She breathed a sigh of relief, then showed a happy smile. "I made it," she said excitedly. You must know that she has practiced the flying spell for at least 7 or 8 days, and it is the first time that she can successfully land. The first few times, Luan made emergency landings with a spell stop. Looking at the happy girl, Luan walked over and stroked her brown curly hair, while Hermione narrowed her brown eyes comfortably like a kitten. "It smells good today too." Luan couldn't help but think. The next morning. Dad. As Quidditch's main chasers and seekers, Luan and Malfoy were up after 6. It was Luan's first time on a Quidditch field. It is still early, so there are not many people in the open Quidditch field. Luan and Malfoy followed one of Slytherin's seniors to familiarize themselves with the process of the game, and then went to the restaurant to eat. "Hey Gerald, are you still going to Gryffindor's table today?" On the way, Malfoy asked Luan. "Why, are you coming too?" Luan asked his good friend a question. Hearing this, Malfoy hurriedly waved his hand. "He didn't go to the table of the rascals at Gryffindor. Can you help me date the girl who rejected me last time?" Malfoy was silent for a while, and said to Luan. Luan was instantly refreshed when he heard this. "Why don't you ask yourself?" "Mainly because I only saw her once at this school." Looking at Malfoy's blushing look, it didn't seem like he was cheating. No, he remembered that Malfoy was in Snape's potions class with them. "You didn't listen to your last potions class?" Luan questioned. "What?" Although he didn't know what Luan asked about this, Malfoy answered honestly, "Last night I played games until 3 o'clock in the morning, and Professor Snape couldn't help falling asleep in his class. However, it was strange that Professor Snape seemed to punish me in that class." After speaking, Malfoy was also a little strange. "Yeah, it's so rare. During that class, Snape had been staring at Hallie, watching you wherever he was free." Luan thought silently. I really don't know if Malfoy will be broken when he finds out Harry's identity. "I'll ask you for help." Just asking a question, Luan, who is a good friend, naturally agreed. "Thank you Gerald," Malfoy said happily. "As expected of my good friend." Looking at Luan walking towards the Gryffindor table, Malfoy couldn't help thinking. Puff. After bringing Malfoy's words to Harry, he was immediately dumbfounded, and the milk in his mouth spurted out of his nose. Cough cough cough. "You mean, Malfoy wants to meet Harry?" Ronald asked in surprise. "Yeah, he specifically asked me to tell me something." Luan picked up a grape and put it in Hermione's mouth, completing today's feeding. "You have to give Malfoy an answer." Luan said, looking at Harry, who had no love for life, "It's not good to fish people like this." 99. "I'm not going." Harry wiped the milk-soaked lenses with a tissue and retorted loudly. After a few people finished breakfast, they went to the Quidditch venue together. When they got to the door, Luan and Harry parted ways. "He's going to the Slytherin's rest area to change into Quidditch clothes." Slytherin's jersey is a green robe with silver accents. There are also special wrist guards on the arms to prevent being hit by the quaffle. As a seeker, Malfoy was already in a hurry. Luan sat in the chair calmly. As the captain, Flint was explaining the tactics to the other players. The most skilled, Flint and Luan were the chasers to get the roaming quaffles to shoot. The tactics are simple and rude, no matter what method you use, you have to score goals, don't care whether the opponent will be injured or not. Luan listened and couldn't help yawning. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the game finally kicked off. As the players from both sides came out of the entrance, they immediately floated into the air and formed a good formation. Luan and Flint and an unfamiliar Rawl are the vanguards, at the front of the team. And Gryffindor chaser Luen only knows one of them, that is Lee Jordan's dream lover, Angelina. While the batsmen were the familiar twins, the two of them even amicably made a defiant move towards Luen. Wood, as captain, served as Gryffindor's defender, with Harry as the last seeker. Many acquaintances. Wood, who has also been in contact, is a man who loves Quidditch very much. You see him almost every day on the training ground. Relax, take the time to score, and don't worry about anything. Flint reminded next to him. Clear. Luen nodded. Okay, the players from both sides have entered the field, let me look at Slytherin's team. 39. As this commentary, Lee Jordan is a Gryffindor, so the introduction to Slytherin carries a lot of private goods. Slytherin is still captained by Flint as chaser, and the other chasers are Luen, Geralt and Rawl. Looking at Gryffindor now, Wood's position is still goalkeeper, this time the seeker has been replaced by the legendary Harry Potter. Lee Jordan was on the radio introducing the two teams fighting today. Hey, I heard Luen seems to be dating Gryffindor's jack-of-all-trades, so Gryffindor has a big advantage. Here we go, the classic Lee Jordan rumor. Luen glanced at him, the content of his eyes was indifferent. And Hermione, who was sitting in the Gryffindor auditorium, clearly felt a lot of eyes watching her. Hermione subconsciously tucked her head into the scarf to avoid the gazes. At the same time, he glared at Lee Jordan, the rumor spreader. After hearing that Luen was dating Hermione, many of the little wizards in the audience of Slytherin and Ravenclaw lost their dreams. Luen, who is not bad in appearance, has become the first choice for many people to have a crush on. However, they were heartbroken when they heard that their crush had a date goal. With a whistle, the balls on the ground flew. The golden snitch was the fastest one, and disappeared as soon as it was released. And a few quaffles are wandering in the center of the arena. Luen, the chaser, is all about getting these wandering quaffles into the Gryffindor's basket. Flint and Luen's brooms gradually accelerated, rushed into the center of the field and tangled with Gryffindor's chaser. With the facial features strengthened by the Dragon Slayer crystal, Luen noticed the quaffle behind Angelina at a glance. Luen launched a charge. No, why did you charge Angelina? Angelina, watch out Luen, watch out for the quaffle behind you. Lee Jordan shouted, directly disrupting the situation. Lee Jordan, shut up. As a Quidditch enthusiast, Professor McGonagall, an older catgirl, couldn't stand this style of commentary, and she shouted at Lee Jordan. Luen looked at Angelina, who reacted quickly, but had no choice but to break through from another direction. Angelina here. George shouted, the bat in his hand swung, and a huge quaffle flew towards Angelina. At this time, Luen, who had been looking for almost, lit up. Sorry, your ball is mine. 35. The broom passed over the sluggish Angelina. Luen directly stretched out his hand to hug the fast-flying quaffle, and threw it towards Fred with his backhand. 4 flowers. George, how did you lose the ball? 35. Fred complained, and then watched the flying quaffle about to stop it. However, the quaffle, which originally came in a straight line, turned directly when it met Fred and flew into the basket. Fred is stupid. What a ball is this? Having scored a goal, Luen turned to look for the other quaffles. At this moment, Lee Jordan let out an exclamation. It's the golden snitch. The golden snitch has appeared. Luen looked up, and saw that Malfoy and Harry, who had been prepared for a long time, began to fight. Malfoy, it's your responsibility to hold Harry, the snitch doesn't need him. 99. 0-0. Luen shouted at Malfoy, and whether he heard it or not, he turned and went to grab the quaffle. The game became more and more intense, with Luen and Flint joining forces. Slytherin and Gryffindor had reached 120:0. Snape looked at Slytherin as he scored more and more, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As long as there is no accident, this year's game is still dominated by them. The fractured Professor Quirrell was also present, but his arm was in a cast again and there was no disruptive behavior. And Malfoy, who had been chasing the golden snitch with Harry, had been obstructing Harry everywhere. No intention of chasing the golden snitch at all. Soon, under Llewellyn's attack, both Fred and George were afraid to swing their bats. Because every quaffle shot goes into Llewellyn's hands. It's over, you guys. Llewellyn smiled, and under Wood's desperate eyes, he threw the last quaffle into the basket. Since then, the current Quidditch competition has won consecutive championships with a Slytherin-crushing victory. And Harry was still glaring at Malfoy, who had been blocking him. If it weren't for Malfoy, he'd have the golden snitch long ago. Sorry Harry, I won this time. Malfoy sneered with a smile. Looking at Malfoy's damn-it face, Harry suddenly had an idea. Llewellyn's gift to him has never been used. This time the Quidditch match was still Slytherin victorious. Hermione, who was sitting in the Gryffindor auditorium, squeezed her little hand. Llewellyn's performance almost attracted the audience. Even Malfoy and Harry, who were performing the chase the whole time, couldn't steal the show. No way, Slytherin Seeker was just too steady. Malfoy wouldn't let Harry find a chance to get close to the snitch at all. In the end, the match ended again under Gryffindor's unwilling gaze. Back in the Quidditch locker room, all the players were cheering. Llewellyn took off all the armor on his body and changed back to the wizard's robe. Llewellyn, there's a Gryffindor girl looking for you outside. Rawle, who was also a chaser, suddenly shouted. This sound almost attracted everyone's attention to the past 600. It turns out that Lee Jordan didn't tell a lie. I see. After Llewellyn replied nonchalantly, he took his wand and walked out. When they came to the outside of the dressing room, standing in the wind was waiting for a little girl with brown curly hair wearing a scarf. Congratulations on your victory, she said happily. Shouldn't you be sorry for Gryffindor's failure? Llewellyn walked slowly, consciously clasping Hermione's little hand together. But I still think you're going to win. Hermione didn't fight back, only her cheeks were a little red. It turns out I was right. If Harry and the others knew what you said, it would probably be very uncomfortable. Llewellyn glanced at the depressed Harry in the distance and chuckled. Harry? I don't know him well. 35. Hermione shook her head, correcting Llewellyn's mistake. Compared to Harry and Gryffindor, she still had a lot of hope in her heart that Llewellyn would win. It's not about honor, it's just the heart. Looking at the girl beside him who was thinking of him wholeheartedly, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. Llewellyn slowly moved his head closer to Hermione, and under the other's dodging gaze, the two foreheads collided. It is a pleasure to meet you. Looking at the light blue eyes with a smile, Hermione was a little annoyed, reached out and pushed him, but found that it couldn't be pushed. It's full of people here, you should restrain yourself. You didn't restrain yourself last time. Llewellyn smiled pointedly. Hermione, who instantly understood the meaning, gave him 2 punches angrily. Superficial. Originally, the Quidditch match took place all day today, but due to the overall strength of Slytherin, Gryffindor was finished in just one morning. So in the afternoon, Llewellyn took Hermione to find the twins. They have to agree on what to use to open the store and how to market it. Hey, we were tortured a lot by you this morning. Seeing Llewellyn, Fred and George suddenly had a toothache. Almost every shot from their brothers was caught by Llewellyn, who was roaming and pitched. Even Lee Jordan wondered after the game if the two of them went to each other. Due to this overwhelming failure, Gryffindor's captain, Wood, adjusted his training 3 times a week to 5 times a week. After this failure, Wood, who has never won a championship, is completely crazy. Even the twins don't dare to dangle in front of him now, for fear that they will be pulled for additional training if they are not careful. It's not that you didn't pay attention to Llewellyn's position when you hit the ball, Hermione said, after watching the entire game. Flint and Roll have been interfering with the line of sight, and Llewellyn can't be seen at all. Fred said with a sigh. Blame can only blame the other side's cooperation is too good. No way. Don't look at me like that, I won't be participating in Quidditch next year. Looking at the melancholy twins, Luen scratched his head and said. What? Fred and George both thought they had heard it wrong. You won't be attending next year? Hermione also asked curiously. Well, this kind of competition is not interesting. Luen nodded. During the race this morning, he felt dizzy while riding the broom. If it weren't for his endurance, he would probably end the game. However, the heavier the dizziness, which means that the Dragon Slayer magic is rapidly increasing, and... Luen looked at the back of his hand hidden in the robe, and some blue scales had appeared on the white skin. That is the manifestation of Dragon Slayer magic. As the second-generation Dragon Slayer magician, he has no dragon seed in his body, so it should not be transformed into a dragon. But it is not surprising that some dragon features appear on the body. Just like the scale pattern on his arm. If you look closely, you can even see arcs that appear from time to time along the lines. He remembered that Laxus had the same on his arm, but only in a burst of magic. According to the records of dragon-slaying magic, this condition is called Thunder Scale, and it is caused by converting the skin into a dragon's physique. Only when he fainted as long as he stepped on the broom, it represented that he became the real Dragon Slayer magician. That's a pity. At this time, Fred said with some regret. But the corners of his mouth that kept cocking betrayed him. Luen retired this year, doesn't that mean that Slytherin has lost an important force? Although in previous years, when there was no Luen, they couldn't win against those little snakes. But not so weak. Yeah, it's a pity. Luen glanced at Fred and nodded in agreement. Have you figured out how to run Fairy Tale? Miss Heo.1 Minute, who was on the side, did not forget the matter of finding the twins this time. Don't worry, George and I have already thought about it. 35. For Luen's little girlfriend's question, Fred immediately replied. First of all, we can only sell at Hogwarts, and the rent of the shops outside is too expensive. No way. The two brothers have studied the rent in Diagon Alley in advance, and it is simply ridiculously expensive, and the house price in Nocturne Alley is still acceptable. But it's easy to be raided by werewolves and aurors by accident. So I can only do a simple sale in Hogwarts first. Wait until you earn enough money to rent a house in Diagon Alley. The two brothers spoke out their plans, and Luen nodded in agreement. It's up to you two. Days after a Quidditch match. Thick snow fell all around Hogwarts, and the weather was getting colder every day. Luen followed Hermione into Professor Flitwick's charms class. He had nothing to do, so he just followed Hermione to the class. A group of little lions and a group of little badgers are mixed with a small snake, which looks very interesting. There are also many people in Hufflepuff who know Luen, mainly because Luen is too famous recently. His dazzling skills in Quidditch, his handsome facial features, and his gentle and polite character all made him famous in Hogwarts. Especially the little witch, most of them regard Luen as the object of secret love. Why are they all looking at me like that? Luen noticed those fiery gazes, lowered his head and asked Hermione in a low voice. The eyes of those little witches made him feel that if they weren't in the classroom, they would probably jump straight at them. How could I know? Miss Hermione snorted softly, noticing some of the jealous glances. Why are you so popular with girls, don't you know yourself? Ask knowingly. 13 Looking at Miss Hermione's little head turned over because of jealousy, the corner of Luen's mouth smiled. He liked to see Hermione like that. So cute. I didn't expect you to come here to study. Harry and Ronald were sitting behind Luen. Ronald also quickly apologized to Hermione after what happened that night. Miss Hermione, who received one Luen, just happened to be in a good mood, so she accepted the apology. Luen, when will those fun cards be made? Ronald asked curiously, holding Scabbers who wanted to break free. Since the last time the twins gave Ronald and the others a science about the card game they were going to do, Harry and the two were immediately full of anticipation. Even Harry leaned over curiously. Although he lost to Slytherin in the Quidditch match, the match was just a match and did not affect Luwen's relationship with them. What's more, Luwen didn't break through the Gryffindor's team violently. But Wood was very hostile to him. Because the quaffle almost hit him in the face several times. That card will take a long time, at least the first set should be completed by the end of this semester. 35. Luwen said with some uncertainty after thinking about it. The technology on the Weasley brothers' side is ready, just a set of cards in his hand. But painting and dubbing all take time, and the Weasley brothers alone are not enough, and more people are needed. If you think about it, more than 100 gold galleons may not be enough. I heard that Professor McGonagall agreed to Fred's voiceover request. At this time, Hermione, who had the gossip, said suddenly. This news instantly attracted the attention of several people. Professor McGonagall actually joined? Harry said in disbelief. Professor McGonagall, who looks serious every day, is actually interested in these playful things. You may not know that Professor McGonagall has also won the Quidditch Medal of Honor for several years. Although Luwen is a little surprised, it is not difficult to understand. Yeah, I didn't expect Professor McGonagall to say yes. Hermione shrugged. I really don't know how the twins persuaded Professor McGonagall. Really curious. Creak. While a few people were chatting, the door of the classroom was pushed open. The whistling wind and snow blew into the room from the crack of the door, and the fire was shaky. Hermione's small head shrank into the scarf, and one of her small hands was held by Luwen in the large wizard's robe. Oh, sorry, I'm a little late. The little Professor Flitwick walked in with a large book and used his wand to remove the snow from his body. Gerald, didn't expect you to be here too. After taking his seat, Professor Flitwick was suddenly taken aback. He actually saw Slytherin students in Gryffindor's class. But when he saw Hermione sitting next to Luwen, a flash of understanding flashed across his face. I didn't expect these two talented little wizards to come together. What a surprise. Good morning, Professor. 35. Luwen said with a smile. Oh, good morning, sir. Professor Flitwick nodded. Today's spell is about an attack spell, which is also a harmless spell, the leglocking spell. Luwen and Hermione had already studied in the library, so this class was a bit boring for them both. Don't move. Hermione squeezed the hand that was about to move in the wizard's robe, her brown eyes half squinting. I just want to change the gesture. Luwen said innocently. What can he do? After all, he looked innocuous. I do not believe. Miss Hermione wasn't fooled at all. Okay, he doesn't move. Luwen yawned and looked at the window next to Hermione. But it was this sight that made him stunned for a moment. What did he see? The Weasley brothers were taking snowballs at Quirrell, who was running away. The white and solid snowballs slammed directly into the back of Quirrell's head. You guys, I'm going to tell your dean. Quirrell shouted 600 as he fled, his hands not tied with casts holding a purple hood to prevent it from falling. This is the only highlight moment for the two brothers, right? Knowing that Quirrell has the back of Voldemort's head, Luwen thinks you're not hitting the back of Quirrell's head, you're hitting his master. Hermione also noticed the snowball fight outside the window at this time. Professor Quirrell is pathetic. 35. Seeing Quirrell fleeing everywhere, Miss Hermione said sympathetically. Yeah, that's pathetic. Luwen nodded in agreement. How dare those humble mice? The dormant Voldemort was woken up by Fred's snowball. He has lived for so many years, when has he suffered this kind of grievance? Master, don't worry, Master, I already know the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell hugged the back of his head to avoid the flying snowball, and whispered in fear. Hurry up and find me the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort growled. Ha ha ha, Quirrell got beat. 99. George couldn't help laughing when he saw Quirrell running into the classroom in a hurry. Nice job. Fred squeezed another snowball on the side and threw it in George's face. Damn it. 66-39. Wait until the spell class is over. A few people went to the restaurant to eat together. Hey Luan, look this way. Luan had just walked out of the classroom when he heard a familiar voice calling him. He pulled Hermione slightly sideways with one hand, and a snowball flew past his side face. Ronald, who was following behind, didn't have time to dodge, so he could only watch the fist-sized snowball hit his face. Boom! Ronald directly hit the ball and fell to the ground. Pity. At this time, George and Fred, who were covered in snow, came over and said to Luan with some regret. You too. Ronald patted the snow on his face and stood up with Harry's help. If you want to blame Luan, if he doesn't hide, he won't hit you. Seeing Ronald was a little angry, Fred quickly shied away from the relationship. The two of them didn't want to go back and be scolded by their mother for this trivial matter. Luan, who was standing on the side, was speechless when he heard this. You two just beat Professor Quirrell away? Luan asked, holding back a smile. He was holding Hermione's hand even tighter. The two guys in front of them didn't know what was on the back of Quirrell's head, and were asking excitedly. You know the fact that Quirrell is a vampire? Vampire? Luan looked at Miss Master of Everything with a puzzled face, but Miss Master of Everything also shook her head blankly. Seeing the dazed expressions of the 4 elementary school younger brothers and sisters, Fred gave some popular science to them. Nothing more than that Quirrell came back a few months after leaving school like a different person and had a bad smell on him. Many people are speculating that Quirrell was assimilated by vampires. The turban on his head is proof that no one pays attention to their turban when fleeing. 35 Fred gave a direct guess. Sharp. One step closer to the truth. Luan silently gave Fred a thumbs up. There is no evidence of vampires under the hood, but Senior Tom, who is more terrifying than vampires. I really don't know what will happen when these two find out. Luan shook his head. By the way, tomorrow is Christmas, are your gifts ready? Both George and Fred have daily hints. I'm ready. Harry and Ronald said in unison. Mine has been sent. Hermione said softly, taking Luan's hand. Send it out. Harry looked at Hermione suspiciously. Why didn't I get it, did you get it? Several others shook their heads. Only Luan laughed. I got her gift. All right, stop talking. As soon as these words were said, the twins understood in seconds, and quickly skipped this topic. The two of them came to ask for gifts, not to eat candy. Are you coming for a snowball fight? Fred picked up a ball of snowballs and spoke to Luan. Okay. Luan raised his eyebrows and chuckled. After a while. You're cheating. Who uses a wand for snowball fights? 35. Fred shouted as he hid behind the snow wall he had built with the transfiguration charm. Outside the snow wall, Luan and Hermione were in a group, and behind them snowballs floated. Just like a barrage, under the command of the magic wand, the snowballs hit the two teams of Harry and Fred one by one. Don't you use magic too? Looking at the solid snow wall, Luan shrugged. It's not fair, both of your teams use magic. 95. On the other hand, Harry and Ronald, who were not proficient in magic, could only flee in the snow and rain. Who made the two of you not listen well in class? Miss Hermione used her wand to control the snowball and threw it towards Ronald, who was protesting. This is not something a first-year wizard can learn. The snowball fight in the square quickly attracted a large crowd of wizards, and even Malfoy and Crabbe joined in. Harry Potter, watch the snowballs. 35. Malfoy arrogantly pinched a few snowballs with his wand and threw them at Harry, the enemy of his life. Damn, it's Malfoy. Harry looked angrily at Malfoy, who was only aimed at him, and took off his glasses angrily. I must make you look good. A snowball landed on his face, making Harry firmer in his determination to use Mangekyō. As more and more wizards participated, Luan also found that something was wrong, and hurriedly dragged Hermione away. And the Weasley brothers are killing the quartet with their superb skills in the crowd. What they don't know is that a United States tabby cat is quietly staring at them. It's time to hunt. On the second day, Luan got news from a melancholy Malfoy as soon as he woke up. Gryffindor was deducted a full 30 points, and Slytherin was deducted 10 points for being short. And Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were also deducted more than 10 points. And everyone had to submit a Transfiguration lesson assignment to Professor McGonagall. Thanks to him running early yesterday. Looking at the frustrated Malfoy, Luan couldn't help thinking. But I didn't expect that Gryffindor would be detained so many people, which means that in yesterday's snowball fight, half of the people were Gryffindor. As expected of a brave little lion, really brave. Today is Christmas, and Luan threw a beautifully packaged gift box into a different space. The gifts from the surrounding friends are ready. When Luan walked out of the dormitory wearing a scarf, he found that Slytherin's cold lounge was already decorated with various gorgeous decorations. A small Christmas tree was in the center of the lounge, and there was a hanging, wang de jiao, on it. Several pairs of red socks. Luan wondered if he should take a pair and give it to Dumbledore. After thinking about it, forget it, after all, the little snakes are all up. I saw a bad impact. When I came to the square of Hogwarts, the huge Hagrid was pulling up a huge Christmas tree in the center. Floating charm. Luan went over and gave Hagrid a hand with his wand. Feeling the tree suddenly lighten behind him, Hagrid glanced at Luan gratefully. Thank you, kind little wizard. You're welcome, Senior Hagrid. Luan waved his hand and prepared to leave, heading to the Great Hall of Hogwarts. It used to be called a restaurant, but today it is an auditorium. Senior. Hagrid grinned as he watched the handsome little wizard leave. It's the first time I've heard this name. It feels really good. As time went by, the little wizards at Hogwarts Station all carried large and small bags and waited patiently for the train to start. As the train doors were opened, the wizards who couldn't wait rushed up. Luan and Hermione weren't in such a hurry. The capacity of the train is still sufficient, not to mention that a large part did not choose to go home, but stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas. After the two of them got into the car, they found an empty carriage at the very end. Luan put Hermione's luggage on the luggage compartment and sat directly opposite Hermione. The official departure of the train is still some time away. Luan looked out the window at the snowy scenery, thinking about what to buy when he got home. The first is Diagon Alley, and the materials for refining the elixirs and some precious potions must be prepared, which is a large amount of expenditure. And it just happened to drop by to Nocturne Alley to see Dash. He remembered that there were quite a few dark wizards opening shops, and the magic tools inside were also very interesting. Do you want to read a book? At this time, Hermione took out a record book, Sleeping with Werewolves, from her backpack and placed it on the table. In order to relieve the boredom of the journey, she specially borrowed it from the library. And she knows that Luan prefers reading these biographical books to boring knowledge. Bring me one. 35. Luan took the book and glanced at it. The author is Gilderoy Lockhart, still the liar who is good at using oblivion spells. Although it is a novel written by stealing other people's memories, the writing is unexpectedly good, giving people a feeling of being there. Hermione, who was sitting opposite, took a copy of The Book of Spells, and began to record Professor Flitwick's end-of-term assignments. A scholar is a scholar no matter where he is. Are you two here? At this time, a familiar voice sounded at the same time. Brother Fred was standing outside the carriage with George with his luggage. George was about to pull the door in but was stopped by Fred. Have a nice trip, you two. You too. Fred gave Luan a look and left with George. This time is not suitable for going in as a light bulb. And Miss Hermione stared wide-eyed at the twins leaving, and immediately knew what Fred meant. The glass of the carriage has curtains that can be drawn. It is not impossible. Thinking about it, she felt a little hot on her face. What's wrong with you? Lu-en, who was reading, looked at Hermione, who suddenly buried his head in the book, and asked. No, nothing. Hermione replied in a muffled voice. Lu-en touched the tip of his nose inexplicably. As the little wizards were all ready, the train began to whistle. A whistle sounded. The wheels moved slowly. Lu-en, who was sitting in the carriage chatting and reading a book, suddenly changed his face. The whole face became pale and weak, and the brain began to convey the feeling of dizziness to him. I'm motion sick. Although this day would come sooner or later, he did not expect it to be so soon. The Quidditch match 2 days ago has not had such a strong sense of motion sickness. Before he could think about it, Lu-en raised his head weakly and leaned his head against the window. The nausea from the feedback made him put the book in his hand on the table. Lu-en, what's wrong with you? At this time, Hermione, who had been sitting across from him, noticed that Lu-en's side was in a wrong state, and hurriedly changed positions and sat beside him. Motion sickness. Lu-en gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. As the train accelerated, he now felt that his strength was running out. Has the power of the Dragon Slayer crystal grown so fast recently? Obviously never used this kind of power. Motion sickness. Hermione was stunned. She remembered that Lu-en was not so strong when she took the train last time. Like this situation, she has only seen it once while on a boat. Don't worry, it's okay, just let me rest for a while. Opening his eyes and looking at the anxious girl beside him, Lu-en couldn't help comforting him. Just motion sickness. At most, he could hold on until the train stopped in the evening. Fortunately, he left the dormitory late and did not eat breakfast, otherwise he would have vomited all up. Flowers 0. Let me lie down. Lu-en, who was leaning on his seat, said weakly. To his astonishment, however, Hermione hugged his shoulders and pulled him over. The blonde hair was pressed against Hermione's legs, and the little witch didn't dare to look at Lu-en's suspicious gaze. I think you're more comfortable here. Really comfortable. Feel the softness under the head, Lu-en thought. The train starts to move. The scenery outside the window is very beautiful, the vast green lawn is covered with heavy snow, the flowing rivers are frozen into ice, and occasionally the smoke from the countryside can be seen. Miss Hermione was not reading because she was holding Lu-en to prevent him from falling. A pair of hands wrapped around Lu-en's shoulders, and there was silence in the carriage of the two of them. Only the clatter of the dashing train. After seeing the pleasant scenery outside the window, Miss Granger unconsciously put her eyes on Lu-en's face. At this time, Lu-en had closed his eyes, and the even breathing sound proved that he had fallen into a light sleep. The originally wrinkled handsome face slowly stretched out. For some reason, Hermione remembered the first time they met at the Oval-Lid wand shop. At that time, the little boy lying on her lap was using a wand to paint a beautiful golden tree with golden leaves. The golden sunlight outside the window fell on the side face, and that face attracted her more than magic. Thinking about it, Hermione couldn't help lowering her head, and the two foreheads slowly touched each other. You are mine. A soft muttering to himself, followed by a slow contact. After a long time, Miss Hermione raised her head blushing. And the corners of Lu-en's mouth, who was lying on his lap, could not help but lift up. Are you awake? 35. The keen Miss Hermione saw the smile on Lu-en's wet mouth. She questioned softly. However, the corners of Lu-en's raised mouth were pressed down in an instant. Really woke up. Thinking of that, Hermione pinched Lu-en's cheek. Let you pretend to sleep. As Lu-en's face kept taking shape in Hermione's hands. Finally he couldn't help but open his eyes. Into the goal, he saw the smiling face directly. It's really not difficult. Even motion sickness can't stop Luan's wild thoughts at this time. You're thinking something bad. Hermione noticed Luan's gaze, so she quickly covered the boy's eyes with her hands. Speaking of which, have you squeezed enough? Luan asked weakly. The means of transport are really unfriendly to the Dragon Slayer, and as long as they go up, they basically have little attack power. No. Looking at the boy lying in her arms, Hermione pinched his high nose again. She wants June 20th to take advantage of this good opportunity to squeeze enough. Feeling the touch on the tip of his nose, Luan sighed helplessly. If he could move, would he be so passive? It is estimated that Hermione has already surrendered. Seeing the threat in Luan's eyes, Hermione closed his eyes again. Go to sleep now. Cannot fall asleep. He was still a little sleepy at first, but when Hermione disturbed him, he immediately recovered. Come on, eat something. Hermione picked up the chocolate frog on the table and pinched it to Luan's mouth. Why does it feel so familiar? Luan hesitated. Then opened his mouth. The rich chocolate taste fills the whole mouth. Looking at Luan who was eating chocolate frogs, she suddenly understood the joy of feeding. When the Hogwarts train arrived at King's Cross, it was already evening. Luan walked in front with Hermione's suitcase, followed by Hermione, who was blushing and bowing his head. After the train stopped, his strength recovered. Because their carriage was at the end of the train, a group of little wizards were crowding the exit and couldn't get out. So Luan gave a good lesson to the girl who had been teasing him in the car. If you dare to ****** him, you must be prepared for revenge. Clearly, Miss Granger was not prepared for this. Platform at the train station. After receiving a letter from their daughter's owl, the Grangers were already waiting in the waiting area. After Hermione saw her parents, she quickly walked over with Luan. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, good evening. Luan handed the suitcase to Hermione and greeted the Grangers with a smile. The Grangers had known this polite little boy since they were in Diagon Alley, especially after learning that Luan was an orphan, and they even invited them to their home for the Christmas break. Thank you, but I still have things to do during the holidays. Ignoring the blushing little Hermione, Luan shook his head and declined the Grangers' invitation. Just a few days of vacation, he also has a plan of his own. Really, what a pity. Mr. Granger said regretfully. He and Mrs. Granger had a good impression of Luan, a polite, long and good-looking little gentleman. And he was very close to his daughter. Goodbye. Goodbye. After waving goodbye to Hermione, who was reluctant to leave after getting on the bus, Luan turned and left King's Cross Station. So how to go back? With my current physique, I'm afraid I won't get dizzy when I take a taxi. Moreover, in the case of Shenwei, he did not set the coordinates of his room, so he could not directly teleport to it. However, short-distance transmission is still possible. Luan looked at the burning clouds in the sky and thought. 9 p.m. In the dark room, a whirlpool suddenly twisted in mid-air, and a figure slowly emerged on the spot. It's finally here. 39. Since he didn't set the coordinates of his room, he could only use the short-distance teleportation of Shenwei to teleport all the way. No, I have to set the coordinates. 35. He rubbed his dry eyes and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Fortunately, the frog cub brought him the eternal kaleidoscope, otherwise he felt that his eyes were going blind. After the last time Hermione was in distress, Luan distributed the coordinates of the gods to the entire Hogwarts room, in order to urgently teleport. And now I'm just setting up my home. After setting the coordinates, Luan couldn't help lying on the soft sofa, looking a little tired. It would not be easy for anyone else to be dizzy in the car for a day, and to use Shenwei teleport continuously. After resting for a while, he threw the promised gift and the cards used to open the shop into the different space. Looking at the empty room, Luan shook his head regretfully. Still lacking some anger. In the next few days, he plans to go to Diagon Alley first, and then go to Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley is hidden in Diagon Alley, but unlike Diagon Alley, there are dark wizards, even werewolves and vampires in Nocturne Alley. But in the same way, some things that are not sold on the surface can be obtained in Nocturne Alley as long as you have money. Luan is going to Nocturne Alley to see what's going on. Listen to the Weasley brothers, there are many interesting magic props there. For example, 0.1 people wear shoes that will dance to death, coins full of curses. These stories that exist in fairy tales are real in Nocturne Alley. Only you can't think of it, there's no magic props they can't make. As for your own safety, Luan just recently lacked an experiment that would allow him to experiment with dragon-slaying magic. It was getting late, and Luan was lying on the bed in his pajamas after taking a shower. Recalling what happened on the train today, the corners of his mouth twitched up. Such a good life. Maybe it's a car dizzy for a day, plus the overuse of kamui. After lying down for a while, steady breathing sounded in the quiet room. Tomorrow is the time to go to Diagon Alley. The next morning. Following the route, Luan came to the location of the Leaky Cauldron. The location here isn't too far from where he lives, so it's quick to get there. Resisting the dizziness in his head, Luan pushed open the somewhat shabby bar. Since it was Christmas, the interior of the entire bar was changed, with streamers and jack-o'-lanterns hanging from wooden beams. After Luan walked into the bar, he could feel a few eyes watching him. Probably because of some doubts, how could a child come to such a place alone? Luan ignored those glances and walked straight to the wall leading to Diagon Alley. He took out his wand and tapped a few times on the bricks on the wall, as Snape handed it to him. Immediately afterwards, the entire wall began to deform continuously, and a gate made of stone appeared in place. After entering the door, the snow-covered Diagon Alley appeared in front of Luan. Today is the first day of the Christmas break, and there are many wizards shopping in the streets of Diagon Alley, each wearing a scarf and smiling. The Christmas atmosphere is still very strong. Luan was wearing 13 black trench coats today, not wearing Hogwarts wizarding robes, tightening the scarf Hermione gave him. Then walked towards the location of Gringotts. He gave all the money he took out to the Weasley brothers for business investment, so there wasn't much galleon on him now. Just go to Gringotts and take out some. Anyway, he has a lot of Jean galleon in it now. Under the gaze of those greedy goblins, Luan left Gringotts with 200 galleons. Those nasty goblins just want someone to save money, they don't want someone to take it out. It's their nature. After taking out the golden galleon, it's time to buy some herbal ingredients. Luan wandered around the diagonal streets and finally found a Giggs pharmacy in a corner location. Pushing open the door and entering the store, a foul smell came from the herbal store, making him pinch his nose. Bottles of feathers, scales, and teeth are listed on the high shelves, and many of them contain some precious potion materials. Looking at these materials, Luan's eyes lit up. With a general glance, the materials he needs are all in stock here. Good morning, sweet little wizard. 35. An apron-wearing Mrs. Giggs came over and greeted the little guest with a smile when she saw the door. Do you need any materials? She asked in a friendly tone. Healing agents, palliative agents, we have everything here. As Mrs. Giggs approached, the unpleasant smell she carried made Luan take a step back. Ma'am, here are the materials I need. Luan took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Mrs. Giggs. This piece of paper is full of dense material names, and buying all of them is definitely a huge expense. Mrs. Giggs took the piece of paper curiously, and the content of the material on it made her more and more surprised. As the owner of a herbal shop, her potion strength cannot be said to be very strong, but it is reasonable. With just this piece of paper, she was able to analyze the name of the magic potion that the little wizard in front of her wanted to refine. Veritaserum, Felicity, Beauty Elixir, Ecstasy. Each of these potions has its own difficulty and skill. Even if you let her refine it, there may be mistakes. This, Is this what you're refining? Mrs. Giggs asked curiously. No, this is for my brother's practice, I just came out to buy it. Lu-en lied. Really? Mrs. Giggs smiled when she heard this. That's right, after all, such a small wizard may not know what these materials are for refining, but his brother is really powerful, and he can even refine these potions. Definitely a potions master in the future. In here, I can sell you all except the materials for the love potion. Mrs. Giggs smiled at Lu-en. Ecstasy material? Lu-en was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Anyway, some of the materials for the ecstasy can be found in the Forbidden Forest. Then I'll have these, ma'am, Lu-en said to Mrs. Giggs. Please wait. After Mrs. Giggs finished speaking, she took a small box and put the materials that Lu-en needed into it. Because some materials could not be in contact with each other, there were 5 small boxes in total after finishing. Do you need me to make an appointment for Owl Express? Mrs. Giggs said kindly, of course, it's free. No need, ma'am, I will bring it back by myself. Lu-en took out 56 gold galleons and put them in front of Mrs. Giggs, then refused. After leaving the Giggs pharmacy with the box, Lu-en came to a relatively remote corner. After looking around, he found that there was no one around. He turned on the writing wheel and used Shenwei to store all these materials in a different dimension. All kinds of things have been stored in his different space, and now it is equivalent to an independent lounge. In the future, if the potion is refined, it can be refined directly in the different dimension. The crucible is all ready. After buying the herbs, it's time to give the gifts to Owl and send them to Fred. When all this was arranged, Lu-en was ready to head to Nocturne Alley. The entrance to Nocturne Alley was in a certain street in Diagon Alley, the Weasley brothers had told him. According to the drawing map Fred gave him, he finally saw a narrow passage in a dark corner. There are not many wizards in this area, and occasionally 620 will have a few wizards with black hats covering their faces hurriedly walking towards it. Seeing this, Lu-en also put on the wizard cloak with a hood he just bought to cover his face, and then walked in as well. Crossing the narrow road, there are mice on the ground one after another, and the unpleasant smell is like Mrs. Giggs' pharmacy. On both sides of the road, you can also see a few shaggy witches with a pair of cold eyes. He was staring at Lu-en's figure. Little wizard, what are you doing here? A hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind him, and a pair of dry hands reached out to Lu-en's shoulders. Lu-en turned his face sideways, and then the dragon slayer magic within his body burst out. A burst of electric arcs surrounded the black wizard's robes, and the dry palms were smeared by the arc before they could be retracted. Thunder Dragon's lightning is not something ordinary people can resist. Ah, my hand. The wailing sounded in his ears, and Lu-en glanced at the old woman who wanted to touch him. A black dagger fell from her other hand, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. Boring. Lu-en shook his head and walked slowly towards the depths. The only difference is that those eyes staring at him have turned into fear. As expected of Nocturne Alley, I encountered this kind of thing as soon as I entered. Nocturne Alley, as the largest gathering place for dark wizards, can be built in Diagon Alley with some ability. At least the Ministry of Magic has encircled here many times, but not once. Some magical props and precious materials that cannot be traded on the bright side can be purchased at Nocturne Alley. Even the various props made by some human organs are readily available. Lu-en wore a black robe and slowly passed the narrow and dark road. Nocturne Alley is here. This is a very desolate-looking street, dilapidated house numbers, crumbling houses. The unpleasant smell in the air made Lu-en frown unconsciously. Even with a mask on, he could smell the stench. The wizards wandering the streets are not at all surprised by Lu-en's costumes. Wizards like him are found on this street every day. After all, there are some deals that are invisible. Lu-en looked around, and unlike the many types of shops in Diagon Alley, at least half of them were selling magic items. There is also a part that sells materials for curses and potions. He remembered that his senior Tom used to work here, as if he was a props business. The owner of a shop that can attract talents like Tom Sr. to work part-time is probably a bit skilled. Luen wanders the dirty streets of Nocturne Alley. He stopped abruptly when he passed a huge shop called Borgenbach. Compared to other stores, this store is much neater on the outside, at least there are no holes or patches, and it is large. Borgenbach. Kind of familiar. Luen's pale blue eyes surveyed the good-looking store. With a sour sound, the door of the store was opened, and a wizard wearing a black hood came out holding a shrunken skull. After taking a look at Luen, he turned around and walked into a dark corner, and disappeared soon after. "Guest, come in and have a look." At this time, a hoarse and gloomy voice sounded, attracting Luen's eyes. "Oh, and a little wizard, which is rare." It was a messy-haired wizard who looked very old, with a chilling sneer on his face, and a pair of eyes staring at Luen's figure. "Mr. Borgen?" Luen glanced at the name of the store and asked tentatively. "You can call me that." Mr. Borgen gave a sullen smile. "Of course, you can also call me Caractacus Borg. Want to come in and see the merchandise?" As he said that, he picked up a bottle with a pink potion, and Luen's enhanced vision could see the text on it clearly. Ecstasy. Luen thought for a moment and walked in. If he remembered correctly, Senior Tom should work here. When he entered the store, he found Borgen leaning on the counter. "Need what?" He turned to reveal the merchandise behind him. On a mat in a glass case, there is a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards and a sluggish glass eyeball. Ferocious masks stared down on the walls, various human bones lay on the counters, and rusted, time-like instruments hung from the ceiling. There are enough things inside to make a child have nightmares every day, and it doesn't look like a serious place. How much was that bottle of love potion just now? Luen looked at Borgen and asked with a sneer. "Huh, I didn't expect a young wizard your age would need such a thing. You will definitely become an excellent dark wizard in the future." Bo-Jean jokingly said, and then extended 5 fingers. 50 galleons. A bottle of ecstasy actually costs 50 galleons. The corners of Luen's mouth twitched up. "Do you have a compound medicine here?" he asked again. "Compound medicine? That thing is very difficult to deal with." Bo-Jean said after a while, "A bottle of 170 gold galleons, it takes half a month to pick up the goods. Are compound medicines so expensive?" Even Luen, who had guesses in his heart, was surprised. "I have 3 bottles of compound medicine here, do you accept them here?" Returning to his senses, Luen looked at Borgen and asked softly. "Don't make fun of me, you brat, this is Nocturne Alley." Borgen frowned and glanced at Luen, thinking that the little wizard was sincere in making trouble. How could a little wizard have a potion, and no one would sell potions here except Severus Snape? Looking at Bo-Jean who was about to blast people, Luen waved his sleeves directly, and 3 bottles of viscous liquid appeared on the table at some point. And that look almost made Borgen pop his eyes out. Silent mantra, no, it's not important. This wizard didn't wave his wand just now. He saw it clearly. Casting spells without a stick. Even Bo-Jean, who has lived for so many years, has never seen such incredible ability. "Do you accept these 3 bottles here?" Luen asked. Bo-Jean, who came back to his senses, frowned and glanced at the little wizard in front of him. After hesitating for a while, he opened the compound medicine and smelled it. There is no problem with the taste. His brows stretched out. Then he took out a piece of paper and poured the medicine on it. After casting the spell with the wand, Borgen was finally verified. It is indeed a compound potion, 3 bottles, 400 gold galleons. Borgen gave the price. Deal. Luen didn't bother to haggle and bought it directly. With a heavy bag of gold galleons placed on the table, Luen put it into the alien space. Once again performed a hand in front of Bo-Jean. "Can I see your merchandise?" Luan asked Borgin, who was tinkering with the other 2 potions. Whatever. 39. Borgin, who was testing the quality of the potion, didn't have time to talk to him. There are very few compound medicines circulating in the market. One is that it is time-consuming, and the other is that the skills required are too cumbersome. Without detailed notes or teachers, it is impossible to make them. So far, the only person who sells this potion is Snape, who doesn't necessarily come every 6 months. Luan walked inside the store and looked around curiously. A white necklace was placed on a counter, and a warning sign was placed beside the counter. Beware, don't touch, has been cursed, has taken the lives of 19 muggles. A cursed necklace? Interesting. After taking 2 glances, Luan turned and walked to the other side. The king's withered arm, corroded bones, a cursed thumb. Most are used to hurt people. But after walking to the potion material, Luan suddenly felt the back of his hand get hot. He quickly opened his wide sleeves, and the thunder scales on the back of his hands began to emit magical blue light, accompanied by tiny electric arcs. Scales reappeared. No, the range of thunder scales is larger. The thunder scale that originally reached the wrist has now spread to half of the forearm. What happened? Luan muttered to himself. He could feel his magic longing for something. Thunderball, a magic item for storing lightning. At this time, Bo-Jin came over and explained to him. It doesn't do anything other than make you feel numb and relax. But if you break the ball, be careful to be struck by lightning. After listening to Borgin's explanation, a flash of understanding flashed across Luan's face. His own magic is eager to devour these thunderbolts. As the Dragon Slayer mage, everyone can devour the attributes that match their own to enhance their power. As the Thunder Dragon Slayer Magister, Luan saw the lightning ball, and the magic in his body began to surge involuntarily. Do you want to devour these lightning bolts? As for what Borgin said would be struck by lightning, it was a joke to him. Are thunder dragons afraid of being struck by lightning? How many galleons is this thing? Quietly retracted into his sleeve, Luan asked Borgin. So far, there are only a few things that have interested him, and this lightning ball is among them. A harmless item made by accident, a gold galleon. Bo-Jin put the compound potion in a cabinet next to him. Just treat it as a friend, and there will be potions that can come to me to sell in the future. His gloomy voice didn't change, he locked the cabinet and said to Luan. Luan was not polite, and put the lightning ball directly on the counter. Then I bought some ingredients to make the ecstasy, and a withered thumb. That thumb is a medium used to cast curses, but there is no such thing as curses at Hogwarts. In other words, there are basically few wizards who can use curses now, except for a certain talented and intelligent senior. His thumb had been in the store for several years, eating ashes in the corner. 620 inch, a total of 50 gold galleons. Borgin packed his things and put them in front of Luan. Too expensive, more expensive than the materials for his potions. You have to know that the material of ecstasy is not sold outside, it is a contraband. He deliberately emphasized the last 3 words. I can go and pick them in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Luan's pale blue eyes stared at Borgin, who was about to blackmail. The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts can be regarded as a natural herbal field. Although Luan has never been to it, he knows that the materials in it are readily available. Humph, you really fit to be a dark wizard. Seeing that Luan was unmoved, Bo-Jin snorted coldly and stretched out 3 fingers. 30 gold galleons, can't be less. These materials were brought back from the Forbidden Forest on my trustee. 39. Make a deal. 20 gold galleons were enough. Luan put the money on the table, then picked up the bag and directly stored it in the different space. Fun magic. Borgin glanced at Luan as he watched the material being sucked into the vortex. See you next time, Mr. Borgin. After buying what he wanted, Luan was ready to leave. Because it was already evening when I entered Diagon Alley, and now the sky outside is already dotted with stars. Tonight is the night of the full moon. Bo-jin glanced at the bright moonlight outside and smiled gloomily. Little wizard, be careful with the wild dogs roaming outside, I don't want the new supply to be cut off. After Luan went out, Borgin closed the door to the store. Wild dog. Full moon night. Luan looked up at the bright full moon in the sky, and his thoughts turned. Are there werewolves in Nocturne Alley? Combined with what Bo-jin said, Luan guessed the meaning at once. Standing on the deserted and dilapidated street, he found that the surrounding shops were all closed, and there was not even a candle in the room. It looks like there are really werewolves. Luan looked around and saw nothing but the sound of the breeze blowing the garbage on the ground. Fortunately, he has already set the spatial coordinates at home, and he can go back when he activates his divine power. What's more, Luan is also a little curious about those werewolves. Their saliva can transform a normal wizard into an insane werewolf. If it is just scratched, it will not turn into a werewolf, but the scars left will not heal. Luan stood there thinking for a while, then prepared to leave Nocturne Alley. Ugh! Just as Kamui was about to launch, a loud wolf howl made Luan look up. Under the full moon, an upright hairless werewolf was standing on a high roof, with a pair of vertical beast pupils staring at the prey below. There was a thick liquid flowing from the cracked corner of the mouth, it was bright red blood with saliva, and the sharp claws shone cold in the moonlight. Following me? Luan was stunned for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth, and directly took, dab, to cancel the teleportation of divine power. Now that he has been targeted, let's take a good look at what abilities the werewolf has. Seeing Luan's provocative smile, the werewolf's remaining sanity has been completely covered by animal nature. Roar! With a roar, the werewolf jumped out of the house and ran towards Luan quickly. Too slow. 35. In the eyes of the wizard, the speed is very fast, but it is not enough in front of Luan's kaleidoscope. Boom! The werewolf's running body was caught, it was a huge skeleton arm in black and purple tone, and the connection of the arm was exactly where Luan's body was. Susanoo. In the scarlet pupils, the three sickles slowly turned. Wow! The werewolf kept twisting his body, trying to escape from this huge palm, but to no avail. He didn't have Susanoo, who opened his eyes directly, and only one skeleton was enough to deal with a werewolf. Luan stretched out two fingers and pointed at the werewolf who was still struggling and wailing, and his body had been in a surging magic moment and activated instantly. Thunder. The simplest ability brought by Thunder Dragon Slayer Crystal is to control thunder and lightning anytime, anywhere. The golden thunder light fell from the clear night sky and hit the bone hand tightly. The dilapidated stone street was blasted into a big pit by this golden lightning. The werewolf in his hand was scorched all over, but he kept roaring. The thunder and lightning just now had completely aroused its animal nature. Any creature will choose to let it go when it has nowhere to go. Not to mention the werewolf who was originally a wizard. Not dead. Very good. Luan squinted at the scorched werewolf that opened his mouth and roared at him, controlling the huge bone hand and throwing it into the sky. Soon, the power of the dragon in the body erupted. Luan raised the corners of his mouth, revealing sharpened teeth, and the thunder scales on his arms shone with azure blue light. In this mode, he can feel that his power has been increased by about 4 or 5 times, but in this mode, Luan can only be turned on for less than a minute. But, enough. The 2 rows of sharp teeth opened slightly, and a flash of lightning gathered in the mouth. Thunder dragons, roar. The golden breath cut through the night sky, and the unstoppable force fell on the werewolf in midair. Boom one by one. After hitting the werewolf, Thunder Dragon's breath did not stop at all, and the werewolf whimpered directly through the dilapidated house behind him. A huge amount of dust was raised, and lightning flashed from time to time in the charred house. Luan can even see through the house across the street. This huge sound instantly awakened the dark wizards in this street. The first to open the door was the nearest Borgin. However, in the street, Luan has disappeared. There's only a mess all over the place and a werewolf who has lost half of his body and is charred. That werewolf hiding in Nocturne Alley, dead. Luan, who has returned home through Kamui, is sorting through his purchases today. Most are some herbs. After the alien space is sorted out, he will start refining some potions from tomorrow. The 3 bottles of compound potions sold in the Borkin store today made him 400 gold galleons, and the ingredients of the compound potions are less than 3 galleons, mainly because it takes a long time. Overall, the profit is still very good minus. And today he also experimented with his own power, Susanoo, and Dragon Slayer magic. It has to be said that the werewolf's body is still very resistant to beatings, and he can continue to howl after being struck by a thunderbolt, but in the end he was taken away by his breath. Is it innocent? The viscous liquid on the corner of its mouth has given the answer. The enhanced sense of smell allowed him to smell the bloody smell from far away. This is not something that an innocent werewolf can do, even if it has no human reason. But Luan looked at his arm at this time, and the range of the thunder scale increased a little after using the dragon power, but the thunder scale wouldn't show up if it wasn't used normally. Even the sharp teeth have changed back. Thinking of this, Luan took out the lightning ball he purchased. The arc is surrounded by it, and the hand feels numb when put on it, which makes people very comfortable. He touched it with his fingers, and the arc wrapped around his hand. Want to eat it? Luan hesitated, then swallowed it. As the incarnation of Thunder Dragon, it should be fine to eat electricity, right? After eating the arc, I felt a little full in my stomach. Can you really eat? Luan suddenly turned to look at the socket, then shook his head quickly. Such a dangerous idea cannot exist. The 2-week vacation passed quickly. Especially for Luan, who has been brewing potions. During the 2-week break, he has been brewing the raw bone spirit, and he has only made 5 or 6 pots until now, and the technique is also very proficient. He even made an improvement. Originally, the raw bone spirit tasted very bitter. He tried to mix it with some other herbs to make it have a sweet taste. Even the efficacy of the drug has been enhanced a lot. If you sell the formula to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries, it is estimated that you can make a lot of money. After packing up, Luan, who was wearing a trench coat and a scarf, found the spatial coordinates set at the station, and instantly activated his power. When he appeared again, he was already in a hotel near the station. Lamp Luan pulled his luggage and walked slowly to the station, when he was suddenly photographed. Have you a great holiday? Luan. Hearing this familiar voice, Luan laughed. Good morning, both of you, have you received the card I gave you? Of course, but we were traveling at the time, so we didn't have time to study. Fred shook his head regretfully. At that time, the whole family went on a trip, and the cards were mailed to their homes, which was a perfect miss. How about our present for you? George smiled. Great. 35 Luan nods, he's been receiving gifts from several people over the holidays. The twins sent him some fireworks, and Harry and Ronald each sent a set of biographical books, they heard from Hermione. And Hermione, who had already given gifts, gave him a scarf that looked a little ugly, which was the one he was wearing today. According to the twisted pattern above, Luan can barely tell that it is a little lion. Handmade, no doubt. Your scarf, it's quite interesting. Fred also saw the weird scarf at this time and said with a smile. Is this a puppy, so cute? George saw it too. It's a lion. Luan prompted. He also guessed many times at the beginning, and finally judged it through the tail of the pattern. Indeed a lion. Okay, let's get in the car, we may be leaving in a while. Fred greeted, and then took the two of them across the pillar. You two go first, I'll wait for Hermione. Luan waved his hand and said goodbye to the two. The guy who cares less about friends, go George. Fred reluctantly took George onto the train. Luan waited at the station for about 10 minutes before Hermione finally arrived with her luggage. After seeing the girl, his eyes lit up. Curly ponytails tied behind the head, light-toned sweaters, black-toned short skirts, and the most conspicuous white stockings. 4 flowers. Luan, 9. Hermione, who hadn't seen each other for 2 weekends, trotted over when she saw Luan. The 2 strands of curly hair left on his forehead swayed as he ran. "Good morning, Hermione." Luan subconsciously held the girl's hand, and then quickly released it after thinking of something. "It's okay, my parents are back." After Hermione finished speaking in a low voice, she took Luan's hand and clasped it together. "When did Miss Granger become so bold?" Luan glanced at Hermione, bowing his head with a smile. "Still the same habit as before. Come on, the train will start soon." 0. Before getting into the car, Luan glanced at Hermione's white stockings today, and couldn't help but praise his approach. Fortunately, he did not use Shenwei to go directly to school today, but chose to take the train with Hermione. This was also the first time, and Luan was looking forward to the next motion sickness. He picked up Hermione's luggage and walked inside the pillar, holding the girl's hand. On the Greenstone train platform, there are already quite a few wizards who are parting with their families. The 2 of them came to the end of the carriage with ease. Because there is usually no one to disturb here, after all, there are many places ahead. "Come in." After Luan put his luggage in the luggage space, he whispered to Hermione. Considering Luan's motion sickness, Hermione sat obediently on the same side of the seat. At this time she also found the scarf she gave to Luan. "That scarf. You did it?" Luan asked a question. Seeing Hermione nod, he smiled consciously. "I love so much. By the way, I'll leave it to you when I get motion sickness." He whispered in Miss Hermione's ear. I know." She hurriedly pushed Luan away, her ears were itchy and uncomfortable. If it wasn't for Luan's motion sickness, how could she be sitting on the same side? Who doesn't like white silk? Luan thought about it. Evening, inside Hogwarts. With the support of Hermione, Luan, who was holding his head, staggered off the train. I don't know why this time. When the train started, the dizziness quickly swept through the body, and it was more serious than the previous few times. Before he could even enjoy Hermione's white silk lap pillow, he passed out. This sleep went straight to Hogwarts. Give me a chance, I'm useless. Luan thought in disbelief. Are you okay? Hermione's brown eyes looked worriedly at the crumbling Luan. No, it's fine. Just let me slow down for a while. Luan was sitting on a bench in the street, looking up at the sky with burning clouds, and couldn't help thinking. Is it because of the growth of thunder scales, the resistance to vehicles is weaker? After all, during the 3 weeks of vacation, the thunder scales on his arms have grown to his arms, and will soon cover the entire arm. The more I think about it, the more this is the answer. Do you want to stop taking trains during the holidays? Go straight back to Shenwei. However, as soon as the idea came to his mind, Luan glanced at Hermione, who was by his side. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Come on, let's go to the auditorium for dinner. 35. After regaining some strength, Luan turned to Hermione. This time they did not go by boat, but chose to walk across the path on foot. There are many little wizards on this path who are unwilling to take a boat. After all, the Black Lake at night is really scary and sparkling, and there are many dangerous magical creatures hidden in the Black Lake. It's not far from the train station to the gate of Hogwarts, and chatting while walking, soon reached the gate. Gryffindor's table. Long time no see, Harry. 35. Luan greeted Harry, who was having dinner. Welcome back, Luan. Harry's eyes lit up when he saw it was Luan, and then he walked quietly beside him. How long can one drop of the potion you gave me last time last? Luan glanced at Harry after hearing the words, not understanding why he asked this. 1 drop for 12 hours, what's wrong? It's okay, I'll ask. 35. Harry's eyes flickered a little, and he hurried back to his seat. Luan's pale blue eyes stared at Harry, who was clearly in trouble for a while, then shifted his gaze. How to use the potion is Harry's business. After all, it has been given to him. Even if it is used on Ronald's body, he can't control it. Just don't use it on him. Come on, open your mouth. Under Harry and Ronald's complicated eyes, Luan put a piece of watermelon to Miss Granger's mouth. Someone. 35. Hermione's pretty eyes dodged slightly. Someone. Luan glanced at Harry and Ronald, who immediately bowed their heads to eat. Okay, no one's watching now. Ronald and Harry, who bowed their heads to eat silently, didn't eat a single bite, but they couldn't eat any more. Feel full. On the first night back at school, Luan invited Hermione to a quiet place with few people on a date. The shy Miss Hermione hesitated for half a second before agreeing. Is this what you call a date? Looking at the table full of books, Hermione couldn't help squinting at Luan. With a look of confusion on his face. You two are really diligent, come to study as soon as school starts. At this time, Mrs. Pant stopped by the two of them with a book, and could not help but sigh. Good evening, Mrs. Pins. Luan greeted politely. And Hermione stared blankly at the notes placed in front of her. This notebook is the improvement method of various potions recorded by Luan in the past 2 weeks, such as the taste improvement of Sharingan. This note can be said to be very meaningful in some ways. Even she felt a little weird. But, aren't you dating now? This is not a date. Miss Hermione bared her teeth and looked at Luan with a ferocious look. Quiet space, and it's just the two of us around. Luan said, and realized that Hermione's eyes were not right. My fault, let's go on a date by the Black Lake tomorrow. When Miss Hermione was about to approach, Luan quickly changed his tune. Tomorrow afternoon. Miss Hermione demanded. But there is class tomorrow afternoon. Of course I can skip class too. Luan thought about it for a while and found that tomorrow afternoon's class is a history of magic class. Only then did Miss Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Then picked up the notebook that Luan handed her. There are many improvement techniques above that she doesn't know the principle. You are so amazing. She exclaimed. The compliments from Miss Hermione made Luan very useful. You don't even look at who I am. This is what he accumulated day by day in the library all day long. He had never worked so hard in his last life. While the two were studying, 2 familiar people suddenly came to the library, Harry and Ronald. How did the two of them come to the library? Hermione asked suspiciously. Brained? Luan and Hermione sitting in the corner were immediately discovered by Harry, and he hurried over. 3-headed dog? Luan listened to Harry's words calmly, while Hermione was not so calm. You mean in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, Headmaster Dumbledore keeps a 3-headed dog? You must know that she has been to the forbidden area on the 3rd floor with Luan, and also found that it can reflect the scene after she and Luan got married. The tips of her ears turned red just thinking about it. And Luan touched his nose. He had been there once before the holiday, and the mirror of Erza had already been replaced by the old bee. How did you two know there were 3-headed dogs in that place? Luan asked curiously. At that time, he wanted to go inside and feed the 3-headed dog a Momotaro rice ball, but he forgot about it later because he was too busy. I was chased by Erky for 0.1 fee during the night tour. Harry was not ashamed. Night tour, no night tour, is it still Gryffindor? So you suspect that the 3-headed dog is guarding something? Do you still want me to visit with you? Luan looked at the two with a foolish look. We just want you to find a way to get into the secret door below. Harry said helplessly. I was being chased by Filch when I saw Professor Quirrell come out, and Snape was fighting with him. And for some reason, the scar on my forehead hurts when I see Quirrell. 5. Saying that, Harry covered the lightning scar on his forehead. Hearing this, Lewin couldn't help but glance at Harry. You are the Voldemort automatic detection machine. I don't have time to accompany you on an expedition now, why don't you ask Hagrid? After listening to Harry's words, Lewin gave him an opinion. Hagrid is familiar with all kinds of magical creatures, and you might as well ask him for a solution. 35. After all, the three-headed dog was kept by Hagrid, but was brought back by Dumbledore to guard the basement. As for why Snape and Quirrell would fight, Lewin was more concerned. Aren't you too afraid of being deducted? Hermione raised her head and looked at the two authentic Gryffindors in dissatisfaction. What are you afraid of? It's almost a negative number now. Ronald couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this. Points were deducted by Snape every day, and this class of Gryffindors was almost on the verge of having the lowest score in history. If there are more points, they will be more afraid. But it's almost a negative number, and it doesn't matter if the deduction is deducted or not. Seeing the disapproval of the two, Hermione gritted her teeth angrily. He simply hugged Lewin's arm and stopped talking. No matter how she tried to save it, she couldn't save the Gryffindor who fell into the abyss. She was tired, and she was 13. Okay, then I'll ask Hagrid tomorrow. After listening to Lewin's opinion, Harry nodded. Hagrid's knowledge of magical creatures, he had also heard from seniors. After all, Hagrid had lived in the Forbidden Forest for decades, and no one in Hogwarts knew biology better than him. You Gryffindors, keep your voice down. Mrs. Pants, who was sitting in the center of the library, shouted softly towards Lewin. Be careful, I tell Professor McGonagall. 99. Inside Slytherin's dormitory. Lewin yawns and pushes the door in. The first thing I saw was a happy Malfoy. I saw Malfoy reading and laughing on the bed with a letter in his arms. What's wrong with you? Lewin asked curiously. It was the first time he had seen Malfoy like this, as if he had been given a beloved toy. It's Hallie wrote to me. Harry? Lewin wondered. Harry's letter, what are you happy about? It's not Harry Potter, it's Harry Geralt. J. Geralt? Lewin opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the excited Malfoy. Who is Hallie Geralt? How come he, Lewin Geralt, has never heard of this character? Lewin was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly remembered that Harry had asked himself about Mangekyō today. No way. It's that little witch with glasses that sat next to you last time. Malfoy asked Lewin, don't you remember? 99. I remember a ghost. I didn't expect it to be Harry. Lewin looked at Malfoy happily reading the letter and couldn't help feeling pity. I really don't know if he will kill himself when he finds out that the other end of the letter is Harry. I remember what she did. Lewin didn't want to ruin Harry's good deeds, so he simply lied. But why did Harry name him Geralt? He doesn't understand. You really don't remember such a beautiful little witch? Malfoy said incredulously. She's the prettiest witch I've ever seen in Gryffindor. Fart, Hermione is the best looking. Saying this, Lewin was no longer sleepy, and took out his wand and pointed it at Malfoy's head. Say, who is the prettiest? G. Granger. Malfoy swallowed and looked carefully at the wand on his head, for fear of an accidental accident. That's right. Hearing the answer he wanted, Lewin nodded in satisfaction, retracted his wand and patted Malfoy on the shoulder. Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he seemed to remember the magic that Lewin cast on him on the boat. It felt like life was better than death. I wish you a happy relationship, my friend. After speaking, Lewin lay down on the soft bed and went to read. He hadn't finished reading some of Harlot's books. Those adventurous stories are thrilling, and the knowledge of various monsters and potions is very detailed, and it can be regarded as a useful travel book. Speaking of which, the frog cub should be back tomorrow, right? Luan glanced at the date on the photo, and it was indeed coming back tomorrow. Really looking forward to bringing back something good. The next morning. After the charms class, Harry stopped Luan and Hermione. "You want me to go with you to find Hagrid?" Luan looked at Harry incomprehensibly, hoping he could give an explanation. Hermione promised to go. Ronald interjected. Luan turned his head to look at Hermione, and saw her nodding lightly. "Enough reason, let's go." When the words fell, Harry and Ronald nodded to each other. After getting Hermione interested in manuscript studying magical creatures, Luan was sure to follow along. Harry was deliberately trying to pull the two of them in. After all, the brains of him and Ronald are really not good. And Luan's strength is strong, and even Professor Flitwick will praise his IQ, so naturally it will not be much worse. With him there, two people can feel more at ease when exploring. By the way, who is Hallie Gerald? Halfway through, Luan suddenly asked Harry. Is the name? Let Harry's body twitch. Malfoy let you read the letter, he asked quietly. That's not true, he just said something. Luan shook his head. So what do you want to do? After hesitating for a while, Harry glanced at Ronald, who was leading the way, and at Hermione, who was eavesdropping on Luan's arm. I want to ask him out, and then? 623-inch Hermione questioned. I haven't thought about it yet. Harry shrugged and whispered. Maybe you can pretend to try to date him first and then change back to Harry when he's in love with you. 99. Luan had a bad idea on the sidelines. Harry glanced at Luan helplessly. What's the idea? Several people discussed how to make Malfoy even more desperate. Finally Hermione came up with a method. Why not make Malfoy a girl too? The idea was instantly accepted by Harry. I'm going to put a whole bottle in his mouth. Imagining that scene, Harry felt relieved. In front of Hagrid's hut. With the knock on the door, Hagrid opened a corner of the door, revealing a head looking at the little guests outside. Long time no see, Hagrid. Harry greeted with a smile. Oh, long time no see, Harry. Hagrid was happy to see Harry, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Can't we go in and talk? 55. Looking at the blocked door, Harry questioned. No, this room cannot be entered now. Hagrid shook his head quickly and refused. I saw a fire dragon egg. 35. At this time, Ronald saw something on the table through the corner of the window. He shouted excitedly. Shudash! Shudash! Hearing Ronald's exclamation, Hagrid immediately widened his eyes and quickly shut them up. Cool, Hagrid, how did you get this dragon egg? Ronald asked Hagrid in surprise. After graduating from Hogwarts, his brother Charlie went to Romania to study dragons. Every fire dragon is a very dangerous magical creature, and the materials on them are also very precious. Therefore, the price of a fire dragon egg circulating on the black market is very expensive. Forget it, come in and talk. 35. Hagrid glanced at Ronald dejectedly, not knowing how this kid recognized him, and finally let a few people in. Hagrid's hut was small and messy, and a dragon egg the size of a patterned head was placed in the middle of the table. You can't tell anyone about this, especially Headmaster Dumbledore. Hagrid raised a serious face and warned the little wizards. If it was known that he was raising fire dragons in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, I am afraid that even Headmaster Dumbledore would not be able to keep him. At some point, he can only live on the streets. Thinking of this, Hagrid hurriedly shook his head. This was too terrifying. Don't worry, Hagrid, our mouths are tight. Harry and Ronald nodded quickly and agreed. And Hermione and Luan, who were curiously researching dragon eggs, also nodded. Don't worry, only a few of us know about this. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the answers from the little wizards. He took a plate of cookies from the stove and put it on the table. I just baked a pancake, do you want some? Rock pie. After so long at Hogwarts, it was the first time a few people had heard of this food. It's hard. 35. Harry and Ronald took a hard bite when they felt like their teeth were almost shattered. Even Hermione took a bite, but failed to bite. It made her wrinkle her beautiful little nose. Ordinary taste. Luan took a big bite out of it, crunching in his mouth, and even gave a comment. With teeth as hard as a thunder dragon, I am afraid that he can crunch even steel, not to mention rock skin cakes. Yeah, I feel pretty good. Hagrid has an impression of Luan, because he is a little wizard who calls him senior and helps him, so he has a lot of goodwill. Some butterbeer. Oh, forget you're all first-year students. Just as Hagrid took out a bottle of beer, he suddenly remembered that several people were not in the 3rd grade, so he quickly changed his tune. By the way, Hagrid, do you know the 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor? Passing the rock skin cake that couldn't be chewed to Fanya, who was wagging his tail next to him, Harry finally revealed his purpose this time. How do you know about that 3-headed dog? Hagrid froze, staring at Harry with wide eyes. There's no magic stone hidden there, so don't take the risk. 35. Luan and Hermione heard the alchemy stone and looked up at Hagrid, who had covered his mouth. Did not say anything. Nicole Lemay. 55. I think I've heard this name somewhere. On the way back, Harry couldn't help muttering to himself. As soon as they said one sentence, Hagrid explained everything at once, and in Hagrid's mouth, the Philosopher's Stone belonged to Nicole Lemay. And Nicole Lemay made the elixir of immortality by relying on that magic stone. Nicole Lemay seems to be a friend of Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione, who was walking behind, whispered to Luan. The two of them would go around the Forbidden Books area when they were free, and Hermione had just read the biography of Nicole Lemay. But why put the Philosopher's Stone in the basement and let the 3-headed dog guard it? She doesn't understand. Do you remember Professor Quirrell we saw that night? Luan pondered for a while and said. He was very interested in the elixir of the Philosopher's Stone. Nicole May, who made this potion and things like the Philosopher's Stone, is also a legend. You mean, Professor Quirrell wants to get the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione remembered. Maybe a senior wants to. 35. Luan muttered. If remember correctly, Voldemort needed the power of the Philosopher's Stone to restore his body. Looking at Harry, who was still thinking hard in front of him, Hermione told him that he might as well go to the forbidden area and look for it. Then the two separated at the fork in the road. He promised Hermione to go on a date yesterday, and as for the afternoon class on magic history, he would just skip class. He brought Slytherin enough to dunk anyway. On the edge of Black Lake. Luan was lying on the lawn, looking at Hermione, who was studying with Hagrid's manuscript, speechless. I skipped class to date you, and you're here reading the manuscript? In Hagrid's manuscript is too detailed for magical creatures. Although the characters in this manuscript are a bit ugly, they can still be read. Hermione turned her head to see Luan, who was half squinting at her. It was only then that she remembered that the two were on a date. Are you angry? The girl raised her lips and asked. It's one word. Luan hadn't finished speaking when he saw Hermione leaning over directly, brown curly hair tickling across his cheeks. Split in a split second. Can you do it again? Luan touched his lips and chuckled softly. Just think about it. Hermione's good-looking brown eyes were smiling. The ripples of the lake water rippled, and owls cut through the blue sky and flew to the distance to deliver letters. The dating time always passed quickly. After the two held hands and circled around the Black Lake, the night had replaced the setting sun. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, what do you want? When the stairs parted, Hermione suddenly took a step back, watching the Luan garden approaching vigilantly. Think. Luan took a step forward, this time Hermione didn't step back. Their foreheads touched, and the scent of curly jasmine flowers wrapped around the tip of his nose. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Hermione blushed and ran away. Looking at the fleeing back, Lu-en laughed. The paintings hanging high on the wall also looked at this side curiously, and gave their blessings one after another. After separating from Hermione, Lu-en walked down the stairs to the Slytherin lounge 1 floor below. On the way, he also met Peeves, who was pranking the mural with a paintbrush. "Go away, you nasty Peeves. Ha 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 ha, today I must draw a few scars on your face." Peeves laughed arrogantly, looked at the panicked girl in the painting, and sarcastically said, "Where do you think you can go?" About Peeves' bad pranks, even the first-year students who just joined know. Therefore, ordinary little wizards usually walk around when they see Peeves, for fear that they will be targeted by this annoying ghost. But Lu-en is different. Since the last time he used illusion, Peeves has always run away when he sees him. Footsteps were noticeable in the silent staircase, and Lu-en smiled as he watched the mischievous Peeves in midair. Red-eyed Lu-en. At this time, Peeves also found Lu-en, who was standing below looking at it, and it exclaimed with wide eyes. Then, under the surprised gaze of the girl in the painting, Peeves burrowed into the wall. It was the first time she had seen the lawless Skin 623 skinned devil look like this. Unexpectedly, apart from the Bloody Barrow and Dumbledore, it also has feared people. "Thank you, little wizard." The girl in the painting performs an aristocratic ritual towards Lu-en. "Nothing." Lu-en shook his head, then turned away. He didn't expect that the last illusion would bring such a big shadow to Peeves. When they arrived in the dormitory, Malfoy and Crabbe had not returned yet. They should be talking about family ideals with the pure-blood wizards in the hall. Lu-en took off his wizard robe and put it on the hanger, picked up a Lockhart book and sat on the bed. He looked at the biography and quietly waited for the return of the frog cub. It was almost 11 o'clock. A crisp frog croaking sounded in the dormitory, and Lu-en quickly turned his head to look. The frog cub, which has not been seen for a long time, finally came back with something. He placed the food prepared in advance in front of the warm nest, and then rubbed the frog cub's head with his index finger. "Cuck. Shing, dab, is hard work." 95. The frog cub put the lotus leaf hat on the table, and did not start to eat, but untied the package behind him and placed it in front of Lu-en. "This is 39. Lu-en looked curiously at what was in the backpack. It was an octagonal stone charm with a pattern similar to a horse's head carved on it. "This is the 12 spells of the Lord." Lu-en opened his eyes wide, remembering the origin of these spells. But what power does the horse charm represent? The only thing he could remember at the moment was a dog spell representing immortality. Few of the abilities of other spells are remembered. The horse spell of the 12 spells, a special product from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. Effect: the horse charm represents healing and restoration. It can enable the holder to remove all abnormal effects caused by external forces in the body, and at the same time ensure that they will not be corroded by external forces. Usage: if you don't have the dragon body of the Holy Lord, you can choose to make it into a pendant and wear it. Healing all diseases. Lu-en wondered why he thought of his own motion sickness side effects. After all, motion sickness is an external force, and I don't know if it can be cured. Leaving aside other abilities, the horse talisman's ability is simply a magical skill, and it can cure any disease, even if you have cancer. If this kind of thing spreads out, it will definitely cause a strong sensation. No one wants to get sick, no matter what it is. Lu-en held the horse charm in his hand, and suddenly, the charm in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, he felt that his body seemed to be a lot more transparent. "I was treated." Lu-en was stunned. Why didn't he know what was wrong with him? Is it a symptom of motion sickness? Lu-en wanted to try it, but the magic broom was not kept in the bedroom. And it's time for a quiet school outside, so there's no reason to go to a special test. Forget it, try it on the lawn tomorrow morning. Luwen muttered to himself. At this moment, Malfoy and Crabbe walked in with smiling faces. Luwen took a look and stopped paying attention. A poor man who was deceived by a man. Speaking of which, Harry seems to be trying to turn Malfoy into a woman. Thinking of this, Luwen couldn't help but glance at Malfoy. Guess it's a blonde dog. So weird, so weird. Tomorrow night, Harry is asking me to go on a date in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor. Malfoy boasted with excitement. This dorm is Luwen except for Crabbe, so obviously Malfoy wasn't talking to Crabbe. Showing off to me. Luwen used his wand to conjure a suitable rope for the horse charm and put it around his neck. Good luck to you and Harry. Remember not to get caught by Filch. Luwen lightly sent sincere wishes to his good friend. Harry really does nothing. Look what Malfoy has been fooled into. He thought to himself. Don't worry, I have figured out Filch's trajectory in advance, he will not catch the two of us. Malfoy said confidently. Luwen yawned, then touched the frog cub who was sleeping after eating. It seems that since he came to Hogwarts, what Frog Kid has brought back has become more and more valuable. Just like this horse charm in his hand. If it is true that all diseases can be cured, then the wizards who have become werewolves. Thinking of this, the corners of Luwen's mouth twitched. As long as he treats those werewolves well, he can definitely gain a lot of followers. You must know that there are so many werewolves forced to become werewolves in this world that the werewolves who have no money to buy wolf poison medicine can only suffer. But rich werewolves are still a minority. Luwen has plans for the future. Not long after, the empty notebook was filled with words. This way, this way. In the blue sky, 2 figures were chasing closely. Luwen half squinted his eyes and looked at the petite figure in front of him. I don't feel it anymore. No dizziness at all. Sure enough, as he expected, the horse charm has completely cured his problem. The strong wind blew Miss Hermione's brown hair in a ponytail, and Luwen followed closely behind the girl. The weather was perfect, and today was another weekend off, so the two of them came here to practice the flying spell. Clearly, after so many days of hard work, Hermione's flying charm was very proficient. Call. As the broom landed, Hermione immediately jumped off the broom and looked at Luwen, who landed behind her with joy. How about it? Luwen also came down, put the broom away and asked Hermione. You didn't catch up to me just now. Hermione's mouth curled in response. The meaning to be expressed is very obvious, her flying spell is stronger than Luwen. Your flying spell is better than mine. Luwen didn't refute either, shrugged and followed Hermione's words with a smile. Luwen. Suddenly a voice in the sky was calling his name. Luwen and Hermione raised their heads, and in the dazzling sunlight, Fred and George were flying over in their Quidditch uniforms. Why did the two of them come here? Hermione murmured a little emotionally. The rare 2-person world was destroyed like this. Miss Granger was in a very depressed mood. Luwen glanced at Hermione, who was a little regretful, and reached out and clasped her little hand together. What's the matter with the two of them? 35 Luwen comforted, it should be the card issue of the store. After asking, let's go to the Black Lake to take a boat. 99. By boat. Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, and before she could ask, the Weasley brothers had arrived. What's the matter with you two? Luwen said and raised 2 interlocking hands, the meaning is obvious. It's a card. Fred shook his head helplessly. Fred and George would like to ask if they always look so sweet every time they see them, won't they get tired of this? And what does it mean when these 2 people look disgusted? George took out a card with a green skin orc and handed it to Luwen. The 2 of us even ran away from Wood's training, just to tell you about it. 55. Fred raised his wand and tapped the card. Soon, a green orc with a wooden stick appeared in the air and let out a roar. We specifically found the dubbing of the troll, and it seems to work pretty well. Are you all done? Luan looked at this card curiously. Both the drawing and the dubbing were perfect. If this set is made, then it can be sold. The first set is naturally Dumbledore's. No, we have only researched this one in the past 2 days, and it is still far from it. 35. Fred shook his head and explained. Because it takes a long time to find the material for painting and dubbing, but if you find it the first time, the second time will be much more convenient. It will take about half a year to complete that set. 99. George took over and continued. Half a year. I didn't expect that the workload would be so large. After all, he didn't participate in the production. Come on, you two. Luan thought for a while and then said, in terms of price, try to lower it as much as possible. After all, there are not many rich little wizards in Hogwarts. It would be nice to have 1 gold galleon for 1 month's pocket money. As for Harry, it was purely a family legacy. No one else can compare. After sending off the 2 twins, Luan pulled Hermione to the edge of the Black Lake and found an idle wooden boat. Didn't you always want to take a boat? Let's try it both. Luan said and walked into the boat under Hermione's suspicious eyes. The boat swayed around on the sea, making a circle of ripples. Seek flowers 0. Aren't you seasick? Hermione asked with wide eyes. Mingming was seasick and train-sick at first, and that appearance was not at all pretended to be. How is this going? She also followed into the boat, and the two sat facing each other. Seeing Hermione's beautiful eyes squinting involuntarily, Luan reached out and took out the horse charm on his neck. It was just a spell, and Hermione was the person he trusted the most, so there was nothing he couldn't say. Can cure all diseases. Hermione immediately opened her eyes in wonder after listening to Luan's explanation. Does this little charm actually have such great power? Certainly, my seasickness was cured by it. Luan put the horse charm back. But I need to wear it all the time, otherwise I will still faint. After hearing Luan's words, Hermione was a little moved. With the cleverness of Miss Hermione, she also knew what kind of uproar this horse spell would cause when it spread to the outside world. But Luan didn't have any shyness about her at all, and directly told her all his abilities. Thinking of this, she hesitated, then got up and sat in Luan's arms, her small head resting on his shoulders. Luan didn't resist either, hugged her waist directly, and lay down in the boat. The two of them just lay quietly on the boat floating on the water, looking at the blue sky. When Luan returned to the Slytherin's lounge, Malfoy was about to go out. Are you going on a date with Harry? Luan asked curiously. She asked me to meet on the 3rd floor tonight. Malfoy said, suppressing the joy in his heart. I feel like she's interested in me, it's just too many people last time, Harry, sorry. 35. Looking at Malfoy full of fighting spirit, Luan was speechless. Good luck tonight. What can he say? He can only offer his own blessings to his friends. Shaking his head, he ignored Malfoy and went back to the dormitory to sleep. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. In the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, Malfoy and Harry, who had just arrived, were discovered by the patrolling Professor McGonagall before they could say a word. The Tragic Two received a punishment notice from Professor McGonagall, and a week later they were to help Hagrid with matters in the Forbidden Forest. Luan doesn't know these things. When he returned that night, Malfoy had no sadness on his face, just a smile. He also thought that Harry had really agreed to Malfoy's request. If it wasn't for the next day's table, Harley, who had not changed back, said this matter with a sullen face. A few friends don't know yet. Why are you all so gloating? Harry suddenly discovered that, aside from Ronald's somewhat ambiguous eyes, the young couple Luan and Hermione were completely gloating. No, 623 is a pair. Harry thought angrily. The two of us aren't gloating. Luan defended himself and his little girlfriend, so you're still going to see Malfoy like this in a week? Of course I have to become like this, otherwise how can I lie to that D. Malfoy. These words attracted Ronald from the side. I disagree, it's too dangerous. Hermione and Luann both looked at Ronald, who protested. Isn't this Harry's business? How come Ronald protested? Even Harry didn't understand. I just think that one man and one woman are in the Forbidden Forest, not good. Seeing several people looking at him, Ronald's voice became smaller and smaller, until finally there was almost no voice. You don't really think of me as a woman, I'm a man. 35 Harry gave Ronald a speechless look. With the emerald green eyes and Lily's very similar face, Ronald lowered his head, blushing for a while. No. He loudly covered his panic. Damn, how did my good brother become so charming? Even Luann is a little weird. Lily's lethality is so great, whether it's Snape, James, Malfoy, or even Ronald has fallen. Looking at the face that Luann didn't think was amazing, he fell into silence for a while. Maybe, his aesthetic is special. With that in mind, he turned to look at Hermione, who was eating, his cheeks bulging like a cute hamster. Heartfelt feeling. Just in case, let's go with Harry and the others. 35. Ronald wanted to pull Luann into the water with Hermione to make a cover for himself. I'll go when Luann goes. Hermione replied lightly. Isn't it a night tour? She didn't know how many times she ran out with Luann. Forbidden Forest. Luann thought for a while, then nodded and agreed, then let's go together. I just wanted to go inside and take a look. Like catching an eight-eyed spider to get some venom. He had seen it in Borgin's shop at first, and a small bottle of venom could be sold for 20 gold galleons. And recently Hagrid's little fire dragon is about to hatch. Ah, coming out. Ronald exclaimed. I'm coming. Harry squeezed in too, his eyes staring at the eggshell that had some cracks. Hermione and Luann sat opposite the table, also looking at the fire dragon egg ready to crack with curious eyes. Creak. With a crisp sound, Hagrid's heart was lifted, for fear of something unexpected. Soon, the egg shell was pushed open, and a small bat-like fire dragon broke out of the shell. It's a Norwegian Ridgeback. Hermione's brown eyes lit up, and she said the fire dragon's scientific name. Knowledgeable girls are naturally the most attractive. Even Hagrid praised, not many little witches like to learn about magical creatures nowadays. Hagrid stretched out his hands to pick up the newborn little guy, but the little fire dragon coughed, and a small flame burst out of its mouth instantly. My beard. 9. Hagrid exclaimed and slapped the flames out of his beard. It's too dangerous, isn't it? Ronald exclaimed. A newly born fire dragon has such power, not to mention growing up later. This dragon is absolutely not allowed at Hogwarts, you have to know that, Hagrid. Luann reminded a little while looking at Hagrid's happy expression. I promise it won't hurt. Hagrid muttered softly. No one can guarantee that, can they? Even Ronald couldn't agree with Hagrid's idea. Then throw it into the Forbidden Forest and raise it. Harry couldn't bear to see Hagrid sad, and hurriedly proposed a solution. A childish idea, within a month of throwing a fire dragon into the Forbidden Forest, the entire Forbidden Forest is estimated to be devoid of many creatures. Hermione retorted. But speaking of the Forbidden Forest, Harry and the others suddenly remembered that they had to go to the forbidden area to help Hagrid handle things. A unicorn died recently. Come in with me to investigate. 9. Speaking of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid told them what to do. The dragon will be discovered by Dumbledore sooner or later. After coming out of Hagrid's hut, Hermione said to Luann. Don't worry, instead of raising a fire dragon here, it's better to send it to where it should go. Luann said. Raising a dragon at Hogwarts is a fantasy. As long as the news got out, Hogwarts would be buried in a flood of parental letters within a day. After all, no one wants their child's school to have a brutal Norwegian Ridgeback. The week is coming up soon. Tonight was the day Harry and Malfoy were taken to the Forbidden Forest for punishment. Hagrid's little dragon was eventually discovered by Dumbledore, who came to visit. Dumbledore found Charlie, Ronald's brother, and asked him to take the dragon Norbert to Rome. Hagrid struggled with this for days. At night, Filch's torture chamber. Come on, you two little wizards from a private meeting at night. Filch walked towards Hagrid's hut with Harley and Malfoy, who had come to be punished together. Humph, if it were before, the two of you would have been hanged upside down on the city wall for a whole night. Filch sneered. But not now, Mr. Filch. Malfoy retorted very politely. And Harry followed behind with a complicated expression. She felt sick seeing Malfoy like this now. Evil. And Malfoy, who was walking in front, felt Harry's gaze, and the smile on the corner of his mouth grew even wider. She is looking at me. I have to do well. Hagrid, the two of them will be handed over to you. In front of Hagrid's hut. Filch brought Harry and Malfoy to Hagrid and sneered. It's really cheap for the two of you to go to the Forbidden Forest. After speaking, ignoring Hagrid's startled eyes, Filch limped and left. Hagrid looked at Harry with his head down, not knowing what to say for a while. Harry? This little witch is Harry. Hagrid couldn't believe his eyes. Lewin had already reminded him just now in the house, so that he should not be too surprised. Hagrid didn't think so at the time. And now? Harry? Hagrid gave a tentative cry. Harry nodded helplessly. Malfoy, on the other hand, looked at the mutual greeting between the two with some doubts. How did Hagrid meet Harry? Yo, isn't that Malfoy? 5. At this time, the door of the hut was open 13, and Lewin came out with a cup of hot sugar-sweetened coffee. Behind him was Miss Granger, who was inseparable from him. Gerald, why are you here? 35. Malfoy asked incredulously. Shouldn't Lewin go to bed at this time? I'm afraid something is wrong with the two of you, so come out and see. Well, we're out on a date. Seeing Malfoy's suspicious gaze, Lewin simply switched to a reliable lie. And Hermione came softly behind him with a small foot. Irregular. She muttered softly. And Malfoy nodded understandingly after hearing this reason. In the middle of the night, she also showed up here with Hermione, who would believe it if it wasn't a date. Wait, why is Weasley here? Malfoy stared at Ronald, who came out of the hut, and exclaimed. Why can't I be here? Ronald grimaced at Malfoy and walked over to Harry. Looking at Ronald next to Harry, Malfoy understood. This is to snatch someone from him. Malfoy's people are also you Weasley can grab. Malfoy's eyes suddenly turned unkind. Weasley, don't think I can't do anything about you. He let out harsh words. You have said this many times, 5. But you didn't make it once. Ronald wrinkled his nose to fight Malfoy. Lewin and Hermione chose not to help anyone, drank coffee on their own, and talked about how to use magic spells. As if it was a date. Harry glanced at Malfoy maliciously, with a calm expression on his face. In the palm of her hand there is also a bottle of the Fountain of Motherhood that Lewin gave her. That was for Malfoy tonight. Just let him take the chance and appoint no Malfoy good fruit to eat. Seeing that the situation was not right, Hagrid quickly interrupted the confrontation between Ronald and Malfoy. Both of you give me some restraint. 9. Hagrid blew his beard and stared at the two little wizards. It's really frustrating. Okay, you guys are going to the Forbidden Forest with me in several groups. This is a dangerous thing, and you can't be careless. Hagrid warned several people. The moment they entered the Forbidden Forest, they could encounter danger anytime, anywhere. So, something happened calling my name out. Because there are many forks in the Forbidden Forest, several of them need to divide into teams to patrol. Prevent other outsiders or little wizards from entering the Forbidden Forest. And Hagrid patrols it every night. The team was quickly divided. Hermione naturally followed Luan, and Harry, who was ready to fight Malfoy, naturally joined him. In the end, only Ronald and Hagrid were left. Mangekyō took Hermione with an oil lamp and chose the leftmost road to patrol. The bright moonlight fell on the weedy path, the shadows of the branches with their claws looked gloomy, the dim lights illuminated the surrounding environment, and a cold wind blew from time to time. "Come on, there's nothing dangerous around here." Luan, who was walking in front, quietly opened his riding wheel and said to Hermione, who was holding the corner of his shirt behind him. It was also the first time he came to the Forbidden Forest, so he had to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment, so that he would not get lost if he came back later. As for whether or not to meet the eight-eyed spider this time, it all depends on luck. After all, Hagrid wouldn't be stupid enough to place the eight-eyed spider on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. That is to say, the group of spiders is most likely deep in the Forbidden Forest. What is this? Hermione suddenly made a discovery, and she asked Luan, pointing to the ground in the distance. What? Luan also saw something liquid-like on the ground in the distance. It was only after the two walked in that they discovered that it was a pool of viscous silver-white liquid, which was very mysterious and pure in the projection of the moonlight. Hermione crouched down curiously, ready to touch it with her fingers. "Don't move, that's unicorn blood." Luan hurriedly stopped Hermione's movements. Unicorn blood. Hearing this, she retracted the fingers she was about to touch, and turned to look at Luan, who was also squatting down. Who would hurt a unicorn? Regarding unicorns, Hermione once saw an introduction in Magic Creatures. It was a very beautiful magical creature, representing nobility, pride and purity. But their blood has a deadly curse, and any creature that eats the blood of a unicorn will be cursed with life rather than death. Let's follow the blood trail to see. Seeing these blood, Luan already had guesses in his heart. Isn't it his dear Senior Tom who is now relying on the blood of unicorns to continue his life? Under the reflection of the moonlight, the blood of the unicorn emits a crystal silver light, so it is easy to judge the direction of the unicorn's departure. Yeah. Hermione nodded and followed Luan deep into the Forbidden Forest without any hesitation. As it went deeper, the blood that splattered became more and more dense, and there were surrounding branches and leaves. Hagrid. At this moment, the two suddenly heard a panicked and sharp female voice. There was only one woman left in the team besides Hermione. Harry. The two looked at each other and hurriedly ran towards Harry's voice. Unexpectedly, Harry finally ran into Senior Tom. Luan pulled out his wand as he trotted. Just in time to try the newly learned gouging out the bone charm. He needs Senior Tom's guidance now. After passing through the dense jungle, with the guidance of silver-white blood, there is a wide plain in front. The arrogant and pure white unicorn was lying weakly on the muddy mud ground at this time, and the hair on its body was dirty mud except for the silvery white blood. Luan followed his gaze and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The blonde Malfoy was sitting on Harry's body with a face full of embarrassment at this time, holding her tightly. Did these two play so much? Luan was in doubt. This wave of Harley is not a mean person, but has she put herself in? Hermione, who was beside her, quickly covered her eyes and hid behind Luan. No eye, really no eye. The two men hit Hermione as much as her points were deducted. Oh, two more little mice. A hoarse voice sounded like a snake, and this voice made people shudder in the dark, as if it was being stared at by a poisonous snake. The sudden voice immediately caught the attention of the two of them. On the other side of the unicorn, a mysterious man hidden in a black robe was holding a wand and aiming at the two of them. Oh, so Senior Tom is here too. It was really too dark just now, and Senior Tom was standing in a dark corner wearing a black robe. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. You two run, he'll gouge out the bones. Harry shouted loudly towards Luan and the two anxiously. Crap, is a dark wizard who can't use piercing. Even he will. Luan is also unequivocal, and the wand in his hand is aimed at Professor Quirrell, who is possessed by Senior Tom. Do you want to fight me? There was a hint of sarcasm in the cold voice. Voldemort had just absorbed the blood of the unicorn now, and his vitality had recovered a little. Although Dumbledore couldn't beat him, there was still no problem with the little wizards in front of him. Even Hagrid can fight. Avada Kedavra. With a wealth of experience, Voldemort took the lead, and the green light shot from the tip of the alder wand, flying towards Luan at great speed. Iron Armor Curse, 0.1 inch. Hermione was about to release the spell, but Luan pulled him aside. The green light hit the ground, blasting a small hole. The Iron Armor Curse can't stop Avada's life. Luan said something to Hermione. Because the life-suppressing curse itself has the irresistible characteristics, it can only be avoided through the cover of the entity. After listening to Luan's whispered explanation, a cold sweat appeared on Hermione's forehead. Without Luan, she didn't dare to think about the rest. Luan looked at Quirrell, who had the ultimate move as soon as he shot, and obviously felt the other party's anxiety. If he dragged on like this, when Hagrid found out what was going on here, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. Gouging out the bone. Quirrell's eyes widened, and under Voldemort's direction, raising his hand was an unforgivable spell. The target this time was not Luan, but the little girl who was a little panicked beside him. As for Malfoy and Harry lying on the ground, he didn't seem to be afraid. Because just now, Malfoy sacrificed himself to resist a heart-piercing curse for Harley, and Harley under him was affected. Just because these little wizards can't resist a heart-piercing spell, although the time he casts the spell is only 2 seconds, it is enough for the two of them to feel good. Gouging out the bone. Pulling up Hermione and hiding behind the tree trunk next to him, Luan was not polite, and returned the gouging curse to Quirrell. Hermione next to him opened his mouth slightly and looked at his little boyfriend in disbelief. How could this kid, Luan, have such a high level of black magic? Both Voldemort and Hermione thought at the same time. You must know that even Quirrell spent a long time under his guidance to learn the 3 black magic. But the boy in front of him. Get out of the way, you idiot. Voldemort, who was hiding in the back of his head, widened his eyes, using Quirrell's point of view to see the crucifixion rushing towards him. The 3 unforgivable curses can be avoided as long as the reaction speed is fast enough. Under Voldemort's hands-on teaching, Quirrell rolled aside in confusion. The bright moonlight shone down, neither of the two parties could do anything to the other. Try this. Luan saw that he couldn't hit Quirrell 2 or 3 times, so he had no choice but to put his wand into his pocket. Thunder Dragon's Fong Tianji sounded softly. Then, under Hermione's astonished gaze, a circular golden magic circle beautifully engraved with unknown runes appeared out of thin air on Luan's palm. Thunder and lightning gathered together, and after a while, the lightning flashed, and the very dazzling Fong Tianji appeared in Luan's hand. I don't believe it, you can dodge the speed of lightning. Luan stared at the black-robed Quirrell covered in dirt, and the Fong Tianji in his hand slowly aimed at him. What a curse! Hermione muttered to herself from the side. The light of Thunder Dragon Fong Tianji was very conspicuous in the dark forbidden forest, and Quirrell saw it at a glance. Master, what kind of magic is that? He was shocked to ask the knowledgeable Senior Tom, but even Senior Tom fell into silence. You ask him. How did he know? Even the well-informed Voldemort didn't know what to say for a while. The kind of splendid magic circle and the means of casting spells that do not require a wand at all, he has never heard of or seen. Retreat. After the silence, Voldemort gave Quirrell an order. His senses were frantically telling him that the oddly shaped weapon was full of danger. It's the Master. Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly prepared to use the vanishing spell to get out of here. Apparition can't be used in Hogwarts, otherwise Quirrell would have run away. The corner of Luan's mouth twitched as he watched Quirrell pick up the wand and chanted the spell, and the Thunder Dragon Fong Tianji was thrown towards the opposite side fiercely. A golden light pierced the silent and dark woods. "Come on, idiot." Watching the thunder light, Voldemort shouted anxiously. "Yes, yes, yes." Quirrell was sweating profusely, and the thunder light made his pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints. At the last minute, the vanishing curse was activated, but unfortunately, the thunder was coming. Boom, one by one. The huge sound was deafening, and under the gaze of Luen's riding wheel, he could clearly see the gushing blood evaporated and dissipated in the thunder and lightning. A huge amount of dust was raised, and a huge semicircular deep pit appeared on the ground, and the tree trunks in the pit were twisted with wires of electric arcs. Luen rubbed his sore wrist, observed it, and then closed the riding wheel. In the end, Quirrell was allowed to run away. And Hermione's brown eyes stared at Luen as if glowing, not saying a word. And Harry supported Malfoy riding on her, and his mind fell into a shutdown. That hair just now was simply too terrifying for her. "Harry." A rough voice broke the silence. "Wait for me." Hagrid ran over with an oil lamp in a panic, and Ronald followed closely behind him. After the two people came to the open space, they were sluggish for a while. The dead unicorn was lying on the muddy ground, and there was a deep pit full of tree debris not far away, and Harry was sitting on the ground holding Malfoy. It's as if she was frightened. "My Merlin, what exactly happened here?" Hagrid's lips trembled and he spat out a few words in disbelief. What exactly exists in this forbidden forest can cause such destructive power? "Hagrid, go check on Malfoy first." Luen squeezed Hermione's little hand beside her, realizing that she should not talk nonsense. Then the two walked up to Hagrid and said, "Malfoy has been crawling on Harry's body since he just came, and has been in a coma until now." "That's right, look at Malfoy first." At this time, Harry also came back to his senses and hurriedly carried Malfoy up. Although he was also affected by the heart attack, the pain has disappeared long ago. On the contrary, the situation of Malfoy, who blocked the heart-piercing 627 gouging out for him, was not optimistic. Harry carried Malfoy to Hagrid's side. If it wasn't for Malfoy, she would have been tortured to death by Voldemort, who had been thinking about killing her. Although Harley becomes a girl, the bond between her and Voldemort will not be interrupted. "Come on, let's go to the school doctor's office." Watching Malfoy's faint breathing, Hagrid hurriedly turned around and carried him out of the forbidden forest. A few people followed closely behind. "Don't worry, the heart-piercing curse didn't last too long, and it is estimated that it will recover after a while." Madame Pomfrey took out a bottle of potion and put it on the table, then turned her head and said to a few people, "That's good." Dumbledore, who came to ask the question, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then he turned his head to look at the group of four behind him. When he saw Harry, he was obviously stunned, but he didn't ask anything. But who would use the unforgivable charm in the forbidden forest? Hagrid frowned. You must know that he has been patrolling the forbidden forest for so many years, but he has never encountered an attack. It was a man in a black robe. Unfortunately I didn't see what he looked like. Luen spoke quietly at this time. However, when Hermione and I rushed over, he was drinking unicorn blood. Blood of unicorns? Hagrid couldn't help shaking his tall body, obviously he knew the curse of blood too. And Dumbledore, who was wearing a plain white robe and pajamas, had a guess in his heart. I didn't expect that it would become dependent on the blood of unicorns to survive. That mysterious man was driven away by the two of you. 99. Dumbledore's wise eyes turned to Luen and Hermione. Probably ran after hearing Hagrid's voice. Luen lied softly. This is the only reason that is reliable at present. As for the violence and not being exposed, who would believe that a child can have such a powerful power? Come on Hagrid, let's go to the Forbidden Forest. 35. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore left with Hagrid. You four go back to the dormitory and sleep. Dumbledore gave an order before leaving. The next morning. The owls flew from the blue sky and flew into the auditorium of Hogwarts one after another. My owl brought me a copy of the Daily Prophet. Clever Hermione didn't ask what happened last night, everyone has their own little secret. Harry, on the other hand, looked at Luan with a hesitant expression. He also didn't know whether he should ask about what happened yesterday. After all, the golden thunder light yesterday was too shocking. You can't learn the magic spell I researched by myself. Luan took a sip of milk chocolate and said something to Harry. What spell? Ronald asked curiously. He had been fishing with Hagrid last night, so he had no idea what was going on. Anyway, when he passed by, he saw Malfoy lying on the ground with Harry in his arms. At that time, his heart was full of complexity, and he didn't know whether it was envy or jealousy. Nothing. Harry shook his head perfunctorily. You really did your own research? But Hermione leaned over and whispered in her ear. Snape can research Shinfoam wooing, why can't I research thunder magic? Luan said, pinching Hermione's little nose in dissatisfaction. You look down on me. 35. No. Hermione quickly broke free and sat back in her seat honestly. Picked up the Daily Prophet sent by his owl and read it. Because every morning was so boring, she simply subscribed to a weekly newspaper to read and learn more about the magic world. Looking at her, I saw a report occupying the center. There were wizards fighting in Nocturne Alley at night, and 2 buildings collapsed. She read it out quietly. Nocturne Alley. Wizard fight. Luan approached Hermione curiously, a scent tickled the tip of his nose, and he couldn't help resting his head on Hermione's shoulder. A pair of pale blue eyes followed Hermione at the report. Just looking at him felt wrong. Why does the photo in this newspaper look so familiar? Opposite seems to be Borkin's store. Feeling the heat from her neck, Hermione rubbed Luan's head with her head. However, it was firmly caught by Luan. Don't move, it affects my reading of the newspaper. Hearing this, Hermione puffed up her cheeks involuntarily. This is my newspaper. Luan also realized that something was wrong at this time. Isn't this where he was attacked by the werewolf last time? The Aurors from the Ministry of Magic also went to the scene to investigate. Luan blew the brown curls that fell to the tip of his nose, looking thoughtful. The Aurors couldn't find him anyway, because he had never used a wand outside, nor could the tracer wire find him. Don't blow your breath. Hermione ripped Luan's head off in dissatisfaction, and tidied up the messed up hair. Her cheeks were a little hot. And Harry and Ronald, who felt a little out of sight, were bowing their heads and discussing what to do with Malfoy. Harry finally gave up taking revenge on Malfoy. After all, Malfoy also blocked a crucifixion for him in the Forbidden Forest. It would be a bit inhumane to retaliate in this way. After eating, the two left the table, trying to stay away from the 2 showy couples, Hermione and Luan. The time is approaching the end of the first semester, and all the little wizards are ready to start reviewing, even Hermione is no exception. In the past few days, I didn't even go to the Black Lake. Every day I took Luan to the library to review a lot of knowledge, and asked Luan to teach her on site. After all, Luan's knowledge of spells, potions, and metamorphosis has always been well received by all professors. Even Professor Flitwick couldn't help but want to pass the pre-assessment for him after seeing Luan's spell. And Professor McGonagall's transformation class has arranged the final homework, turning a little mouse into a teapot. As long as the transformation is perfect, it is a full score. It's a pity that Hermione's shape-shifting spell has some small problems. She always has an ear or a tail in the teapot, which makes the girl a bit irritable recently. You are so stupid. Luan glanced at the teapot that was running around on the ground with 4 legs, and was speechless. Why is Hermione's sensory polymorphism getting worse? Sorry, can you please stop talking? Hermione irritably put her head on Luan's chest, who was holding her. If your hands hadn't moved, I'd have succeeded. 9. As she said that, she also showed her tiger teeth and threatened. If you're moving around, I'll bite your hand. Childish. Luan is too lazy to care about Hermione, anyway, he feels very comfortable with a pillow like Hermione in winter. I really want to sleep with me at night. Speaking of. It seems that there is a room of requirement in Hogwarts, in which the desired room can be changed according to the requirements of the demander. Why don't you go check it out tonight? He remembered that the room seemed to be across from a portrait of a troll, but he couldn't help it, and he couldn't remember it clearly after too long. When Luan told Hermione about it, the girl immediately gave up her spell to turn a mouse into a teapot. Is there any place like this at Hogwarts? She asked in surprise that she had lived here for 3 or 4 months, and she thought that the two of them had already explored the entire Hogwarts. As a result, I heard that there is also such a thing as a room of requirement. I heard what Peeves said. Luan threw the pot directly on Peeves. How about it, do you want to go with me tonight? After all, Peeves has lived here for nearly 1,000 years, and it is not impossible to know some secrets that ordinary people don't know. Not to mention that Peeves may also be a Hogwarts elf. Maybe even Dumbledore didn't know the castle as well as Peeves. I will go with you. Hermione agreed without hesitation. As for whether to deduct points or not, it doesn't matter to her anymore, as long as she doesn't get fired, anything will do. No way, after Harry didn't use the fountain, Snape deducted Gryffindor's points even more severely, and even Professor McGonagall was surprised by this. There was no way, after all, after seeing the face that looked like Lily, it suddenly changed back to James' face, so Snape didn't get angry. Night falls. Inside the Slytherin's lounge. Since Malfoy's injury is not yet healed, Crabbe goes to take care of him. In other words, there was only Luan in the entire dormitory. At 12 o'clock as agreed with Hermione, Luan put on his robes and walked from the basement to the 3rd floor. The place where the two met was in the restricted area on the 3rd floor. When Luan arrived, he saw Hermione crouching behind the pillar as if watching something. He walked over slowly, reaching out to touch the top of Hermione's head. Hermione, on the other hand, was taken aback and turned around immediately. Are you trying to scare me to death? After seeing that it was Luan, Hermione patted her chest and complained. Feeling still a little angry, he tapped his chest lightly with his small fist. Remember to call me by my name next time you come over. What are you looking at, looking so seriously? Luan held Hermione's hammered little hand with a smile, and then clasped the two hands together. Hermione's preoccupied look just now was clearly observing something. Otherwise, it is impossible not to hear his footsteps. After all, Hermione is also a rather exciting girl. It's Harry and Ronald and Neville. Hermione said this, extending her finger to the area ahead. It was a closed door. Luan looked over curiously. The Gryffindor trio seemed to be hesitating to enter. Behind that door is a 3-headed dog. He has some impressions. Originally, I wanted to come here to watch, but then there was something to be done and I didn't come. I'm thinking, what are they doing here in the middle of the night? Hermione said, staring at the trio, turning her face to Luan. However, before he could finish speaking, his lips felt wet. She quickly covered her mouth and turned to look at Luan. What are you doing? Can't help it. Luan chuckled. It was a rare encounter with an unsuspecting Miss Granger, and I couldn't help it. Flowers 0. Hermione didn't blush too much this time. After all, some things get used to after a lot of times. Don't do it to me next time without my consent, mouth. She warned softly. Look, the three of them entered the house. Luan quickly changed the subject. Really? Hermione pursed her lips, then turned to look at the room. The house had been opened, and the 3 figures of Harry had disappeared. Let's go, let's watch too. Luan took Hermione's little hand and walked over with her. Hermione was wearing Gryffindor's robes this evening, and in the moonlight, their hands were hidden in their sleeves. Is this Lu Wei? In the room, in addition to a sleeping huge 3-headed dog, there is also a harp that has been cast an automatic spell. There's an open secret door there. Hermione whispered. Following his gaze, Luwen saw the opened wooden door at a glance. The three of them, Harry, had just entered, and many more. Just as Hermione was about to enter, Luwen reached out to stop her. Under the suspicious brown eyes, Luwen took out a packet of rice balls from the different space. Hermione knew this delicious rice ball, and they ate it together on the first train ride. But what are you going to do with the rice balls? She was a little puzzled. I saw Luwen threw the rice ball into Lu Wei's huge mouth, and then digested the rice ball with his wand. Then he stopped the harp that he had been playing. Without the music, it'll wake up. Hermione quickly pulled Luwen to jump into the secret door. Don't worry, just watch me perform. Luwen grabbed Hermione and laughed. Without the music, Lu Wei shook his head and quickly woke up. Roar! After seeing that the territory was occupied by two little wizards, its three violent heads let out a roar. Stop calling. Luwen tentatively gave the order. As he expected, the three-headed dog who ate the rice ball immediately stopped howling. Turn around. Hermione was stunned as she watched Lu Wei, who followed the order and started to circle around him. How is this going? My rice balls can make any animal obey. 99. Luwen explained to Hermione, raising the rice ball in his hand. That doesn't mean. Hermione's eyes widened at the thought of eating rice balls herself. You kiss me. Luwen demanded. I don't kiss you. 95. Hermione didn't look away. Look, aren't you under my control? Let's go, don't look at me like that, I didn't eat it. Luwen said uncomfortably, feeling the resentful look in Miss Hermione's eyes behind him. Go away, Harry and the others are still inside. 99. After speaking, Luwen jumped directly from the secret door. Hermione, who was outside, sighed helplessly, and then jumped down. After entering it, the two felt that the ground became very soft, and their legs even fell into it. What is this? Fluorescent flashes. Luwen took out his wand, and gleaming dots of light illuminated the surrounding dark walls and the twisting vines beneath their feet. This is the Devil's Vine. Both of them had an impression of what was explained as a key point in the herbal medicine class. Because in the previous Hogwarts, there was a professor who fell into the Devil's 630 vine and died without being rescued. So the knowledge about Devil's Vine has been popularized since the first grade. Do you remember what the class was about? The corners of Miss Hermione's mouth twitched slowly, and she asked Luwen. The Devil's Vine is just the basic content. Luwen shrugged, this plant is not difficult for the two young lovers who have been dating in the library. Come on, light. 99. Bright as day. With the strong light, the two escaped from the rigid Devil Vine. Since Luwen was the first to jump off, he was also the first to escape. So I hugged Hermione in a princess hug in advance, and Hermione wrapped Luwen's neck with both hands. Okay, come down. Luwen touched Hermione, whose eyes were still closed, with his head, and said helplessly. The two of them were dragging on like this, and Harry might have been killed by Quirrell alone. With that self-playing harp, combined with the person who needs the Philosopher's Stone the most right now, there is no doubt that it is Quirrell. Ah, oh. Hermione blushed away from Luwen's arms, her feet in small boots touching the stone floor. If it wasn't for the princess who just hugged her, it is estimated that her *** would be on the ground now, thanks. Hermione walked quickly to Luwen's side and thanked him in a low voice. What are you polite to me? Luwen fondly touched the girl's brown curly hair, which was very soft and had a familiar fragrance. Push open the first door. The floor was littered with keybirds, which Luwen once heard Professor Flitwick talk about. This thing was made by him. The previously closed door had been opened. It's Harry and the others. Luwen muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, without Hermione, they would still be able to pass through the Devil's Vine. He thought that Harry and others could be seen on the Devil's Vine. Let's go to the second level. In the second room. The huge wizard chessboard that had been placed completely had now been scattered, and all kinds of debris and dust had fallen on the black and white chessboard. Lu-en, 35. A weak voice sounded, and Lu-en looked up at the corner. The dusty Ronald was sitting on a broken knight with a shaggy face. When he saw the two people who came in, he looked happy, and hurriedly shouted. Harry, Harry, he has gone to the next level. And Neville. 35. How are you? Lu-en came over to check Ronald's injury, and there was no major injury other than a broken forearm. It's okay, I think you have to go to the school doctor's office to get a bottle of raw bone spirit. Don't dash. Speaking of the raw bone spirit, Ronald frowned in discomfort. He had tasted that kind of taste before, and it was simply not for people to drink. Can you still move? Lu-en pulled Ronald up and asked. Yes. 35. Ronald moved his body, but there was nothing else to do except his arms. I couldn't stand up just now because I was frightened. After a short rest, the fright was gone. Okay, you go out and tell Headmaster Dumbledore about this, and Hermione and I go to find Harry. 95. After speaking, Lu-en turned around and took Hermione into the third door. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The third level was a decryption game, but by the time the two of them entered, Harry had already passed through the burning flames. Only a shadow remained. Hermione, Lu-en. Neville, who was left outside, suddenly found two more people behind him. Why are you two here? 55. I don't have time to explain, you should stay away. Lu-en took his wand and walked to the front of the magical flame, twirling the wand gently in his hand. All curses end. 9. This is an advanced spell to use skills that will not be learned before the third grade. But Lu-en had already learned all the spells he was interested in the forbidden area, including this useful spell. The flaming magic flame went out, revealing the fourth door hidden inside. Hermione, you and Neville are waiting here for Headmaster Dumbledore, and I'll go in and help Harry. Lu-en touched Hermione's cerebellum softly. Listen to me this time. Lu-en's tone was firm, and after speaking, he picked up his wand and walked into the last room. Hermione, who was outside, bit her lip unwillingly. Even though she knows a lot of magic spells now, she still can't help. Since the Forbidden Forest, Hermione has understood the gap between herself and Lu-en. It is definitely not an ordinary person to be able to research that powerful thunder and lightning spell on his own. I will get stronger. The girl looked at the disappearing back and made up her mind. Professor Quirrell. Harry looked warily at Quirrell standing beside the mirror of Erza. Ha ha ha, it's me, didn't you think? Quirrell's image at this time was full of gloomy coldness, completely lacking the usual flinching appearance, as well as the habit of stammering and twitching when speaking. You want to get the Philosopher's Stone? Harry couldn't believe it. Can't I be Snape? Quirrell took a step forward, pointing his wand at Harry's head. Meet Professor Quirrell again. 99. A soft voice sounded in the room. Under Quirrell's haunted look, Lu-en strolled in. It looks like I didn't kill you in the Forbidden Forest last time, what a pity. When Quirrell heard this, he subconsciously covered his stomach. A penetrating wound there was aching. Don't worry, you can't run today. Right, Senior Tom? Right, Senior Tom. Lu-en pointed his wand at Quirrell and said softly. How did you know that? Quirrell took a step back, his wand moving from Harry's head to Lu-en's. He believes that the secret behind his head has never been exposed, and no one knows that Voldemort is possessed by him, except for Peter Pettigrew, who learned about it by accident last time. When Quirrell saw the splendid golden back and the handsome face, the wound that had been pierced that day was aching. Can't beat it, definitely can't beat this little wizard in front of him. Quirrell is very self-aware. Just the last thunderstorm in the Forbidden Forest left him with lingering fears and left a shadow. That's not a huge power that a man can wield. No wizard can master such a powerful thunder, not Voldemort, not the previous Dark Lord, not even Dumbledore. Quirrell, turn your head. A sound like the neighing of a snake sounded, and it came from the back of the head. Yes, master. Quirrell controlled his trembling hands and took off the purple turban on his head. Under Harry's terrified gaze, a wriggling face slowly opened his cold eyes. The face showed a pale feeling, with two red eyes staring at Luwen and Harry, and two slender nostrils like scars below. Tom without a nose. Harry's eyes widened and he covered his mouth, holding back his voice. Luwen, who had already seen it once, didn't have an unusual reaction. Oh, boy who survived, Harry Potter. Voldemort's eyes turned to Harry who had killed him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I'll get my revenge back. And you, wonderful little wizard of Slytherin, your spell that night really made me eat. Break apart. Luwen was too lazy to listen to all the nonsense of Voldemort, considering that Dumbledore might come in a while, so he did not raise his hand to cast an unforgivable curse, but chose to split with good attack power. Iron Armor Curse. The sudden attack did not succeed, and Voldemort was an excellent wizard anyway, with more combat experience than Luwen, I don't know how much. The shattered spell hit the iron spell, but it caused no harm to Voldemort except for a wave. What? Not using your Thunderbolt spell? With such a powerful force, you will have side effects too. Voldemort grinned, he mocked. You are the most talented little wizard I have ever seen in my life. To be honest, I really can't bear to kill you. Your unforgivable curse is full of determination to kill me, and your life-threatening spell is as powerful as mine. This all means that you are more suitable to be a dark wizard than anyone else. Come on, be my subordinate. It's so noisy, Senior Tom, are you only talking about this? Luwen shook the spell in his hand, a silent spell was released, and a flaming flame appeared beside Voldemort out of thin air. Dragon Slayer magic is not used because this room is very small, and it can be considered a basement-like location. The powerful destructive power of Dragon Slayer magic will only make this place collapse. And against a Quirrell and a half-dead Voldemort, he couldn't use Dragon Slayer magic. Avada Kedavra. Embarrassedly dodging the sudden flames, Voldemort roared at Luwen regardless of his image, and the green death-throwing spell was activated. But what surprised him was that his own life-threatening curse actually penetrated directly from Luwen's body and landed on the wall behind him. Silent Spell, and Phantom Spell. Voldemort was completely dumbfounded. How could he master such an advanced spell at this age? What is he doing at his age? Just learned Professor Flitwick's floating charm. The three scythes in Luwen's eyes slowly turned, not some kind of phantom spell but a divine power. I don't know if Voldemort in this state can be affected by illusion. He remembered that illusions did more damage to these weak souls. Is that all you can do? Looking at Voldemort who got up, Luwen shook his head and said sarcastically. That's really disappointing, Senior Tom. 35. Saying that, the wand in his hand waved gently, and the gravel on the ground turned into three sharp swords, which flew towards Voldemort under the blessing of the floating charm. And holding the Philosopher's Stone, Harry, who was in charge of watching the battle, was stunned. The cooperation between these spells was simply too smooth. When can I be like this too? Harry thought enviously. Damn it. Voldemort made an unwilling voice, his 2 arms and 1 thigh had been nailed to the wall. Quirrell let out a tragic whimper, because it was his body that was hurt, and Voldemort felt nothing. If it weren't for his current strength, he would be hanged and beaten by a young wizard who just entered school here. Blame it on Quirrell, an idiot, for his errands. If he got the Philosopher's Stone now, the Wizard of Dammit in front of him would have been tortured by the Cruciatus Curse. Voldemort cursed frantically in his heart. And Lewin came over with a sharp blade in his hand. The transfiguration spell taught by Professor McGonagall is so useful, it is simply the most convenient spell. You can't kill me in 633, Lewin. 35. There was no fear in Voldemort's eyes other than madness. I'll be back, definitely, we'll be back. Puff. Blood spurted out like a water column, Quirrell's head was chopped off neatly, Lewin expressionlessly threw the blood-stained blade aside. And on the back of Quirrell's head, after Voldemort's last words, the face disappeared. If you can kill Voldemort the first time, then there will be a second time, anyway, Lewin is not afraid. Lewin, are you all right? 99. At this moment, Harry walked over quickly, but he saw Voldemort's death curse hit Lewin's body. The current Harry didn't have a concept of the phantom charm, so naturally he didn't know what it was. It's okay, what about the Philosopher's Stone? Lewin dropped his blood-stained robe on Quirrell's headless body, and he looked sick to his stomach. The Philosopher's Stone is here, here. Harry quickly took out a fist-sized crimson stone from his pocket and handed it to Lewin. Is this the magic stone that refines the elixir of immortality? Lewin watched the stone curiously, and the writing wheel opened, but there was no magic flowing inside. Fake. Lewin was stunned for a moment, and he was about to pick it up and take a closer look. But at this moment, Dumbledore came. Under Lewin's perception, the magic stone in his hand was like an ordinary red stone, without any magic power. Is it fake? Is this stone just a fake used to attract Voldemort? The guess flashed through his mind. Lewin. The door was pushed open, Hermione ran over quickly, slammed into Lewin's arms, and hugged him tightly. Okay, I'm fine. Lewin also hugged the girl's back with his hands and comforted him softly in his ear. Seeing Miss Granger buried her head in his arms, Lewin felt a little warm in his heart. 11 years after he came to this world, this was the first time someone cared so much about him. Be sure to take me with you in the future. 35. A muffled voice sounded. Lewin froze for a moment, then nodded with a chuckle. Dumbledore, who followed behind, glanced at Quirrell's head, which was rolled on the ground, and then at the corpse covered by the robe, and shook his head. He basically knew what Quirrell was doing. And Lewin, who killed Quirrell, naturally won't be punished. Lewin's performance tonight, whether it is courage, wisdom or strength, is all about it. He is simply the best little wizard he has ever seen. From the burn marks on the ground and the pits in the walls, Dumbledore could already feel how intense the battle was. Headmaster Dumbledore, good evening. Lewin looked at Hermione, who was holding him motionless, and could only say hello to Dumbledore with a helpless face. Amazing performance, Gerald. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, azure blue eyes full of wisdom beneath half-moon glasses. Your courage and strength even make me feel a little bit that the Sorting Hat may have made a mistake. It will put you in Slytherin. 39. I think so too. 35. Hermione finally let go of Lewin and nodded hastily. I think Professor Snape treats me well. Lewin laughed and shook his head. Snape was really good to him, and he taught almost everything he could teach, whether it was instructing or taking notes. Besides, Gryffindor was basically a bottomless existence this semester. Still more comfortable in Slytherin. Headmaster Dumbledore, this stone is for you. 35. Lewin handed Dumbledore the red stone in his hand, which was useless to him. After all, without the flow of magic power, it was like an ordinary stone. Completely useless. Harry hurried over at this time. He felt frightened when he saw the battle between Lewin and Voldemort just now, but Lewin's strength made him extremely envious. I will also go to the library every day to study. He made up his mind to himself. The Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical product made by my friend Nicole Lemay. Dumbledore took the stone and looked at Lewin with a pair of eyes and said softly, it can be used to refine immortality and turn a stone into gold. Nick and his wife have lived for more than 600 years now, aren't you interested? 55. Miss Hermione pricked up her ears, and even Harry was attracted to the ordinary stone. No one can resist the temptation of immortality and wealth, not to mention these little wizards who are only teens, not interested. Lu-en replied. He had just looked at it with a writing wheel, and the magic power contained in this stone had long since disappeared. If he is interested, there will be ghosts, yes. Dumbledore glanced at Lu-en in surprise, and the little wizard didn't look like he was lying. Funny little wizard. This was the first time he saw that someone would not be interested in these two things, and even he himself had a desire to pursue life and wealth. Your choice is truly admirable. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before speaking. If he was given a choice, he admitted that he could not resist these two temptations. Okay, everyone, come to my principal's room to rest for a while, and see how you are now. With that said, Dumbledore cast a refreshing spell on both Harry and Lu-en. No way, Harry was covered in dirt and Lu-en had bright red blood on his face. Especially Lu-en, if he went out like this and met the little wizard who was traveling at night, he didn't know how many people would be frightened. What's more, what happened tonight was a relatively big shock to these first-year little wizards. Not to mention Lu-en even killed Quirrell. This is not something a first-year wizard can handle. Anyone, would you like a cup of hot cocoa? After entering the principal's room, Dumbledore put the magic stone on the table and asked with a smile. No need for Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry shook his head quickly. After seeing the bloody scene, Harry couldn't drink anything now. Dumbledore laughed and didn't mention it again. Several people came to the principal's room for the first time, so they were a little curious. Like the portraits hanging on the walls. It is the portrait of the principals of the past, each painting has its own simulation consciousness, and even several principals pointed at Lu-en and them, as if they were discussing something. A fiery red phoenix stood on the stand, tilted its small head and looked curiously at these outsiders. Wong Hao Hao. Tell me what happened tonight. Dumbledore, dressed in purple pajamas, spoke to Lu-en and Harry. He understands the general situation, but some of the details still need to be known. After the three of them came out of the principal's room, it was almost 2 in the morning. Neville accompanied Ronald to the school infirmary, and the two of them are expected to be roommates with Malfoy tonight. This is really a tragic thing. Goodbye. After hugging and saying goodbye to Hermione, Lu-en yawned and walked towards the basement. A lot of things happened this evening. Originally, he and Hermione wanted to go to the room of requirement, but they didn't expect to meet the three Harry who were traveling at night. It looks like the House of Requirement will only be available in a few days. Don't move your hands. In the dark night, Hermione couldn't help but glance back at Lu-en, who was following him, and reprimanded in a low voice. If you're going to be messing around, go ahead. 35. I didn't move, it's up to you. Lu-en pretended to be aggrieved. At this time, the two were secretly searching for a portrait of a troll in the castle of Hogwarts. Lu-en only remembers going back and forth 3 times on the opposite side of the troll portrait, but I really forgot where it was. So the two could only start looking from the first floor. There are many portraits on each floor, and various paintings. Even for senior students, it is impossible to memorize all of them. Neither man turned on the oil lamps because Filch was patrolling the neighborhood. Hermione walked cautiously on the road ahead, while Lu-en followed her closely. Although he has a way to control Filch directly, but then there will be no excitement of night travel, not to mention. Lu-en looked at the petite figure in the robe and couldn't help poking her white neck with his hand. What's the matter, is it Filch? Hermione jumped up like a frightened 633 little white rabbit and turned her head to look at Lu-en in panic. Recently, thanks to Snape's unremitting efforts, Gryffindor's score has almost reached single digits, and Professor McGonagall's face is getting worse day by day. If Night Tour is discovered, Hermione estimates that Gryffindor will break through the miracle and become a negative number, and then Professor McGonagall will definitely not spare her. Although Hermione had suggested many times that Harry should drink a drop of the fountain during potions class, Harry would not agree. Not to mention that Malfoy, who was inquiring about Harry's whereabouts like a madman, even his good brother Ronald looked at him in the wrong way. So now Harry doesn't need to be beaten to death. I was afraid that if he used it too much, sooner or later he would be sent to the school infirmary. You are so annoying. 39. Looking left and right, there was no figure. Hermione sighed in relief and looked at Luan fiercely with brown eyes. Let's hurry up and find the portrait of the troll, it's 12 o'clock now. Luan quickly changed the subject when he saw that the situation was not good. Hermione rubbed her little tiger teeth and had nowhere to vent. In the end, she could only walk in front of her and continue to look for Dab. Miss Granger felt that Luan's courage had grown stronger since the two established their relationship. Although she doesn't reject. A young couple who were just in love strolled in the corner of the moon and held hands as they walked. The shadows of the two sides also gradually merged from one to the other. Said to be out looking for a house of responsiveness, but the two always have a feeling of dating. In the corridor on the 8th floor. Do you see this picture? Hermione turned to Luan while holding the glowing wand. Luan took a closer look curiously. It was a tapestry of trolls dancing around a wizard with huge sticks, but the stick hit the wizard's head. Yes, this is it. His eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled Hermione to the opposite position of the painting. I began to meditate on a warm lounge in my heart, and then walked back and forth 3 times. Soon a very smooth door appeared on the otherwise smooth wall. Appeared. Hermione let out a small exclamation. Originally, she thought it was just a rumor, but she didn't expect this house to actually exist. What room did you just meditate on? Miss Granger asked curiously. She saw Luan's mouth constantly muttering words. Combined with the characteristics of this room of responsiveness, the smart Miss Hermione reacted instantly. A very ordinary lounge. 35. Luan shrugged. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Hermione pushed the door and went in. You call this normal? She murmured in a low voice. Seeing Hermione walk in, Luan followed and closed the door very thoughtfully. As the door closed, the wall returned to its original state again, as if the door just now was an illusion. The area of the house is not too big, after all. What Luan wants is a cozy lounge, which is just a room the size of a bedroom. A soft double bed leaned against the window, the bright moonlight shone on the crimson sheets, a round table was placed in the center of the room, surrounded by several high chairs, and various kinds of hangings were hung on the walls. Murals, and slowly burning candles. Even Luan was dumbfounded by this scene. This is too sweet. I bet you were not thinking of an ordinary lounge just now. Hermione took a cautious step back. Cozy lounge. Luan said helplessly. So, are we two going to spend the night here? He suggested softly. When the words fell, Hermione gave him a smile. Think beautiful. The next morning. The rising sun cut through the night, and light snow fell at Hogwarts. Luan shook the little snowflakes on his body and walked into the auditorium. Hermione didn't spend the night with him last night. After finding what they needed, the two left and went back to their bedrooms. Good morning, my dear Miss Granger. Luan kindly hugged the shy girl next to him. What is it today? Why the sudden change of name? Looking at the two people who were throwing dog food in the morning, Harry and Ronald and Neville were thinking about whether to change their place to eat. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat breakfast every day. 2 cups of chocolate milk, 1 with sugar, and 1 without. Seeing that Hermione hadn't ordered a meal yet, Luan informed the house elves in advance. He knew Hermione didn't like sugar. I'll get fat. Hermione protested weakly, looking at the chocolate milk pushed in front of her. It's okay, I don't despise you. Luan took a sip and it tasted great. I hate you. After speaking, Hermione took out a notebook from her backpack and read it carefully. Because there are less than 5 weeks until the final exam. Looking at the thick notebook, Luan suddenly had an idea. When there is no class this afternoon, let the two of us go to the room of requirement and study. 39. After all, it should be much more efficient than in the library. 2. Miss Hermione hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Where to learn is not to learn. The 5-week period is neither short nor short, and it almost passed quickly in the study. For the past 5 weeks, Luan and Hermione have been learning from each other in the room of requirement. Usually Hermione asks questions and Luan answers. The room of requirement is the best place to study than a whispered library. At least 2 people can freely discuss some issues that they won't. Night. Inside the house upon request. There were still 2 days before the exam, and Hermione's enthusiasm for learning was also getting higher and higher. After the class, she took Luan here. The large round table is piled with thick notebooks, and there are several cups of coffee that have been almost drunk. I have to say that the content of these notes is really detailed, at least the knowledge that the professors have talked about are recorded. And also very thoughtfully prepared a number of pages, which part you want to learn, just turn it over, just fine. This is what Shuaba did, notes. Luan simply flipped through, and so far he has almost mastered the content of the exam. These notes were just a process of deepening his impression for him. And there are not too many tests for theoretical knowledge. For example, Professor McGonagall, her course test is mainly about transformation spells, and the score is judged according to the things that are changed. There are also herbal classes and potions classes, which are all hands-on. Miss Beaver, how about we practice the transfiguration charm? Luan quipped as Hermione bowed his head to study. Although Hermione's 2 front teeth looked cute to him, she herself felt distressed. Don't learn from you. Hermione smacked him with her small hand in anger, painlessly, just like a fight between lovers. She straightened up, covered her mouth and yawned. Studying all the time will inevitably get a little tiring. Sleepy? Luan leaned over and asked. No. Hermione shoved Luan's head aside, the guy always kissing her when she wasn't looking. I'll show you a fun show. Luan looked at Hermione whose little head kept ticking, and suddenly came up with an idea. He took out his wand and pointed it at Hermione's 2 brown curls. Transfiguration spell. Soon, the 2 slender curly hair immediately turned into a pair of fluffy white rabbit ears. Hermione looked up at Luan suspiciously, not understanding what he was doing. The rabbit ears on her head also wiggled, as if expressing the owner's mood. Luan held back his laughter and handed her a mirror for Hermione to see for himself. After Hermione took the mirror, she immediately opened her eyes wide and her sleepiness disappeared. What did you do to my ears? Hermione touched the white rabbit ears on top of her head with curious eyes, and a soft touch came, making her body go numb. Just 2 hairs, your ears are still there. Luan said, pulling up the brown curls that covered his ears, motioning her to look more closely. After he finished speaking, he also touched a handful of rabbit ears with interest, and the fluffy hands felt very good. But Miss Hermione didn't think so. She blushed, and reached out to press down the 2 bunny ears that had been erected involuntarily, so that Luan would not touch it. Stay away from my ears. I made this up. Luan struggled for a reason, but Hermione obviously wouldn't eat it, and wouldn't let him touch it if he died. You touch your own. 35. Miss Hermione hugged her bunny ears directly and crawled on the table. How do I touch myself? Luan looked at Hermione crawling on the table, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but chuckle. This life is really good. Cozy and beautiful. After this brief review of the notes, Luan stretched and yawned. It is now around 12 o'clock in the evening. Usually at this time, the 2 of them should go back to the dormitory. But usually Hermione reminded. I don't know why there is no reminder today. Hermione, we should go. Luan sorted out the notes and called out to the girl who was immersed in her studies. But got no response. Miss Beaver. My dear Miss Granger. 59. Called several times in a row, but got no answer. Flowers 0. Luan slowly approached the past. Only then did she realize that Hermione had fallen asleep with her head resting on the notes, and she could still hear steady breathing. Fell asleep. Luan was taken aback. Do you want to scream? He glanced at the sleeping rabbit-eared girl, hesitated for half a second and decided not to cry. Such a good opportunity, naturally, what to do? Thinking of this, Luan squeezed Hermione's small face with his fingers, but the other party didn't respond. It looks like I'm really tired these days. Luan shook his head, then reached out and hugged Hermione in a princess hug. Miss Hermione cupped her head in Luan's arms, as if trying to find a comfortable place to sleep. Fortunately, there is a crimson double bed in the room of requirement, the material is very soft, and after putting Hermione on the bed, Luan also covers the quilt intimately. Moonlight filtered through the window, and the afterglow fell on Hermione's sleeping face. Luan hung his robes on the hanger and used his wand to make the fire on the fireplace a little more vigorous. Luan. A small voice sounded, and Luan sat on the reclining chair and turned to glance at Hermione lying on the bed. I don't know when, she turned over. Opposite Luan, who couldn't see her, Hermione narrowed her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slowly twitched. However, what she didn't know was that the pair of bunny ears on top of her head were constantly wiggling. Luan looked at those twitching bunny ears and became puzzled. Did he just dream of something good? Looking at the girl who turned sideways, Luan's mouth also twitched into a smile, then turned his head and picked up the quill to record the potion he wanted to improve. He was going to open a potion shop in Diagon Alley during the holiday to sell some of his improved potions. It can be considered a leisure time to pass the time on vacation. Speaking of which, he still doesn't know how much the house prices are on Diagon Alley. However, with the money he currently has, it should be possible to rent a house, right? And there is always a need to buy real estate in the future, which is another big expense. I don't know how the twins' hearthstones are doing. The first rays of sunlight in the morning hit the bed. Luan opened his eyes and yawned sleepily. Neither of the two returned to the dormitory last night, but rested in the room of requirement for one night. In the middle of the night, he turned the chair under him into a small bed, which would last all night. Hermione. Luan turned to look at the double bed in the corner and found that Miss Hermione was still sleeping. It's 7 in the morning, get up quickly. 95. He walked over and called Hermione up. The two soft bunny ears that were changed last night have been changed back, which makes Luan feel a little pity. However, considering that there is still a class today, and he doesn't want to offend Miss Hermione, he can only hold down his hand that is about to move. Well. Miss Hermione let out a light hum, and then slowly opened her brown eyes with a bewildering 637, looking very cute. Good morning. Luan sat on the edge of the bed, reached out and touched the girl's little head, chuckling. Good morning, Luan. Hermione felt the touch in her hair, and her consciousness became somewhat awake. She sat up with one hand supporting her body and rubbed her sullen eyes with one hand. I slept very well last night and was equally comfortable. Come on, let me help you with your hair. When Luan just woke up, he spelled himself a cleanup, because there was nothing to wash in the room by requirement. Would you like to add a bathroom next time you come in? He thought thoughtfully. Hermione obediently turned her little head away. A little messy brown curly hair, under Luan's spell, a low curly ponytail was tied up, and there were a few strands of curly hair hanging down in front of the girl's forehead. Perfect. Luan looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, no matter what hairstyle, it looks very cute with Hermione's face. Are you satisfied? Saying that, he handed over a mirror. Hermione covered her mouth and yawned, half squinting at herself in the mirror. Under the reflection of the mirror, she could clearly see Luan's smiling expression, and her blonde hair was very dazzling in the sunlight. Satisfy. Hermione nodded with a slight smile on the corner of her mouth, and swung the low ponytail she just tied with it. She suddenly felt that, compared to the dormitory where no one was talking, it seemed like a good choice to spend the night here. I don't know what Luan was thinking. Thinking of this, Hermione secretly glanced at Luan, who was helping her with her hair blemishes behind her. Come on, there's Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class this morning. The two of them did not forget today's lesson. After a brief tidying up, Luan took Hermione out of the room of requirement. After today's night, the relationship between the two seems to be a step closer. Hermione had been holding Luan's arm like any other couple. After a simple breakfast, it was time for class. Professor McGonagall has been teaching them for almost a semester, and the knowledge of elementary transfiguration spells is almost the same. These days are all reviewing. About the content of the exam at the end of the semester, Professor McGonagall said it in the first class. It is to turn a vigorous rat into a teapot. Luan naturally has no problem, even if he turns the teapot into a mouse, he can easily do it. Hermione, on the other hand, was able to perform deformations proficiently after so many days of training. Both are fine. It was Harry and Ronald who were in trouble, because their teapots were always running around on the ground with long legs. The other little wizards also had some problems. You two can get an O with me. 35. Professor McGonagall looked at the two little wizards next to each other with a smile on the corner of his mouth. These two were simply the first outstanding wizards she had seen in years. Giving an O, outstanding, would not be too much. Luan was nothing, but Hermione was happy. Our transfiguration spell can get an O rank. She shook Luan's arm and lowered her voice happily. In the level of the wizarding examination, O is the best, which is the so-called perfect score. In addition to the first time, there is EAPDT, which represents excellent, pass, poor, bad, and troll. You deserve it, Miss Beaver. Luan chuckled softly. After all, the efforts of the girl in front of him are only seen in his eyes, and he will practice the transformation spell every day until the night. This perseverance is not something that ordinary little wizards can persevere. 6699. Miss Hermione looked at Luan angrily, her little tiger teeth creaking, as if she was about to give him a bite. Apparently, Miss Hermione didn't like the name Beaver. Wrong, wrong, my dear Miss Granger. Luan quickly changed his words. Because he'd seen Hermione take his hand and start coming closer. Humph. 99. Hermione tilted her head and snorted, ignoring the boy beside her. In the last few classes. Potions class, magic history class. The two of them were like an emotionless answering machine, earning points crazily. Except for the magic history class, Luan couldn't compare to Hermione, the other classes were almost the same. What's even more outrageous is that it was originally the magic class of Professor Flitwick that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff took together. After one class, the non-existent Slytherin got the most points. Luan, who came over to take a class, was crazy to score points against the two academies. After the charms get out of class was over, the little wizards of Hufflepuff who didn't get a single point looked at Luan in disbelief. Originally, Professor Flitwick's classes were all theoretical knowledge, which could be answered with a little thought. But who knew that Professor Flitwick had just asked the question in this class, and Luan and Hermione immediately answered it. There's no such thing as little badgers at all. Actually 0.1 is too uncomfortable. Am I doing something wrong? Luan Yi felt those gazes, touched the tip of his nose and said. Hermione nodded, blaming Luan for answering the question too quickly, and she didn't get any points. And even if they grab it, the answers of the two are still exactly the same. After all, Luan had been reviewing with Hermione's notes. Next time I dare. Luan touched the unconvinced Hermione and laughed softly. Now Slytherin's score has been firmly in the first place, and the second is Ravenclaw. As for the little lion, Harry's efforts have reached the fourth place. This year's Academy Cup, if nothing else, should be Slytherin's. In 2 days, exams for all courses are over. Hermione has almost all outstanding grades except the potions class, while Lewin made a small mistake in the magic history class, so he only got a pass. Comparing the two, the hard-working Miss Hermione won this time. The history of magic class is too difficult to memorize. Looking at Hermione happily holding the transcript, Lewin shook his head helplessly. He strongly suspected that the old ghost was deliberately stuttering his grades. Didn't he just slept a few more classes during class? You also said that you lie on the table and sleep every day when you take the demon history class. Hermione glanced at Lewin with some amusing. Among all the grades, Lewin only had the lowest grade in the demon history class. He's so boring. Lewin dropped the report card on the table, but the paper slipped in front of Harry and Ronald by accident. The corners of their eyes twitched, looking at the transcript, which was almost all O. It was a total blow to the two of them. Harry glanced at the report card in his hand, and there was no doubt that the Magic 13 medicine class was rated as a troll by Snape, and most of the other courses were passed. As for Ronald, it was even worse, with only 2 passing grades. My mother will kill me when I go back. 99. Ronald whimpered helplessly. He could already imagine Mrs. Weasley's expression upon seeing this report card when he got home. How are you guys doing? At this time, the Weasley brothers came. George grabbed Ronald's transcript and glanced at it, a little gloating. You're done, Ronald, and Mom will call you again. Hearing this, Ronald slumped weakly on the table. Wow, it's all O's. Fred looked at the transcript on the table and let out an incredible exclamation. You must know that he has been at Hogwarts for so many years, but he has never seen such a neat report card, except for the magic history class that was rated A. After seeing the name on the transcript, Fred looked at Lewin in surprise. You're too versatile, aren't you? Lewin smiled and showed the two brothers the report card of the girl beside him. These two are truly a natural couple. A few people around couldn't help thinking. After the exams, tomorrow is the last night at Hogwarts. Tomorrow night, there will be a graduation ceremony in the auditorium, after which it will be the beginning of summer vacation. Hermione Lewin didn't go to the room of requirement tonight because she had to pack her luggage in advance. Wait for Lewin to return to the dormitory. Malfoy, who had been lying on the hospital bed, had returned, and he was lying on the bed with a letter in his hand. It was sent to him by Harry. I heard that Harley has transferred schools because of the last incident. Poor Malfoy was played between the palms of Harry's hands. Lewin shook his head. Hogwarts Hall. Tonight is the graduation ceremony, and the auditorium is very luxuriously decorated, with bright candles hanging upside down on the ceiling. This dinner was the last meal at Hogwarts this term, and Lewin sat in the Gryffindor's seat as usual. The color of the auditorium is embellished with green and silver, which is the representative color of Slytherin, and the flag of the little snake hangs high in every corner of the auditorium. Brothers Fred and George kept complaining to Lewin. It's been this hue every year since the two of them came to school, it's almost sickening. At this dinner, all the professors came, even the wife of the school doctor and Hagrid. Snape sat in the corner, next to him Hagrid took Quirrell's place. It can be seen that Snape is still very happy for Slytherin's consecutive championship. Professor McGonagall didn't look too ugly, even if this year's little lion once again broke the lower limit. Lewin, what are you doing after the holiday? Fred took a sip of juice and asked. Have a holiday? Maybe I'm going to Diagon Alley to get some work. Lewin also said somewhat uncertainly. After all, what he wanted was to rent a shop to sell some potions. But it is not yet known what the rent of the store will be. Come and find us at the burrow outside San Catchpole when you are free. If nothing else, he and George would continue to make cards during the holidays. Okay, I'll visit when I have time. 55. Lu-en smiled and nodded. Dang dang. A crisp sound sounded, and Dumbledore tapped the silver quilt with a fork, attracting everyone's attention. Before the dinner, let's announce the winners of the Academy Cup. Dumbledore crossed his hands slightly and said with a smile. Although everyone knows the color of the flag, there is still a sense of ceremony. Without a doubt, the winner of the Academy Cup is Slytherin. The distant Slytherin table cheered as the winner's name was spoken. And at the Gryffindor table, Fred, George and the others celebrated Lu-en with juice. While they had opinions on Slytherin, it was clear that Lu-en wasn't included. 637, Congratulations Lu-en. 39. Even Neville sat down and held up his juice to celebrate Lu-en, thanks. Lu-en picked up the chocolate milk and toasted with a few people. Instead, Miss Hermione sighed helplessly when she saw Gryffindor's score. She really tried her best. But still number one. Lu-en leaned over and squeezed her little face. Next time I let you. Lu-en laughed. We play fair. Miss Hermione blushed and patted Lu-en's little hand. In terms of results, Miss Hermione won. But in Academy points, Lu-en was victorious. Okay everyone, I think you listened to my old man's ramble. Dumbledore tapped the cup. Now, the dinner party begins. Boom. Abundant food suddenly appeared on the empty table. All the little wizards were cheering and celebrating the end of the term. And Hermione quietly hugged Lu-en's arm at this time, her eyes flashed with anticipation. Come on, open your mouth. 35. Lu-en laughed, picked up a piece of fruit and fed it. The dinner ended with gorgeous fireworks. Tomorrow is the first day of vacation. The next morning. The little wizards at Hogwarts woke up early today, because today was the day to go back. Each little wizard received a letter from the Ministry of Magic, which said simply that no magic was allowed during the holidays, especially in the presence of muggles. Therefore, there is a tracking wire on every little wizard's wand, which can check the surrounding magic fluctuations. Lu-en glanced at it and threw the piece of paper away. The content of this piece of paper was only for Muggle family wizards, the old double standard. Anyway, he was going to go to Diagon Alley after the holiday, where magic power fluctuated everywhere. And Lu-en opened his wand, and clearly saw a silvery white gas on the wand. It was on his wand after receiving the ban. In other words, this thing is to limit his use of magic spells. To break this spell, for Lu-en, who can see the flow of magic power, is simply an easy task. But he didn't know if the people who had destroyed the Ministry of Magic would come to the door. After a little consideration, he decided that it would be better to keep it. Lu-en. A melodious voice sounded from a distance. Lu-en raised his head, and saw Hermione with a low ponytail trotting over with a radiant smile in the distance. The ponytail curls behind him were still fluttering. Going home soon, and naturally everyone is very happy. Except Harry. Lu-en glanced at Harry who was following Hermione with a scowling face. Obviously, he didn't want to go back to his aunt and uncle's house. Thinking of Cousin Dudley's face made Harry even more uncomfortable. When the freshmen leave the school, they have to take a boat from the Black Lake again. Of course, they can also walk across the path. But now that there is a horse spell, Lu-en chooses to go by boat with Hermione. Neither of them had their luggage, because the house elves would automatically bring them to the train. This made Hermione even more determined to be Minister of Magic. At noon, the two finally got on the Hogwarts train to King's Cross. Harry and Ronald and the twins found a compartment and were ready to discuss the final gameplay of these cards and the subsequent development of the game. A car can only seat up to 4 people, so Lu-en and Hermione happily found an empty car at the end. The two of them did not seem to be excluded at all, and their faces were full of smiles. As he was seated, Lu-en also took out a large package of snacks from his Shinwei space in advance, including chestnut cakes, popping candy, dorayaki and pineapple buns. Many snacks Hermione is the first time I have seen, so I feel very novel for a while. This time there is no need to buy snacks from the train attendant. Since the two were on the noon train, they would not be able to arrive at King's Cross Station 9 3/4 the next morning, which meant that they had to spend the night in this carriage. With the whistle of the train started to move. The huge castle outside the car window gradually disappeared in front of Luan's eyes, and a vast field replaced the fairy tale castle. Why don't you read books anymore? Looking at the girl who took a small bite of dorayaki, Luan couldn't help asking. In the past, she had to take out a book to pass the time, but this time it was different. Hermione ate a snack while looking out the window at the beautiful scenery. Finally, in front of Luan's eyes, he unwittingly stretched his waist. People always have to rest. Also, I have read the book twice in my hand. Speaking like a scholar, Luan knew how many books Hermione had purchased, almost as high as him. But with so many books, Hermione actually read it twice in a row. Luan is really stunned. Can one reach this limit? He doubted. What are you going to do on vacation? Miss Hermione handed Luan a dorayaki and whispered, if you don't have any plans, you can come and play at my house. She prefers this sandwich bread, it tastes good. I might be going to work at Diagon Alley. As tempting as it sounds, Luan chose to set up shop in Diagon Alley, considering the Grangers. Work to earn a living? Hermione asked suspiciously. I'm going to open a potions shop in Diagon Alley. If Kim Galleon isn't enough, I'll have to work there. 5. Luan took a bite of the dorayaki, but he didn't hide his thoughts directly. The first thing he has to consider now is the rent of the store, which he didn't pay attention to when he went there for Christmas. After listening to Luan's thoughts, Miss Hermione's eyes lit up and she quickly said, what do you think of me? How about what? Be your employee. You with me? 35. Luan asked with the corners of his mouth raised as he looked at Hermione. She was slightly taken aback, then quickly explained. I still don't know a lot about the knowledge of potions, and I have nothing to do on vacation, so I just can accompany you. Hermione's voice became quieter as she spoke, until the end of her ear turned red. Well, the last sentence is the point. Luan thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. It's true that a person is lonely in Diagon Alley, and it's not bad to have a young couple to accompany, Wangs. However, I don't think Mr. Granger would agree. The words silenced Hermione. Don't worry, I'll convince both of them. Looking at Luan's smiling pale blue eyes, Hermione gritted her teeth and roared. The wilderness at night is beautiful. The stars twinkled in the moonlight, and the train passed one Muggle village after another. Hermione was asleep in Luan's arms. Luan used his wand to turn a robe into a soft blanket that draped over the two of them. Looking at the constantly changing scenery outside the window, he couldn't help yawning, then closed his eyes. A little sleepy. The two little heads slowly touched each other in the dark night. In the carriage, a pair of brown eyes half opened, looked at Luan who was snuggling with her, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The train to London has arrived. The little wizards took their luggage and walked towards the exit one after another, and the conductor was in charge of directing the order here to prevent trampling. Hermione rubbed her sore neck, covered her mouth and yawned. And Luan followed behind, holding the luggage of the two. Both suitcases are small and not too heavy. Since the exit is a pillar, only 2 or 3 people can pass at a time, in order to prevent a big push that will startle the Muggles. And Luan is walking with Hermione. The two soon arrived. Quickly through the pillars, London's King's Cross Station arrives. There were quite a few parents standing outside, most of them were Muggle families. The Grangers were also waiting for their daughter inside. As soon as Hermione came out, she saw her father beckoning to him. This way, this way. Hermione hurriedly dragged Luan over. Good morning, Mr. Granger. Luan handed the luggage to Hermione, then turned to Mr. Granger in a soft hello. Good morning, Luen. 35. The Grangers responded with a smile. Especially Mr. Granger, who felt more and more satisfied with the gentlemanly blonde boy in front of him. Both etiquette and behavior are perfect. Moreover, he just saw that Hermione was holding his hand all the way, and when he was about to get in front of them, he quietly released it. Luen, do you want to go to our house for the holidays? Mrs. Granger is a very kind woman. When she learned that the little boy in front of her was an orphan, she couldn't help but care more about Luen. No ma'am, I still need. Luen is going to work at Diagon Alley, and I'm going to go with me too. Before Luen could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Hermione beside him. Miss Hermione's tone was firm. No, you have to go back. Before Mrs. Granger could finish speaking, she was pulled by Mr. Granger on the side. Maybe we can have a good discussion, can't we? He smiled and stroked Hermione's curly hair. Hermione's eyes lit up when she heard her father say that. She knew that this answer already represented permission. It is good. Hermione nodded in satisfaction, agreeing to her father's consultation. She also gave Luen a wink. Luen unconsciously touched the tip of his nose. Does this count as meeting his parents in advance? Thinking of this, Luen suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Hey Luen. At this moment, a voice drew Luen and the others over. It was Fred with a piece of paper in his hand. He was coming this way with George, and behind them were the red-haired Weasleys. Ronald bowed his head and followed behind Mrs. Weasley, afraid to speak. Luen could clearly see Mrs. Weasley holding a transcript in her hand. I forgot to give you your transcript. Almost all of them are outstanding achievements, you really don't know how to cherish them. Twin brothers, you shoved the transcript into Luen's hands. Remember to play with us when you are free. After speaking, the Weasley brothers left. Before leaving, George gave him a wink. What is this for? He was a little confused. How are your grades, Hermione? Madame Granger asked suddenly. No parent is not interested in their child's learning. My grades are not much different from Luen's, after all, Luen is always teaching me questions. Miss Hermione thought of something and took out her transcript from her pocket. A string of O's, almost identical to Luen. Seeing the transcript, Mrs. Granger's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but glanced at Luen who was standing there, then nodded in satisfaction, dab. At this time, Luen suddenly understood the meaning of twins. Finally, near noon, Luen and the Granger family waved goodbye. He is now ready to go back to his home. At this moment, Luen suddenly froze. Did you forget something? What about his frog cub? He remembered that there was no figure in the frog cub's nest when he left. Traveling to another world again. In a dusty room. A vortex flowed, and Luen, who had activated his divine power, returned to his house. However, just after landing, 2 small footprints were left on the ground. Refreshed. Luen frowned and took out his wand to clean up his house. As for the tracking wire on the wand, he had already shielded it with magic power on the train. The Ministry of Magic wouldn't know where his wand was casting the magic. As the dust faded, Luen also threw his suitcase aside and simply prepared some lunch. This afternoon he was going to Diagon Alley to see if there were any suitable shops. And he can use a lot of Jean Gallion now, and he should be able to rent it for 2 months. Thinking of this, after Luen finished eating, he changed his snake robes into a black sweater. Although it is still winter in England, the sun today is very clear. He used to set a spatial coordinate near the Leaky Cauldron bar, which directly saved the time of taking a taxi. Pushing the door into the Broken Cauldron bar, there are quite a few wizards, most of whom are chatting while drinking, and the atmosphere is very harmonious. Luen ordered a cup of hot cocoa and walked through the walls into Diagon Alley. After walking around, he did not expect to find a shop that was ready to be rented out. This place originally sold some magic items. Due to the poor income, he could only choose to rent it out. Coincidentally, the opposite of his store happened to be the Lehan bookstore, and the Lady Moken's robe shop next to it. The location of this store is good. 35. He remembered that when the second year of school started, he needed to buy a lot of things, including a lot of books. And if Hermione can really come, I believe she must like the feeling of the bookstore opposite. For a knowledge-hungry person, nothing is more attractive than books. After negotiating with the boss, I finally rented it for 2 months at the price of 100 galleons, which is not too expensive. At least for Luen. The potions shop is about to open. After renting the store, Luen spent the afternoon tidying up. It is nothing more than placing some bottles and jars of materials, crucibles and various potions that have been refined, and the rest is just waiting for customers to come to the door. When opening a shop in Diagon Alley, everyone has to report to the Ministry of Magic, but because the previous shop owner has already reported it, and he only rented it for 2 months, there is no need to do it once, which saves a lot. After Luen sorted out the things in the store, he thought about the business method for the past 2 months. There are not many potions shops in Diagon Alley, because people usually go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries when they buy potions. At least the things in the hospital are very good in terms of efficacy and quality. And the only thing Luen can take out is some improved potions, not as bitter as the original ones, and some advanced potions. Like compound potions, demulcents, beauty potions, and even love potions. These medicines are not something you can find in a serious store, let alone a hospital. It is estimated that if the Aurors come to check, the potions shop Luen will also be gone. High risk, high interest rate. If he could sell a few bottles of high-level potions, his $200 would be worth the money. After finishing the work in the store, Luen closed the store and prepared to rest. This store has its own bedroom and bathroom, so he basically won't go back to the house where he stayed for 11 years this holiday. The sign with the name of the store is also magically hung on the door of the store. Akali's Potions Shop. He probably knew the meaning of the name. The next morning, Luen took a brief shower, then put on a neat black printed robe, which he had bought from Mrs. Malkin's robe store yesterday. According to the letter brought by Owl last night, if nothing else happens, Hermione will come to work with him tomorrow. Well, work for him. After all, he has rented a nice shop now. And Luen will not treat the little cutie Hermione badly. There are 10 gold galleons every week, and every potion sold will have a 30% share. You must know that the cheapest raw bone spirit here costs 5 gold galleons, not to mention the compound potion that reaches several hundred gold galleons. However, he couldn't keep refining potions here for the past 2 months, and maybe he could learn other things. Like alchemy. He has a lot of interest in those magic props and the like, but he has not studied the need to engrave magic inscriptions in it. All things are difficult at the beginning. After setting goals, some of them are busy in the past 2 months. Good morning, boss. Luen walked into the Lehan bookstore opposite. He needs to buy some books on alchemy to study. Oh, are you the little wizard who opened the shop opposite? The bookstore owner, Mr. Field's eyes lit up. Last night, there was an extra potions shop across the street. It was impossible for him not to know. And according to his and Mrs. Morkan's observations, there was only one little wizard in the shop opposite. My Merlin, how old is he? No more than 5th grade at most. Mr. Field guessed. Luen's height is still very high, in line with mature words and deeds, so it doesn't look like a little wizard who just graduated from the 1st grade. If you're talking about the potions shop across the street, it's really mine. Luen chuckled politely. To live in Diagon Alley for 2 months, even if he lied, it is estimated that he will eventually be found out. Besides, why lie? A genius potion wizard is a good character. With fame, your store can attract customers well. After chatting with this chatty bookstore owner for a while, Luen has already prepared all the books he wants to buy. The use of symbols in ancient runes, the meaning and characterization of runes, Mr. Nick's alchemy explained. This pile of books cost a total of more than 100 galleons, which is much cheaper than when he opened a shop. The main reason is that Nick's book is priced at 60 galleons, and the others are around 20. The price is high, which means that there are still a lot of dry goods in it. After all, Nick Mailer can be regarded as the originator of alchemy, and even refined the legendary immortality medicine. 4 Flowers 0. It is understandable that it is expensive. Are you going to learn alchemy and rune characterization? 5. Mr. Field took a look at these books and guessed that alchemy was a craze no matter what era it was. Unfortunately, few can learn. After all, alchemy requires technology and incomparable talent. A total of 137 gold galleons, and the remaining silver and west do not need to be paid. Mr. Field kindly packed Luan. Luan took 7 thick books, and after paying the money, he would go to his store. Luan. In the leaky cauldron, Luan had just ordered a glass of butter beer when he heard a pleasant voice calling out to him. When he turned around, he realized that the Grangers had brought Hermione over. The two were still very interested in where Hermione was going to work, but the Grangers were taken aback when they heard they were going to work at Luan's store. You come to Diagon Alley to open a shop at such a young age. How big is he? Mr. Granger looked at Luan in disbelief, but he knew that Luan and his daughter were in the same grade. After being surprised, Mr. Granger found himself looking at Luan more and more. Talented, polite, handsome and powerful, it is rare to see such excellent people. Want a drink? Mr. Granger. Luan handed over a full glass of butterbeer. This thing says beer but actually contains very little alcohol, more like a drink. If you don't drink too much, you usually won't get drunk. Except for the bad drink, thanks. Mr. Granger took the butterbeer and took a sip, his eyes lit up at the moment of entry. This stuff is pretty good. After talking to Mr. Granger about the work in the store and the food and shelter, Mr. Granger smiled and agreed. The salary is not low, food and housing are included, and the working hours are less. Where can I find such a good thing? As for the relationship between the two men, Mr. Granger has confidence in his daughter. With the cleverness of Miss Hermione, she will not be easily fooled. After saying goodbye to the Grangers, Luan took the curious Hermione through the wall and came to Diagon Alley. This is the second time Hermione has been to Diagon Alley, the last time she was with her parents, so she didn't have a good time. And this time she has to work here for 2 months, so she has time to hang out. Let's go, I'll take you to the store first. With that said, Luan took Hermione into the potion store that had just been renovated. Since it was just opened, the wizards on the road looked at the newly opened shop with novelty. As the two walked into the store, Hermione saw a pile of books on the table at first sight. She walked over and picked up a copy and glanced at it. You want to learn alchemy? Hermione asked curiously. These books are all used by 643 to make alchemy props, and she has seen relevant introductions in the library. However, alchemy tools are very difficult to practice, especially the inscriptions, so there are only a handful of famous alchemists. And some people who are not good at alchemy can only make some magic props to maintain their lives. The previous owner of this shop was a wizard who studied alchemy, and the items he made were magical props that didn't seem to be of much use, such as self-watering kettles. For wizards it's just a spell, why pay for one? After all, it's not possible that this store only sells potions. 35. Luan explained to Hermione. If you only rely on the sale of potions, it is estimated that 1 bottle of potions may not be sold in a day. Just like the medicine of the raw bone spirit, it is not that some people will break their bones every day. As for high-level potions such as compound potions, most wizards are only curious and will not buy them because they are too expensive. I want to study with you too. Miss Hermione said. You are responsible for the cashier position first. After waiting for Hermione to get acquainted with the store's contents, Lewin took her to a counter and spoke to her. And next to this counter, there are also many books, most of which are Lockhart's writings. After all, those interesting biographies are always the best way to pass the boring time. And there are 2 bedrooms in the store, one for her and Lewin. Miss Hermione is very satisfied with her working environment. The store opened in the morning, and by noon, only a few customers came in to have a look, but they did not buy any potions. Much of it came in out of curiosity, so few people. Hermione sat behind the desk, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the Leeshend bookstore across from her. In bookstores, many wizards are buying books. In contrast, they seemed very deserted here. Isn't a quiet environment better for studying? Lewin sat in the corner, holding a quill pen in his hand, recording the alchemy knowledge he had learned and the meaning of most of the runes of Rune. The complexity of these ancient magic patterns is far beyond his imagination, because usually a magic pattern represents a lot of meanings, and most of the meanings have nothing to do with it. It's hard to get people to record it. Even Miss Hermione felt dizzy after studying for a while and hurried to the counter to read the biography. She is now holding a copy of Wandering with Werewolves, turning the page from time to time. The noon sun is not too dazzling, and the soft light shone through the window and scattered on the text of the book, giving people a drowsy feeling. Looking at Hermione, she couldn't help yawning, sleepy tears slowly falling from the corners of her eyes. "Hello, may I ask if there are any living bone spirits here?" At this moment, a middle-aged wizard in a black robe walked in with his arms covered. Lewin, whose sense of smell had been strengthened, could smell the blood of the other party. He got up and walked in front of Hermione, calmly shielding Hermione, who was in high spirits, behind him. "Yes, a bottle of 10 galleons. 39. Lewin said with a smile. The door-to-door business is impossible not to do, no matter where the wizard came from. "Bring me a bottle." Saying that, he took out 10 gold galleons from his pocket and put them on the table. The wizard over Nocturne Alley? Lewin already had a guess in his mind. At this time, Hermione, who was already familiar with the interior of the store, brought a bottle of medicine and put it on the table. The middle-aged wizard hidden under the hood looked curiously at the 2 little wizards who were in charge of the store. He had been in Diagon Alley for so long, and this was the first time he had seen such a situation. Working at such a young age. After taking the raw bone spirit, he turned around and left without thinking much, without even checking whether the medicine was effective. Anyway, the store can't run here. There's something wrong with his arm. After watching the black-robed wizard leave, Hermione poked Lewin's waist and whispered. It should be the wizard from Nocturne Alley, after all, there are often some wizard fights there. 99. Lewin held the little finger that poked him, turned his head and touched the little girl's head. If you have time to think about that, you might as well study with me. Since Miss Hermione was on vacation, she didn't seem to be so motivated in her studies. Halfway through the book on alchemy, she went to read the biography. The knowledge in it is so profound that I can't understand it at all. Hermione couldn't help complaining. Not to mention the meaning of the various ancient inscriptions, the complicated techniques inside can make her dizzy. You should start with the basics first. Lewin pinched the tip of her little nose without 0.1 nanometers. Who told her to pick up Nick Mailer's book as soon as she came up? That book. Even Lewin looked like his head was groggy. All right, take the money and read the biography. 35. I have to read the basics today, and I will teach you later tonight. Saying that, Lewin touched Hermione's smooth forehead lightly, turning around and returning to the corner, ignoring Miss Beaver's blushing cheeks. He now has a general idea of learning about alchemy. It is just to use magic power to depict ancient inscriptions on some props, so as to activate the meaning represented by the inscriptions. Maybe try making a magic ring tonight? Lewin thought. Night. Inside the potions shop in Diagon Alley. A few candles lit the whole house, Lewin put down the inkless quill in his hand and stretched. Except for the customer from Nocturne Alley, no one else was shopping in the store this afternoon. Therefore, I only earned 10 gold galleons today, which is pitifully small compared to other stores. The Lehan bookstore opposite has been there until now, and there are still many wizards in it. In the afternoon, even Hermione went to buy some magazines, most of which were news about the wizarding world. For example, the next Quidditch match will be replaced, and what policy Minister Cornelius Fudge has proposed, although in Hermione's eyes, these policies seem stupid. Minister of Magic. Hermione whispered to herself. This is really a long way to go. Moreover, the Minister of the Ministry of Magic is also selected through elections, and without strength and prestige, he cannot be elected. Hermione always felt that she would be as old as Fudge when she became Minister of Magic. Why do you think so much? It will take a long time in the future. Luen strolled over and touched her head. He put his notes for today on Hermione's desk and pressed down the magazine she just bought today. As for now, it's time for you to study. 35. Luen's tone could not be rejected by 13. Alchemy has nothing to do with the Minister of Magic. Having said that, Hermione still picked up the thick notebook seriously. Luen sorted out the steps required for alchemy, the skills and meanings of the runes, and wrote them all on the notes. After following Hermione for a semester, he also developed the habit of writing notes unconsciously. After all, near Zhujiqi. Watching, Hermione's eyes lit up. She found that she could understand this thick notebook, some words in it were even thoughtfully annotated, and there were speculations about the meaning of some runes. Come on, let's start with the production of magic props, which is the most basic. 35. Luen used his wand to turn Minister Fudge's newspaper into a high chair, then sat down beside Hermione and explained to Hermione with his wand. To put it bluntly, magic props are to convert some magic spells into magic runes, and engrave them on the items, so that they have this magic power. This is just the most basic alchemy teaching, but for some reason no one has ever depicted all kinds of practical magic spells on a convenient object. This makes Luen feel a little weird. We can convert the spell of the iron armor into ancient runes or runes, and then engrave them on small and exquisite things like rings, which can be activated directly when necessary. Of course, I haven't tasted the portrayal of this spell dash. Luen's words stopped suddenly. Turning his head to look at Hermione who was leaning on his shoulder at some point, a pair of smart brown eyes were closed, and the sound of steady breathing came to his ears. Fell asleep. Probably because the lecture was so focused, Luen didn't even know when Hermione fell asleep. Is my lecture so boring? Luen couldn't help touching the tip of his nose, thinking suspiciously. But since Miss Hermione was asleep, Luen could only carry her into Hermione's bedroom first. Cover with the quilt and turn off the light thoughtfully. Is it bad to sleep with clothes on? Luen, who was just about to close the door, suddenly thought, and after hesitating for a while, he walked in with his wand. After half a minute, he was satisfied and walked out with his wand. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for him. Since there is already a guess about the iron armor curse in his mind, if he doesn't make it, he won't be able to sleep tonight. Casting a silent spell on Miss Beaver's room, Luen turned a piece of wood into a ring and began to draw the spell. The sun broke early in the morning, and it was a little cold outside with a little snow. Facing the sun, Miss Hermione stretched out comfortably. I slept really well last night, although I'm a little sorry, Luen. But for some unknown reason, she couldn't help but feel sleepy after hearing the knowledge of those runes. It's like Luen's encounter with a history of magic class. She woke up today to find herself in her own bed, no doubt sent by Luen. Thinking of this, the corners of Miss Hermione's mouth slowly raised. However, after she lifted the quilt, she froze for a moment. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually solidified. What about her clothes? The fire in the room ignited on its own, and Miss Hermione blushed and put on her clothes hanging on the hanger. Then he pushed open the door of his own room, hesitantly walked towards Luan's room, reached out and knocked on the door. "Wake up." There was no response from the room. After a few more knocks, Hermione gave up. So lazy. The girl couldn't help thinking. After a brief tidying up in the bathroom, she walked into the lobby of the store. Ready to open for business. However, just after arriving in the hall, she suddenly froze. Luan was lying on the sofa that he didn't know what to do at this time and fell asleep. His handsome face also had a few patches of black ashes, and his splendid blonde hair became embarrassed. In front of the sofa is a pile of crushed semicircular fragments, and various patterns are carved on the fragments, just like some kind of text. "Luan." Hermione trotted over, sighing in relief when she walked in. It turned out to be asleep. "But why do you make yourself look like this?" Miss Hermione thought incomprehensibly. Maybe the voice was a little loud just now. Luan half opened his eyes and saw the girl standing in front of him at a glance. "Ha, good morning, my dear Miss Hermione." 35. Luan yawned and sat up from the sofa, running a hand through his hair. Messy, probably bombed last night. He found that everything was easy to explain in theory, but it was only when he got started that he realized how difficult it was. Now Luan also understands why no one makes convenient magic items, because the stability is really bad. The ghost knows how many times the ring he carved last night blew up, and the magic spell that was converted into rune was not under his control at all, and the ring blew up directly. At the back, he even opened the writing wheel, and did not complete one until about 3 in the morning. "Come and stretch out your hand." 35. Luan said to the dazed Hermione with a chuckle, "What?" Saying that, Hermione obediently stretched out her small white palm. Then, under her wide eyes, Luan took out a silver ring engraved with various unknown runes from his pocket and put it on her middle finger. This time, the tips of Hermione's ears turned red. He hides his eyes and dares not look directly at Luan's pale blue eyes. What does he mean? Just the right size. Looking at his masterpiece, Luan nodded in satisfaction. This is the only ring he has successfully engraved with the iron armor charm. After listening to Luan's explanation, Miss Hermione looked at the ring on her finger in disbelief, and at the same time was filled with emotion. Because no matter what Luan will think of her for the first time. "You close your eyes." Miss Hermione didn't care about Luan's reaction, her pure white hands covered Luan's eyes. "My face is dirty." Luan, who had already guessed what the girl was going to do, smiled helplessly. "I don't hate it." Miss Hermione smiled. After washing his face of stains and messy hair with water, Luan sat down in a chair with Hermione behind him helping him with his hair. Although it is said that the magic wand can easily accomplish these things, after all, it has been washed for 11 years. Even Hermione did. Luan also helped Hermione organize a low ponytail hairstyle today, with curls tied together behind her, looking very capable and beautiful. After using the wand to tidy up the messy hall, the two of them were ready to close the door and go out for breakfast. After all, Luan didn't think about cooking, so he didn't buy some ingredients. When he walked out of the door, he realized that there were tiny snowflakes floating in the sky, and there was a slight cold wind from time to time. "I want to eat hot pot," Luan thought. However, many ingredients still need to be purchased from other places, at least not currently available. There are also many snack shops in Diagon Alley, so it's not worth going to the Leaky Cauldron for breakfast. After a brief breakfast, Hermione and Luan went to the potions shop. It has only been credited with 10 gold galleons until today, which is a bit bleak. Today Luan is going to make some iron armor rings to improve his proficiency. To this end, he also specially selected a corner position to prevent the surrounding bottles and jars and various materials from being messed up. Hermione, on the other hand, is curious to learn along with her, and she also wants to see the production process of this kind of thing. At noon, a familiar little wizard came here to buy something. With pale blonde hair and a face that followed behind his father, it was Malfoy who had lost his love. Gee. Granger. After seeing the figure on the counter now, Malfoy was taken aback. He didn't expect to see Lewin's little girlfriend here. Malfoy? Hermione was also taken aback. Her impression of Malfoy was not as disgusting as that of Harry and Ronald, except for what he said on the boat at first. You two know each other? A man with pale blonde hair, icy gray-blue eyes, and a pale pointed face stood in front of Malfoy and asked with a frown. My friend at school. Oh. Draco said softly. It was Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, who was questioning. Instead, Hermione couldn't help frowning after hearing her friend's words. She didn't like the title. Do you two have the potion you need? Put down the quill, Hermione asked. I don't like it, but the business still needs to be done. Do you have any palliatives here? Lucius said softly. His every move is like a qualified noble, but Lewin knows the true identity of the person in front of him. It is said that after graduating from Hogwarts, he joined Senior Tom's team and became an honorable Death Eater. How many bottles does Mr. Malfoy want? Lewin put away the wand in his hand, put a finished silver ring in front of Hermione, and asked softly. Just after hearing Draco's voice behind him, he came out. Geralt. Malfoy couldn't help but exclaimed, he really didn't expect these two to work together here. This was completely beyond his surprise. Long time no see, Draco. Lewin said hello with a smile, as usual in the dormitory. Haven't seen you for a long time. Draco nodded when he came to his senses. Lucius watched all this calmly, but he didn't expect that he could meet two friends of his classmates when he came to a shop at random. And these two knew that they were not pure-blooded families after hearing their names. Granger and Geralt, the 28 holy purebloods, have no family names. It was beyond his surprise that his son would actually be friends with these two. How could Draco, as a father, not know what kind of character Draco was, and he had pure-blooded pride in his heart, just like him. So far, I have only made 11 bottles of the softener. 35. These potions were all practiced by him when he was free, so there were only so many in stock. The potion was refined by the wizard in front of him. Lucius caught the point at once, his grey-blue eyes couldn't help but glance at the smiling Luen. You must know that the demulcent is a high-level potion, and the refining method is complicated, so the price is high. If it weren't for his headaches these days, Lucius would not be willing to buy this potion. Even if he has money. 11 bottles, I want them all. Lucius was not polite, and directly pre-ordered these 11 bottles. The recent headache made him think Voldemort was coming back, which was a big joke. Voldemort was killed at a young age of 11. How could it be back? 11 bottles, a total of 800 galleons. With that said, Lewin used the levitation charm to put 11 vials of softener in the box used to hold the potion. Make a deal. Inheriting the property of the Malfoy family, Lucius can be said to be very atmospheric, and handed over 800 gold galleons without blinking an eye. Come here more often. Watching the two figures leaving, Lewin brought a smile to the corner of his mouth. This is the first time I have encountered such a large customer, and I have earned back the rent money in one fell swoop. Even Hermione was smiling and looked happy. 66. The money is handed over to you. I am going to make some demulcents, and I will probably make a bottle tonight. Lewin handed the 800 galleons to Hermione, then took the wand and ring and went into the basement. Because the refining of potions generally has a strong smell and smoke, it is usually carried out in the basement. Night. There were no other customers shopping today except Lucius, so it closed early. Hermione followed Luen to learn the use of runes in alchemy as usual, and she was keenly aware that she also had a silver ring like hers on Lewin's finger. This made the corners of Miss Hermione's lips twitch. My head is so dizzy. After reading the notes for a while, Hermione managed to feel dizzy under Lewin's explanation. I want a bottle of palliative too. Miss Hermione said weakly. It is worth mentioning that Hermione can also successfully make a demulcent. I just made Wang Li's, and it's cooling down next to the crucible in the basement. Luan was carving a bracelet and had no choice but to let Hermione go. By the way, that pink bottle can't be drunk. But by the time he turned his head, Hermione had disappeared. Miss Hermione isn't that stupid, is she? After all, pink is still very conspicuous. Inside the basement, Miss Hermione came to the cauldron with the glowing spell. Beside the cauldron, bottles and jars of potions were listed, some with names and some without. Pink potion. At this time, the pink potion on the side made Hermione pick it up curiously. What is the pink potion? Miss Hermione, who had never been exposed to forbidden potions, was curious. She opened the cap and sniffed with the tip of her nose. A fragrance tickled the tip of her nose, as if urging Hermione to drink it. How about, have a taste? Looking at the pink potion, Hermione sniffed with her little nose. The fragrance of grass and parchment woke her up, as if it were a different kind of softener. Even though Miss Granger knew that this pink potion was not a softener, the color of the softener was very pale, as colorless and odorless as clear water. Well. Her mind was not sober at first, but Hermione picked it up and took a sip under the stirring of the taste. After all, Luan can't possibly be refining poison in Diagon Alley. What she didn't know, however, was that sometimes the power of ecstasy was far more powerful than some poisons. As the pink potion slowly entered the mouth, the fragrance of grass, the old smell of parchment and the good smell of Luan. Strange, why do I smell Luan? Miss Hermione was puzzled. The moment she drank it again, her drowsy little head was awake, but she didn't know why Luan's face kept appearing in her mind. As if full of infatuation. How is this going? Miss Hermione muttered to herself in confusion. Her heartbeat has begun to speed up now, especially when she thinks of Luan's figure in her mind. There is something wrong with this bottle. She half squinted her brown eyes, hesitated for a while, and took another sip. This feels so weird, take another bite. As the half bottle of pink medicine entered her mouth, Miss Hermione shook her head and walked slowly up the stairs. She wants to see Luan sooner now. Failed again. Looking at the broken wristband fragments in his hand, Luan reluctantly closed the writing wheel. This is the 18th time it has failed. It is still difficult to control the engraving of the floating spell into the bracelet, and the floating spell emerges accidentally, causing the chair to fly around. He has become proficient in the depiction of the magic text of the Iron Armor Curse, and has been able to control it accurately. Speaking of which, how did Hermione go so long? Luan threw the broken bracelet on the table, thinking with some doubts. It's just a bottle of softener, it's been almost 10 minutes now. However, just as he was about to get up, he was suddenly hugged by someone coming from behind. The little head rubbed against Luan's back like a clingy kitten, dab. What happened? As soon as he turned his head, he saw at a glance that something was wrong with Miss Hermione. Just drank a bottle of a nice-smelling pink potion. Hermione stroked his blonde hair. I don't know why, it's all about you right now. You can't learn at all. As she said that, she couldn't help but complain. Pink potion. Luan was taken aback, wasn't that the love potion he just refined today? How did Hermione drink that bottle? Looking at Hermione hugging him, Luan felt helpless. Although he said that he also liked this feeling very much, but, it was also the first time that he knew that love potion can make people become like this. Fortunately, these love potions are all time limited, and the dose of a bottle will expire by tomorrow morning. The smell on you is similar to the smell of the potion I drink. 35. Hermione sat on the sofa and leaned on Luan's shoulders, her little nose twitching slightly. After all, you're drinking a love potion. Luan also has no intention of continuing to study at this time. With a clingy Miss Hermione, this alchemy is not worth learning. Love potion. 35. Hermione froze slightly. Obviously, she has no impression of this potion, but she can guess the general meaning just by hearing the name. The taste of ecstasy is different for everyone, and the taste it brings out is what your heart loves best. Lu En explained softly. And obviously, what Miss Hermione just said had revealed what she liked in her heart. Will it taste like me if you drink it? Hermione took out the remaining half bottle of ecstasy from her pocket and asked softly in Lu En's ear. Lu En's ears tickled at the breath. I don't drink. After drinking this potion tonight, he has to go to Azkaban tomorrow. Become one of the youngest dark wizards ever jailed. That's a pity. Hermione said regretfully, placing the potion on the table. Both of them had no intention of studying. Hermione just leaned against Lu En's arms, her brown eyes no longer as smart as before. Ecstasy is also a hallucinogen, and Lu En suspects that Hermione's IQ has dropped a lot. It's 12 o'clock, we should go to bed. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall, Lu En touched the girl's hair and reminded him. Hermione narrowed her eyes and nodded. But when she got to the door, she was still holding Lu En's arm and didn't want to let go. My room is here. Lu En reluctantly pointed to the front door and said. I think the two of us can be together. Hermione lowered her head and said softly, her tone full of determination and impermissible rejection. After drinking the medicine, although the IQ decreased, but the courage increased. I don't think so. Hearing this, Lu En quickly shook his head. This is not punishable. Hearing the refusal, Hermione turned and raised her head, smiling and tiptoeing. Well. Lu En opened his eyes wide and looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. This is too brave. Boom. While Lu En wasn't paying attention, the hand behind Hermione opened the door, and the other hand quickly dragged him in. The door is locked. After closing the door, the super brave Miss Granger immediately took out her wand and cast a golden lock spell on the door. As soon as Lu En came back to his senses, he found himself locked in the room. Now you can't run. Saying that, Miss Hermione smiled proudly. Silly cute. Lu En silently took out his wand and aimed it at the door. At this time, Hermione's IQ suddenly recovered, and she thought that there was still Erza to open this spell. Don't use unlocking spells. Miss Hermione fiercely snatched Lu En's wand and threatened in a low voice. If you dare to use a spell, I will bite you. Just one night. Hermione threw the stolen wand on the table and said softly. But, isn't that bad? Lu En hesitated. He hesitated. Hesitation means hope. Come on, it's time for us to sleep. 9. After speaking, before Lu En could respond, he felt like he was being pulled to the side of the bed. The next morning. Small snowflakes fluttered outside the window, and the howling wind hit the glass of the window. The temperature was exceptionally cold today. The wizards shopping in Diagon Alley wore thick windbreaker robes and scarves. What? Lu En opened his sullen eyes and couldn't help yawning. He tried to turn over but found an arm on his body. Following her gaze, a girl with brown curly hair was still sleeping on her side. He didn't go back to his room last night after all, but stayed here and used by Hermione as a pillow. Maybe it was a little cold, and Hermione shrank her petite body under the covers, trying to find a warm place. Lu En tried to keep his movements as light as possible, got out of bed and put the quilt on Miss Granger. He picked up the wand that had been thrown on the table last night and lit the firewood. After doing all this, he was ready to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, when he pulled the door, it didn't open. Lu En was taken aback for a moment, and then he thought of something, picked up his wand and aimed it at the door. Erza cave open. After gently closing the door, Lu En went to wash first. But what he didn't see was that at the moment when the door was closed, Hermione, who had closed his eyes, secretly opened a little. After seeing that Lu En was indeed out, she lay in the quilt and breathed a sigh of relief. The cold temperature made Hermione wrap the quilt tightly around her body, and she stared at the closed door in a daze. Why was she so brave last night? It's because of that potion. After a night of time, the effect of the drug has long passed. Hermione thought about what happened last night, her face flushed involuntarily, like a ripe apple. So shy. The girl buried her head in the quilt and thought involuntarily. In the downstairs hall, Lu-En hung on the wall the rumpled robe he slept in last night, and put on a black-toned sweater. British breakfast is almost like that, and it is very labor-saving to make. After he made 2 exquisite breakfasts, Hermione also walked down from the upstairs room at this time. It's just that she is a little hesitant to see her footsteps, as if taking a step forward may fall into the abyss. It's time for breakfast. Lu-En stood at the head of the stairs and chuckled lightly. Today's Hermione wore a light-toned maxi dress over a black sweater, looking like a couple's outfit with Lu-En. Her brown hair hadn't had time to take care of, so it was scattered behind her like the first meeting. Hearing Lu-En's figure, Hermione nodded slightly and agreed. When she came to the dining table, she saw a flash of surprise in her eyes when she saw the 2 exquisite breakfasts. What exactly won't Lu-En do? In her eyes now, Lu-En seems to be omnipotent. After breakfast, the potions shop opened as usual. It was snowing heavily today, and it was still small snowflakes in the morning, and it was about to form a blizzard afternoon. There is no doubt that it is impossible to have guests today. The snowstorm lasted for about 2 days. In the past 2 days, Hermione received a letter from the Grangers, saying that she would remember to go back when she had time. Lu-En naturally has no opinion. After all, Hermione had been with him for almost 2 weeks, and he had given Miss Hermione his own vacation, and he didn't want to be hung up on street lamps in the future. But what surprised him was that Miss Hermione didn't want to go back at all. Here she can study and stay with what she likes, so why should she go back? However, at Lu-En's request, she chose to go home with her for a few days. Lu-En also felt a little empty in his store after sending off Hermione. Compared to the past few days, it seems a little more lonely. On the way to opening the store in the past few days, he also received several photos from his frog cub. The contents of the photos are all landscapes, and there are absolutely no landmarks that are worth noting. And the return period this time is also very long, probably after the start of school. This is the first time the frog cub has traveled for such a long time. I'm back. Hermione, who hadn't seen each other for 6 days, pushed the door with her luggage as the bell rang at the store door. 4 flowers 0. After seeing the figure with his head resting on the counter reading a book, he immediately ran over and gave him a hug. The two circled the empty hall twice, and Lu-En quickly hugged Hermione, preventing her from falling to the ground. I haven't seen you for a few days, so you're so excited? Lu-En asked while rubbing the little head of the girl with a smile. Although it had only been 6 days, he still missed Hermione. After all, he lived alone for nearly 11 years or so. There was no one to accompany him except the frog cub. Getting used to the warm life of the past few days, it is always hard to return to loneliness again. I see you're pretty excited too. Hermione smiled and pointed to her feet off the ground, and couldn't help rubbing her head against Lu-En's cheek. Point 0. The familiar fragrance swayed Lu-En's nose again, causing the corners of his mouth to curl up. What about your parents? Lu-En put Miss Hermione down, then picked up her luggage and carried it upstairs. The two of them dropped me off at the Leaky Cauldron, presumably on a trip. Hermione said happily. So I'll be working here until school starts. 55. Just a few days later, the two of us went to the Lehan bookstore opposite to buy all the books we need for next semester. Books and papers from Hogwarts for the next semester have been mailed to the two. Lu-En also studied it carefully and found that he had learned most of it. Like what? Advanced usage of magic spell, the use of living creatures of transformation spell. I heard that the next semester's dark magic defense professor might be Lockhart. Said Lu-En, who moved the luggage to Hermione's room. I know, I saw Lockhart's book on the books I needed to buy. Hermione frowned nicely at this. His books are too expensive, and he has to buy them all. Lockhart's book is still quite interesting. Lewin cleared the dust from the room with his wand, then turned to take Miss Hermione's hand. Come on, let's go around Diagon Alley. I'll help you choose some nice clothes. As the start of school draws nearer, there will be a group of little wizards buying books almost every day in the Lehan bookstore opposite the potion store. Most are first-year freshmen. In the past few days, Lewin has not rarely seen first-year wizards come to the store to watch, and has been curiously asking questions. Ah, those Lockhart books took half of my savings all at once. Hermione calculated the gold galleon spent on buying Lockhart's books, and finally crawled on the table in despair and said helplessly. What's the hurry, the share hasn't been given to you yet. Lewin sat on the reclining chair with a book and said leisurely. Keep in mind that a small percentage of the potions sold in the store are made by Hermione. The wise Miss Hermione, after discovering her alchemy skills, turned around and asked Lewin to teach her to brew the 650 potion. Lewin naturally would not refuse the opinion of his little girlfriend. He taught Hermione everything from compound potions to love potions. But for some reason, Hermione was only interested in erotica. And there are preparations to take his test medicine. This made Lewin a bit of a headache. If it really made him drink the love potion, it is estimated that the next time we meet will be Hermione's visit. With Miss Hermione's participation, Lewin usually feels a lot easier. So there is a share of Hermione as it should be divided. I think about it, the gold galleon earned this month is about 6,000, and we can split it equally. 99. Lewin thought about it and chuckled. Hermione, however, shook her head. I didn't do much, I gave too much. Stop, the two of us don't need to say such things. Lewin hurriedly skipped the topic. Instead of thinking about this, you might as well look at how many Lockhart books the two of us bought. He pointed to the pile of books beside the desk, most of which were Lockhart's travel books to pass the boredom. In this semester's dark magic defense class, they bought more than half of the books during the holidays, so they only needed to buy a little, and it didn't cost much. How come there are so many? Hermione looked at it, and said somewhat incredulously. She remembered that she only bought 2 copies. I bought the rest. Lewin said helplessly. No way, other than alchemy, Lockhart's travel story is the most interesting in Lehan bookstore. If he hadn't known about Lockhart, he would have thought the author was a legendary great wizard. Ha, Lockhart. Lewin laughed. He remembered that the other party seemed to be just a master who used the forgetting spell. All the stories were copied from other people's minds, and his own writing style was added to create such a hot reputation. You seem to enjoy reading his books more than I do. 35. Hermione walked over to Lewin with a notebook and said. The book is good, but people have some problems. Lewin shrugged, not knowing how to explain it to Hermione. After all, he and Lockhart hadn't met each other, so it's nothing to say. Always listening to Lewin say about Lockhart, even Miss Hermione felt a sense of exclusion from the authors of these books. Can you help me see if this potion can be added to snakeskin? Hermione said and handed the note to Lewin. After taking a look at the recipe, Lewin thought for a while and nodded. Can. Immediately afterwards, Lewin put down the book in his hand and began to explain the refining process of this potion to Hermione. Recently, Hermione has put a lot of effort into potions, and has been brewing all kinds of potions in the basement. She even started refining the compound medicine that lasted for several months. Although when it comes to the start of school, it may not be able to be cooked. Hermione turned the silver ring on her white finger while listening to Lewin's explanation. She also has a general understanding of the rune engraved on it. The general meaning is, love, health, romance, relaxing time. This brings her feelings for Lewin one step closer. And the runes on the rings of the two are exactly the same. It's hard not to get crooked. What are you thinking, so fascinated. Lu-en pinched the smiling Hermione's little nose and asked curiously. Do you know the meaning on the ring? Hermione snapped the fingers pinching her nose in dissatisfaction, and asked Lu-en. Of course I know. Lu-en nodded with a smile, he understood what Hermione was thinking. You are the most romantic I have ever seen. 35. Miss Hermione squeezed Lu-en's cheek with her hand, smiling like a flower. I hope it's the only one you've ever seen. Lu-en's pale blue eyes were smiling. Lockhart is coming. The internationally acclaimed adventure writer, Merlin 3rd Class, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League, and 5-time Witcher Weekly winner of the Most Charming Smile Award is in Diagon Alley. Both the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler have reported on this. Lockhart's book signing will be held in Leeshen Bookstore in 5 days. Naturally, Hermione and Lu-en, who lived on the opposite side, also got the news. Lu-en can already predict how hot the business will be on the other side 5 days later, but his potions shop is empty. After hearing Lu-en's exclamation, Hermione couldn't help but covered her mouth and laughed. She knew that in this month's time, Lu-en's gold galleon was no less than the income of the Blossom Bookstore and Mrs. Morkan's clothing store. And in comparison, Lu-en's side is very leisurely. Every day here, he is reading books and refining medicine for 0.1. No need to be busy at all. 5 days passed quickly. Hermione was awakened by the sound outside the window. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned to look at the Leeshen bookstore opposite. Before it was dawn, there were already quite a few wizards standing at the door waiting. Most of them are young witches. After all, Lockhart is still very handsome and has been the male lead on the cover of magazines several times. But in Miss Granger's view, Lockhart didn't look as good as Lu-en. Miss Hermione turned to look at the clock on the wall, it was only about 5 o'clock. It's crazy. She thought so, but cast a silent spell with her wand, and went back to sleep on the soft bed. It was about 9 in the morning when Lu-en rang in Hermione's room. As the door opened, Miss Hermione was wearing a pale blue pajamas printed with bears, reached out and rubbed her sleepy eyes, but stood in front of him. Good morning, Miss Beaver. Lu-en greeted with a smile. Hate. Hermione glanced at Lu-en and muttered softly. I always feel that bunny ears are a good match for you now. Lu-en's wand-holding hand was a little eager. But Hermione just shut the door. I have to go to Leeshen Bookstore to buy things in a while, don't mess around. 39. A muffled voice came from behind the door. She went to change clothes. In the past few days, Lu-en took her to buy clothes in Mrs. Morkan's store when she had nothing to do, and said seriously that it was employee benefits. Lu-en took back his wand with some pity, then turned around and went downstairs to make breakfast. By the time Hermione came downstairs again, her pajamas had been replaced. A brown knitted sweater with a pleated 13 skirt and black boots. This combination makes Lu-en shine. The suit was purchased from London, not available in Mrs. Morkan's store. How about it? Hermione asked expectantly. Very nice. Lu-en nodded in praise. The answer clearly made the girl happy, and she trotted over and sat across from Lu-en. However, after seeing the chocolate milk in front of Lu-en, the smile could not help stiffening. You're drinking chocolate again. Hermione frowned and looked at Lu-en. You must know that since she came here, Lu-en basically drinks chocolate milk every day, and is not afraid of getting sick and tooth decay. Don't drink, don't drink. Feeling the bad look, Lu-en aimed his wand at the chocolate milk in the quilt. Rabbit Eye Jingjing, harped faintly, turned into black tea. As the spell was cast, the chocolate milk slowly turned into a cup of black tea under Hermione's eyes. Then she nodded in satisfaction. After the two of them finished their meal, it was about 11 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a bit late today. Because the door usually opens at 7 or 8. But it doesn't matter if the door is open today, because the Leeshen bookstore opposite is almost full, and no one notices the potions shop opposite. Let's go, the two of us will also go over there to see the excitement. Lu-en also changed into a casual outfit and turned to Hermione. The books Lockhart needed had been purchased a few days ago, so there was no need to squeeze in and grab those autographs. After all, in Lu-en's view, whether or not Lockhart's signature is the same. He even thought that Lockhart's signature was a good biography that tainted the book. The weather is nice today. The blue sky, the breeze blowing from time to time, and the lively crowd. Hermione held a box of BB Duo beans, hesitating whether she should put it in her mouth or not. She gave Lu-en everything that felt wrong. Lu-en ate it with relish. Beef, lemon, orange, honeydew melon, a variety of flavors come together in the mouth. Bah, earthy. 99. As soon as she ate a BB bean, Hermione couldn't help but spit it out. There are 700 flavors, why are you so unlucky? Lu-en quipped. The words made Hermione hammer him with her little fist, painlessly. After the two entered the Lehen bookstore, they saw a blond man speaking on the high platform at a glance. His expression was full of smiles, and he looked confident and friendly. It's Lockhart. Hermione stood beside Lu-en and whispered. Both of them had seen Lockhart's portrait on the cover of a magazine, and he looked exactly like him now. Especially that smile. Wait, isn't that Harry? At this point Lu-en pointed to Harry, who was standing beside Lockhart with an embarrassed face. What happened? As soon as the two came in, Lockhart's speech just ended, so he had no idea what was going on stage. Harry walked down embarrassedly holding the signed book. Lu-en was pulled by Hermione just as he thought about it. The Weasley brothers are there too. Following his gaze, the red-haired brother was very conspicuous in the crowd, and he also saw Ronald and a red-haired little girl. The Weasleys are here too. Lu-en muttered to himself, then walked over with Hermione to say hello. Isn't that Lu-en and Hermione? Before the two of them passed, George saw the young couple at a glance. Are the two of them inseparable during the holidays? Fred also thought strangely. But he was very happy to see his partners and friends in the bookstore. Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. Lu-en and Hermione greeted politely. Hello, two little wizards. Arthur, the head of the family, is also a friend who responded to his son with a smile. Are you here for Lockhart's autograph session? Lu-en asked curiously. Fred and I don't want to come, it's our mother who wants to. George's voice got smaller and smaller, because Fred pointed blankly behind him. It's Ronald who wants Mr. Lockhart's autographed book. George quickly corrected, you know, he loves reading those books, 35. I didn't. Ronald retorted subconsciously, but was glared by George. Long time no see 653, Lu-en, Hermione. Harry, holding the signed book, greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, how is the holiday? Lu-en responded with a smile. You don't want to know, it sucks. Harry said helplessly. No one knew how he got through this terrible holiday at the Dursley home, it was nothing short of torture. How about you? Harry asked curiously. Hermione and I open a potions shop across the street from Lehen bookstore, where we study and sell potions during the holidays. Lu-en pointed to the closed potions shop opposite and said. A Collie's potions shop. Fred couldn't help exclaiming when he saw the signboard. You actually opened a potions shop. Ronald and Harry both widened their eyes and shouted in disbelief. Even as a staff member of the Ministry of Magic, Arthur couldn't help but glance at the blonde little wizard. He has heard Ronald and Gemini mention that he is a very talented first-year wizard, and his report card is all outstanding, except for the history of magic class. But just such a little wizard who is about to enter the second grade, actually opened a potions shop during the holiday. My Merlin. Arthur was shocked. Lu-en smiled and didn't answer. According to Fred, the Weasleys are here today mainly to buy some school books. Too many books by Lockhart. Even George couldn't help but complain. The new dark magic defense teacher must be an admirer of him, maybe a nympho witch. Lockhart is our new dark magic defense professor, didn't you just hear the talk? Percy said helplessly, holding a copy of How Prefects Gain Power in his hand. That's why you like listening to useless speeches. George shook his head. Although the Weasley family is a pure-blood family, the actual savings are far less than that of the Malfoy family, and it can even be said to be pitiful. In addition, their family has a lot of children, including this year's Ginny. A total of 5 sets of Lockhart books have to be purchased. After saying those words, Hermione couldn't help taking a breath. She was almost unable to pay for 1 set, let alone 5 sets. Miss Hermione couldn't even think about it. You might as well buy a set, and then use a copy to make a pair. Miss Hermione made a comment. Duplicates have a time limit. 39. Fred shook his head helplessly. The ideas Hermione said, he had already tried. Moreover, the books in the Lehan store are blessed with magic, and it is impossible to even print them. The only thing that can be printed out is blank sheets of paper. This is an anti-theft spell unique to the magic world. By the way, our cards are almost finished. At this time, Fred suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Probably in a few days, the second set will come out. Hearing this, Lewin was not too surprised. According to the cards he gave out at Christmas, he has already started to prepare the second set, and the time is about the same. As long as the first set of templates is made, the subsequent cards will be much easier to make. Speaking of which, George and Fred seemed to be able to see piles of Jean galleons flying towards them. While Luann and Fred were chatting, the Weasleys took Ginny and Harry, who were about to enter school, to choose school books. Ginny, the youngest child of Weasley, also has dazzling red hair and a newly bought cauldron hanging on her arm, looking a little shy. Isn't this Arthur from the Ministry of Magic? An arrogant figure resounded from the stairs leading to the second floor, with light blonde hair neatly groomed. Lucius looked at Arthur with a pair of eyes, and a trace of sarcasm flashed. Lucius? Arthur's face was a little ugly when he saw the person who made the sound. The relationship between the two is not very friendly, and Arthur, who works in the Ministry of Magic, will inevitably have a lot of conflict with Lucius, who has taken refuge in Voldemort. Look, you go to school with such ragged books. Lucius walked over slowly, stretched out his hand and took out the somewhat shabby Transformation Guide for Beginners from Ginny's cauldron, and laughed sarcastically. However, when he put it back, a book suddenly appeared in the crucible that had only 1 book. This action made Luann, who had been observing this side, noticed. As for the others, they were staring angrily at Lucius and Draco behind him. That should be Senior Tom's diary. Some impressions, Luann thought. In order to buy these things, you are going to be hungry next month. Lucius said the most sarcastic words in a calm tone. He also tapped the floor with his golden snake-headed wand, as if to show off something. Harry, I didn't expect to see you here, what a surprise. Draco, who was standing in the back, glanced at Harry who was standing beside Ginny, and said sarcastically, I didn't expect you to find a girlfriend. 5. Hearing this, Ronald blushed, threw the book into the cauldron, and was about to rush up to punch the nasty face, which Harry hurriedly pulled. These two are indeed father and son. Luann thought. Oh, isn't this the little wizard from the potions shop? Lucius turned his eyes and saw Luann, who was selling his potions. Weasley, looking at your friends, a bunch of muggle families, I thought you were depraved enough. Hearing this, Arthur was completely furious, and before Lucius could react, he punched him. How dare you, Weasley! Lucius was beaten to the ground by surprise, touched his numb nose, and a bright red blood appeared. Well played! The twins cheered. This farce quickly attracted the attention of other customers in the bookstore, and the clerk hurried over to persuade him, but to no avail. The two have been wrestling together. Draco wanted to go up to help, but was petrified by Luann with his wand. He couldn't take what Lucius just said as inaudible. Sure enough, pure-blooded wizards hate it. Draco looked desperately at Luan, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth. How did my father pull Geralt in two? With the arrival of Hagrid, the battle between Lucius and Arthur is over. Wait and see for me. After a harsh sentence, Lucius broke free from Hagrid's palm, used his wand to dispel Draco's petrification spell, and rushed out of the store. You should ignore him, Arthur. Hagrid, a senior, naturally knew both Arthur and Lucius. He shook his head and said, you know, he always has a lot of intrigue. You shouldn't be so impulsive. Mrs. Weasley was also a little angry, knowing that this was at Lockhart's press conference, surrounded by wizards. I saw his face and wanted to punch him. Arthur patted the dust on his body and reasoned with Mrs. Weasley. Ginny. Ignoring what happened over there, Luan took Hermione to Ginny's side, and looked at the shy little witch with a pair of pale blue, Wang Li Hao, eyes friendly. My name is Luan Gerald, her name is Hermione Granger, it's a pleasure to meet you. With that, he took out a brand new, basic transformation guide, from the books he had just purchased and put it in Ginny's cauldron inside. This is a school gift for you. Luan said with a smile. Even Hermione on the side was smiling privately. Thanks. Ginny thanked politely. And Luan took out the notebook that was placed in her cauldron, which was what Lucius put in it. When was this notebook bought? Ginny looked at the notebook with some doubts, she didn't remember buying it. This is a gift in return. Luan said softly. He opened the notebook, and there was an obscure name in the upper left corner. Tom Riddle. Ginny didn't pay much attention to this diary that looked a little worn out, and gave it to Luan as a gift in return. Luan, who has some impressions, knows that the notebook in his hand comes from the Horcrux made by Senior Tom when he was young. The most excellent Dark Lord of Slytherin, Tom knew a lot of things when he was a student, and he just used it as a tool. Luan thought. While Luan was thinking about things, the Weasley family had already come over, and Mr. Arthur rubbed the corners of his blue eyes. It was struck by Lucius with the golden snake head wand. Fred had already bought what they were going to buy, so they were going back to the Leaky Cauldron for a lunch. Luan and Hermione did not follow, because Miss Hermione wanted to have a good stroll in Diagon Alley today. Meet Luan at school. Goodbye, everyone. 95. Watching the Weasleys and Harry and Hagrid leave, Luan smiled and waved. It was really a good choice to come to Lehan Bookstore today, and I got a notebook from Senior Tom. Luan threw the notebook into the different space, and then left Lehan Bookstore with Hermione. The time for the start of school is getting closer and closer, and Luan and Hermione still have a lot of things to buy. Like summer clothes. Hermione frowned and glanced at Luan, who was smiling, and instinctively told her that the boy in front of her was thinking something bad. Evening. The dim sunlight fell on the ground, reflecting a pale golden color on the glass. After shopping for a day, Luan and Hermione finally returned to the potions shop. The Lehan Bookstore opposite has not been crowded since Lockhart left. Pushing open the delicate wooden door, a pleasant bell rang. As soon as she returned to the hall, Hermione returned to her bedroom with a large bag of things in her arms. It's full of summer clothes, most of which Luan helped her pick out. After all, Luan still has confidence in his appreciative gaze. Tom's diary. After sitting on the soft sofa, he took out the diary from the other dimension. Is there something wrong with this diary? Just as he was hesitating whether to wake up his beloved Senior Tom, a pleasant voice came from the stairs. I saw Hermione came down in a lovely blue nightgown with a high ponytail. A pair of brown eyes looked at Luan curiously. No problem. Luan shrugged, then tossed the journal aside. He didn't want Miss Hermione involved. After all, none of Voldemort's stuff is good stuff. Then you look so fascinated. Not as good as you. Luan looked at Hermione approaching, pulled her over, and rubbed her cheek. Don't move. 35. Hermione pushed Luan's face aside with her hand, her cheeks flushing slightly. Wow, Luan has been getting more emboldened these days. Miss Hermione had selectively forgotten what had happened the other day. The two sat on the sofa chatting about alchemy knowledge for a while, and after a while Hermione couldn't help covering her mouth and yawned. Crystal tears slipped quietly from the corners of her eyes, and Luan wiped them away with his hands. Sleepy. Miss Hermione nodded obediently. As soon as she heard about alchemy, she couldn't help but feel sleepy and her head felt groggy. Luan also had a deep understanding of it when he took the demon history class. With an exclamation from Hermione, Luan picked her up in a princess hug. Miss Granger quickly wrapped her arms around Luan's neck to prevent herself from falling. He is so powerful. Miss Hermione thought. Come on, I'll take you back to your room. Luan nodded Hermione with his head and said with a smile. Miss Granger's weight is not very heavy, and her body is, petite, which is too easy for Luan, who is increasing in strength. Pushing open the door, Luan put Hermione on the big soft bed, and could only leave. But at this moment, Hermione grabbed Luan's shirt and prevented him from leaving. What's wrong? Luan touched the tip of his nose suspiciously. 669. Hermione didn't answer, but closed her eyes gently, the corners of her mouth raised in anticipation. Luan got it. This is not good. Even though Luan said so, he still slowly got up. Well, the ice cream that Miss Hermione bought today is lemon-flavored. Good night. Good night. Hermione responded softly with a smile on her lips. As the voice fell, the lights in the room turned off, and the door made a crisp sound. Luan left the room. After returning to his bedroom, Luan turned on the bright lights, then sat down on the table and put the diary in front of him. A pair of pale blue eyes stared at the bright night sky outside the window, as if thinking about something. Senior Tom, long time no see. Luan took a quill, dipped some ink, and wrote a name on the blank notebook. Luan Gerald. The black ink was very conspicuous on the white paper, but before a minute passed, the ink of the name began to gradually fade, and it disappeared after a while. Immediately afterwards, another line of different handwriting appeared on the paper. Hello, my name is Tom Riddle, and I am the owner of this diary. Don't be surprised, I am an alchemy product refined by an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts, and I can help you gain knowledge. Tom, who just graduated from Hogwarts, is still alone, so he speaks very well. Can you help me gain knowledge? Luan held back his laughter and wrote this paragraph with a quill pen. Luan, may I call you that? 99. Writing began to appear in the diary. Of course you can, Senior Tom. As far as I know, Gerald doesn't belong to the pure blood family. May I take the liberty to ask, which college are you from? Slytherin. After Luan wrote this sentence, the diary waited for a long time without the next sentence, as if he was thinking about something. Your life must be difficult, after all, you are in Slytherin, and you are not a pure blood. The person who made me was also a student of Slytherin, and an orphan. I am also an orphan. That's quite a coincidence. Yes, it's a coincidence. Luan's eyes flickered, and he was already thinking about how to drain Senior Tom. The stars twinkled at night, and the bright moonlight reflected on the houses in Diagon Alley. Miss Hermione's room was pitch black, except for the slight sound of steady breathing. The room opposite Luan was brightly lit by candles. He was sitting at the table by the window, writing and drawing with a quill dipped in ink in his hand. The 6th grade Senior Tom is still very scheming. Luan and him have tested each other, and what they both get is some nonsense. Have you ever received bullying at Slytherin? A line appeared on the diary, the font. After one glance, Luan knew what Senior Tom was going to do. He thought about how to answer, but before he could write, the diary seemed to be unable to wait, and a new line of fonts appeared again. I will give you a powerful spell to make you the king of those little snakes. Appeared, Tom's purpose finally appeared. Luan's mouth twitched. What spells can you teach me? What do you want to learn? The diary quickly changed the font. I can teach you any spells of higher order. Have you ever learned about thunderbolts? Thunderbolt? Luan shook his head. That spell he had already learned in the forbidden area. Change another one, this one I will. 99. Seeing this line of words, the diary pondered and wrote. As for the iron spell, this spell is a good defensive spell, and Flitwick probably won't teach you in first grade. Let's do something else, this one has already been learned. This time the diary was silent. The piercing spell, you have never learned this. 35. The notes in the diary are gradually scribbled, and it can be seen that it is in a hurry. But the piercing curse Luan has long known, and he also experimented with Voldemort. I don't know how Tom will react when he finds out about Voldemort's situation. He thought wickedly. To be honest, I have learned not only the heart-piercing curse, but also the remaining 2 unforgivable curses, so, can you show some sincerity? Luan was not afraid of exposure at all, and wrote it directly. This line of fonts did not disappear as before, but stayed on the paper for a long time, just like an ordinary diary. After a long time, just when Luan was a little impatient, the font on the diary appeared. It is not as elegant as it was at the beginning, but it is scribbled and even scratched, and it can be seen that it is a little angry. How could a first-year wizard learn this? You must be lying to me. You're not a first-year wizard. How could I lie to you? These spells are all learned by me in the forbidden area. They are very simple, aren't they? Luan didn't panic at all, and the handwriting was as graceful as Miss Hermione's. He has also recently been learning handwriting with Miss Hermione. It looks very beautiful. It may be that these are not convincing enough. He repeated the titles and authors of the banned books. What a good seedling to be a dark wizard. For a long time, this sentence appeared in the diary. I don't think you should be in Slytherin, you should be in Azkaban. I also feel like I've been an underachiever at Slytherin. There was no reply from the diary for a long time. Maybe he was d off by Luan's words. Do you know alchemy? I'm learning this recently. Seeing that Senior Tom didn't answer, Luan took the initiative. Alchemy, I don't know much, but I can explain it to you. The diary wrote this, but the dazzling words are still proving that it is not in a good mood. Luan suddenly discovered that he seemed to be able to guess his mood through Senior Tom's handwriting, as if a person had written all his emotions on his face. Have you ever tried to engrave a spell on a ring or bracelet? I thought about it, but I failed. The power of those spells is not well controlled. 99. The handwriting is more dazzling, and this diary is probably surprised. Maybe the two of us can have a good conversation. There was a smile on Luan's mouth. Senior Tom has indeed studied this method, so the other party must have his own ideas and opinions. The exchange between a person and a diary continued until 4 in the morning. After that, the communication between the two became more intense, and Tom's handwriting gradually faded. He was about to be drained. However, Tom was still shocked by this little wizard who claimed to be a first-year student, because many ideas were ignored by him, and he did not think about it. 4 flowers 0. What he can be sure of is that the little wizard who picked him up must be a gifted genius. Even he was a little surprised by those huge knowledge reserves. And Luan is also very satisfied. Needless to say, the wisdom of being able to become the Dark Lord must not be bad. Perhaps the current wisdom without a nose has declined a lot. But this outstanding student, Tom, who is about to graduate from Hogwarts, is at the peak of his intelligence. After the communication between the two people, he also had some improvement methods for the method of depicting runes. I think the two of us will be here tonight. Light black writing appeared on the notebook, and it could be seen that it was running out of ink. After all, it has just been awakened today, and it has very little power left, and it cannot even interfere with the outside world. Otherwise, he would have controlled Lu En with the dark charm. So much nonsense needs to be said there. Okay, it's not too early, we'll talk when we have time. Lu En looked up at the clock, then closed the diary and threw it into the different space. There was absolutely no chance for Senior Tom to say goodbye. After all, he is just a tool man. When Tom's survival was drained, he would hand over the diary to Dumbledore, and he could earn some credits. The fire spell, Dementor. You can't know many spells yet, ask Senior Tom another day. After muttering to himself, Lu En went to sleep contentedly. Early morning. Bang. There was a knock on the door, and Miss Hermione, who had woken up early, came to wake Lu En. I'm coming. Lu En yawned and got up to pack up. Seeing Miss Hermione looking at him with her head tilted outside the door, she walked over and hugged her. Good morning, darling. No, serious, you stayed up late last night. Hermione tried to push Lu En away, but pulled it back blushing. When she saw the dark circles under Lu En's eyes, she couldn't help asking curiously. It hurts my body to stay up all night. I just stayed up all night. After all, going to bed at 4 and waking up at 6 is no different from staying overnight. Soon his reinforced body could handle it. With everything busy, the start date of Hogwarts is approaching. Lu En chose to close the potion shop these days, take a good rest with Hermione and learn some magic spells, alchemy and the like. It's so hard. Seeing the character die again, Hermione couldn't help but complain. Lu En stopped the quill in his hand and turned to look. Today, Hermione was lying on the sofa wearing only a long beige dress, and her 2 white and petite feet were swaying by the sofa, looking very cute. Stop playing games, come and learn. 35. Lu En sighed helplessly. Since the last time I played a few MCs with Hermione, the girl was hooked on the console right away. Take it out to play when you're bored. However, the degree of internet addiction is obviously not as high as Malfoy and the others. After all, Miss Granger knows self-control. Alchemy is too difficult. When Hermione heard this, her little head lying on the sofa couldn't help but look at Lu En, her brown eyes half squinted. I didn't talk about learning alchemy, let's learn about Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spell first. Lu En pointed to the various materials on the table. Maybe the 2 of us can try animagus. Professor McGonagall said that was risky. Hermione couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, I will be successful with me, but the 2 of us can't talk for a month. Lu En picked up an emerald green mandrake and said. No, let's talk about it later. Hearing that she was going to be banned for a month, Hermione shook her head quickly. The school is about to start, and the 2 of them can't be dumb for a month. In that case, they won't be able to answer questions in class. Lu En thought for a while and decided to give up the idea. Let's try it next time we're on vacation. After all, in school, if Professor McGonagall finds out that he is practicing AF*CK Gus privately, it is estimated that the credits will definitely be deducted. Let's play games. Hermione put her little head next to Lu En and whispered seductively. Our 2 houses are not finished yet. Lu En turned to look at Hermione who was approaching, and couldn't help but glance at the 2 little feet hidden in the sofa. When Miss Hermione wasn't looking, he grabbed it with his hands. What do you want? Hermione's eyes widened, trying to get rid of Lu En's hands. Unfortunately, the strength is simply not enough. Under her unbelievable gaze, Lu En raised the corner of his mouth and picked up the quill for writing. We, learn. Miss Granger immediately changed her tune. But it's too late. The quill had touched the sole of her tiny foot. Damn it. Miss Hermione was lying on the messy sofa with her face flushed red, and angrily kicked Lu En's calf with her little foot. Don't do this to me next time. Lu En clutched his shoulder that had been bitten by a tooth mark, and nodded quickly. Mouth is too harsh. Almost bit out his thunder scales. After some playfulness, the 2 of them started their daily studies. Although Hermione was very troubled by alchemy, she was still very interested in other subjects. But mostly she was asking, and Lewin was in charge of answering. Many problems, he can come up with solutions. Is the gap between the two of us that big? Hermione pursed her lips and thought. But only Lewin knows that he has been picking wool at Senior Tom's place in recent days, and he has mastered most of the knowledge. Even Senior Tom had to sigh, this little wizard is really a genius rarely seen in 100 years. As the start of school approached, Miss Hermione also made several trips home at the strong request of the Grangers. And the last time was the last time she went home, and Lewin would go with her when she went to school, so the Grangers didn't have to send them off. Hearing his daughter's words, Mr. Granger looked at Lewin with some complicated eyes. He never imagined that in less than 2 months, his daughter would not want to come back at all. Feeling Mr. Granger's gaze, Lewin nodded with a smile. He hasn't done anything to Hermione, or it has always been Miss Hermione's hands on him every day. Especially after drinking the love potion. The relationship between the two seems to have taken a big step forward, and things like living together, the two of them are simply used to it. And during the month and a half of living together, Lewin's cooking skills have improved a lot, and every day is a variety of exquisite dishes. He tried both English and Wuxia breakfasts, and Miss Hermione was curious about the Wuxia food she had never seen before. However, it is still the most suitable for hot pot in winter, but there is absolutely no seasoning. Lewin is full of regrets. However, he spent some pounds to go to the Origin to buy some, and he doesn't know when it will be delivered. Time passed so slowly. The day before school started, it snowed in London, so it was a little cold to get up the next day, and the windows were slammed by the cold wind. Lewin got up early to prepare breakfast, and after a while Hermione walked down yawning. She also changed her pajamas to a light-colored plaid shirt in advance, wearing a pair of blue jeans and a pair of brown marten boots. The brown curly hair of the shawl is also arranged into a low ponytail according to Lewin's preference, and there are 2 strands of curly hair hanging down in front of the forehead. He looks handsome, handsome and handsome. Miss Beaver, good morning. Lewin chuckled and greeted her 0.1 to come over for dinner. When she got to the table, she first brought the chocolate milk in front of Lewin to her side, and then put her black tea in Lewin's place. This is your punishment, Mr. Chocolate. Can black tea be sweetened? Lewin asked helplessly. Hermione keeps all the sugar in the store because she finds that Lewin always likes to add a lot of sugar to his drinks. Cannot. For his body, Hermione refused. Fine. Lewin picked up the black tea and took a sip, and it is not unacceptable that there is no sugar added. After breakfast, the two were ready to pack up and head to the train station.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.